what is considered bad earnings by Tesla. Yep, Elon Musk coming out yesterday and saying they are not going to be fighting the margin war anymore. They're going to be focusing more on sales. The market not digesting that well. Heavy sell-off in Tesla stock. We're seeing some other movement as well. On the Disney front, they're announcing layoffs in their ESPN division, as well as taking on Governor DeSantis, it looks like, again in this saga. We also have reports coming out of IBM. They reported earnings yesterday. They did better than expected. Las Vegas Sands as well coming out with positive reports and saying their Macau business starting to take off a little bit, guys. It is April 20th, 2023. tradertv.live starts now. Hovering around lower by 1%, followed by the ES. They're both down today, likewise with the Dow. I'm not sure if these numbers are accurate quite here on the quote board, but yeah, guys, it's red. We're in the red today, and we have some more earnings coming up as well, guys. How are we digesting these numbers today?
Yeah, there's a lot of earnings across the board, and obviously, you know, Tesla. I saw in the morning video went up in smoke, but it's going to be one of those kinds of days, right? It's a lot of earnings to get to. You've got a haze over the market because of Tesla. Obviously, you're languishing a little bit on all the EV names. New 52-week low already on Rivian. I'm short underneath it. It's not really accelerating. So speaking, we just got jobless claims that are maybe a little bit hotter than expected. You know, 245 versus 240, but that's been trending to the upside. So it's going to be one of these types of situations where there's a lot to look at this morning. Make sure you're prepared, got all your papers nice and organized, and then we're going to roll into the open, and hopefully this market can get lit. I think it's going to be a good one, Sean.
Yeah, it's Maple Leafs day 2 today as well. We'll see if they can get going. Edmonton got the job done yesterday, winning 4-2. The Blue Jays sucked again. Like, hopefully, I know it's a long season. We can't talk about it every single day. Hopefully they can get better. I think Daniel Shea jinxed us talking about the Houston Astros there, and then that seems to be the key there.
Well,
but yeah,
she can be happy at least.
What was that? Yeah, she should be happy. What was that Tesla? Well, she shouldn't be happy with Tesla, I don't think. What was that Tesla? Sharif said something pretty. It was pretty, like a nice little quip there. Tesla's not up in smoke, because that's not
he
that.
did say up in smoke.
Oh, needs to be recharged or something like that. There today as Tesla down 8% and looking like it wants to take that 166 right now. Margins, I don't know why everyone's talking about margins, because we knew that was going to be on deck. I think it came in a little bit lower, obviously 18.1 versus I think the street was at 21% or so. So Tesla today down 7, looking at 166, thinking about breaking that one. I'm looking for a short around that 170 mark. Honestly, I don't know, with all the competition in China heating up, and the story's not even about Michigan, you know, everything that BYD just released a car for 11 grand.
Yeah.
I mean, I really feel like there's going to be a lot of competition, if not already here in the EV space. And I'm pretty nervous, obviously, moving forward about Tesla, but we keep talking about this. It's a cult name, and I feel like, you know, if you put a quarter out like that, probably should be down even a little bit more. So let's wait to see what happens here with Tesla missing on a few key metrics there, but wanting to focus now on the growth of the sales. So obviously that's what happens when you cut it. Looks like the USD is making a nice little move down there. As we get a few jobless claims numbers, we can review that. Plus 5,000 to 245,000 right now, with the survey was 240. So 5,000 more jobs than expected, or jobless claims, sorry. So the other way around, moving in, leading this market a little bit higher. As you can see right here, the NASDAQ starting to bump up a little bit on some of these numbers. So NASDAQ makes a bottom there, almost breaks 13,000. That was, you know, I don't want to see that. And if we do, then I think we got to flip over to the shorts. We already have the bull is into a bear here today. So, yeah, we're ready to rock and roll here, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, come to my screen. Yeah, this is what Sean is talking about. 245 for jobless versus 240. The Philly Fed as well coming in weaker than expected, minus 31.3 versus the street looking for 19.3. And continuing jobless claims, 1.865. A bit higher than 1.825 expected by the street. But BTC, I want to talk about this, guys. down again. Where is my BTC chart? There it is. Down again, guys. Breaking below 29 this time. Looks like we got to 28,375 overnight. Coin down 1.5%. Mara, Riot, they're all down 3 1/4 and almost 3 1/3, guys. Anything on BTC?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I think we might retest 29 just on a little bit of a bounce here. That would be pretty interesting because 30,000 is obviously a psychological number, but if you're looking at it, kind of on my 15-minute here, this is a 15-minute chart, I just feel like you get to that 29 where it last failed, and then you kind of retested a temporary bottom as you're kind of stair-stepping down. That's what it looks like on the chart, and we look at Ether as well, which is also making a little bit of a bounce. Let me zoom that one out a little bit. Yeah, also making a bit of a bounce, maybe back into retest that 20,000. So when I see crypto making a bounce and trying to get to a resistance level, my first thought is, can we just go short on resistance on coin again? It's not at a level that I'm going to love, so my initial answer is it might be a bit of a nothing burger. But if we can basically play off the over like 65 into 66, like we were trading in Coinbase yesterday, we might have an opportunity that kind of mirrors the day before, which, by the way, that's what was going on above 70. When this got above 70, you were essentially just allowing it to get to 72, 73, and you were shorting that for multiple days in a row. So maybe we're going to get that kind of a situation as long as you hold resistance on the big names and they're not really breaking out. Always have those spot prices up just in case. But, I mean, coin has been weaker than them anyways, so that's why it's a safer short, I do think. Not necessarily at a level where I think we're going to get this at 930. It has to get up a couple of dollars. So we need a bit of a rally for Coinbase to be in an auto short level, but this little bounce off of the lows in crypto gives it a chance.
Yeah, so yesterday, right here in Coinbase, exactly what Neil was saying, we did that yesterday, and both of us had this short. You had a lot of trades in Coinbase yesterday. It was a good stock, both positive on it yesterday. So, many different ways to trade, many different names. But for me, I just waited until we saw this top yesterday. It was made around noon on Coinbase, and then the downside. Now, you do have to watch BTC, of course, when you are watching Coinbase or Ethereum or whatever your favorite crypto is, but I'd watch one of the two big ones there as we continue to trade through right now. This doesn't look like it's right. Oh, yeah, 28.8. Okay, so there's the dump down. Nice little rebound back up. I don't know, almost straight back up to the upside here as the NASDAQ regains. This looks exactly like what just happened in the NASDAQ. We get jobless claims and you get a little bit of a bump back up there, although the bump started before jobless claims. Jobless claims is right here. It's this move up, but that's, I mean, if jobless claims is affecting Bitcoin, then I feel like we're in a completely different world right now. Anyways, nice move up for Bitcoin. I think that now that you're below 30, it's not a great sign because it didn't hold it. And it's been holding. Let's go to the daily chart here quickly. We've been holding that 30,000. It's been dipping down. I just don't like that we're back into here. If you don't hold this 26, then yeah, you probably... Bitcoin's just a leveled game. I mean, and what I mean by that is like, it just holds. It holds 15,000. It was holding the line here at 20. Once we came back in, we retested 20, busted up. The next level was 25. I mean, look how clear this is, 25, 25, 25. Now, I feel like we might be saying the same thing. We made this move from 16 up to 30. That's a double. 15 to 30, that's a double. And then look what you ran right into. Back support from May again. So like, are we entering crypto winter again here right now where you sort of suffer all through the summer here a little bit? We get a dip down. I mean, that dip down there was obviously in the fall coming through, and then we've made a move back up here as the NASDAQ has rallied as well. So for me, I know we're talking a little bit about Coinbase here, but you got to watch Bitcoin, and I'm not super pleased, and I don't think anybody is, that's a Bitcoin bull with this dip down action below 30,000. Now, whether or not it holds or not is another question. We're going to see with the NASDAQ. There's still so many earnings to come through here now. I believe Bitcoin is a reactor to the NASDAQ, no matter what the underlying stories are. If we get an FTX again or something, I mean, I guess, can we get an FTX again? I don't think so, unless it's Coinbase.
Well, Binance.
Binance, yeah, Binance.
Well,
the thing is, we can't trade Binance, but we couldn't really trade FTX either. But I guess, yeah, that's right. There's two major exchanges right now that I think could tip the scales, because we had SI fall completely off the face of the earth, and then we had, they're dead. Then you have FTX apparently coming alive again after discovering $7 billion worth of assets. But yeah,
I discovered $7 billion under the couch the other day.
Oh, under the couch?
Yeah, I just thought I'd come in.
You should check under the mattress.
Well, you know,
You might have another 10 under there.
it's true. You never really know.
Jeez, man, where are you hiding all this cash, bro? Time to move down to
Straight
Miami.
cash, homie. No,
Right now, time to move down. I just had a friend of mine come back from Hawaii.
Oh.
And he messaged me, he was talking about going to the practices. He's a hockey dad, going to the practices this weekend. And I was like, dude, who cares about the practices? How was Hawaii? You know, and he went with his wife and no kids. Like, I'm just like, dude, you're killing me now.
That's
you know, went to Hawaii, no kids. They celebrated their 10th anniversary. So what's up to you guys out there? Anybody celebrating anniversaries for sure. Yeah, congratulations. You know, in order for some.
Well,
You know, but anyways, Hawaii. You've been to Hawaii, Sharif?
oh, nice.
Yeah. All right, go over to Sharif. I want to hear his story.
Sounds like Brendo's life. Not married, goes on vacation with his wife. Isn't that Brendo's life?
It's something like that.
Something
Brendan
like
is
that, All right,
Brendan's
Neil
a special
messaging me
dude.
in the chat. AUGX Augmetics announces partnership with HCA Healthcare to accelerate the development of an AI-enabled ambient documentation. Small cap crapper du jour. Let's have a look at the chart. It's been up and to the right, getting going here at around 7:45 when the news kicked in. Pulling back off those three, you want to say almost 75 highs, but a bull flag forming here, it looks like. All right, quickly, let's get to the more important topic, which is these interest rates. Yes, it's down on the day again. You got the 2-year down 2.12, and you got the 10-year down 1 2/3, guys. The tech sensitive, the tech interest rate sensitive area, what do we got? Anything on that today?
Well, I mean, for sure we will. Just one quick thing, because I did mention this yesterday, the 52-week low on Rivian. I am in position. I know we have the Surge Trader banner, so let me just pop over to the daily. There's the 1258 52-week low. We essentially gap beneath it. If you're wondering why you're gapping beneath 52-week low, a little something to do with Tesla, because of Tesla's margins. If people don't like Tesla's margins, they're cutting costs. What do you think that means for Rivian? I mean, and for Lucid as well. There's going to be failures here. I don't know if it's going to be Rivian. They did break, so I had the short once it broke that 1250. It hasn't really moved much, but I did just get some out in front of 1235. I'll get some out in front of the quarter. I think $12 is an obvious level there, but as far as big tech goes, we're already down 1%. I wanted to come to the, you know what, maybe I was going to go to the Qs and I'll show you an old line that I had drawn on the NASDAQ. Sometimes these come back into play, and that's definitely going to be the case here. But thank you, Daily Chart on the Qs. I went over to Rivian to show you guys that trade, and now that Daily Chart doesn't want to work. But one of the things that the last couple of sessions has provided us with, and if people say the market's boring, I get it. I understand why people would make that comment on certain days. But if you have a look at what the NASDAQ has been essentially giving you, which is pretty definitive bottom the last few sessions, on light volume, granted, and then you look at this top, every single time we've gotten to 13.2, it's like, well, find something that you like that's at resistance and short it, because we haven't really been blowing past. And the one time we did, you just essentially in early market, pre-market trading, that was pretty much irrelevant. But the open market has been giving you 100 to 150 points on the NASDAQ with which to play around. So if you find an Apple bottom like yesterday, or tops in things like Coin was at 1, NVIDIA 280, like it just, these are trades that are out there for us, and until you break away from the range, which could happen today, I think you want to go back to rinse and repeat. So if we hold the low and all of a sudden can rally from here, you're right back to what we were doing yesterday. If we break down, there's a lot of names at some breakdown zones. I mean, I'm talking about Rivian right now. You've definitely got Intel already broke one yesterday. Disney's literally on one, nothing to do with the NASDAQ, but Disney is on a big level itself at that 98. So we could have a breakdown today, but it hasn't happened yet. You're essentially at the support level down this 1%. So I wouldn't take it for granted that we stay bearish all day.
Oh man, yeah, no, that's a good call. I don't like the news about Microsoft today with Twitter going back and forth a little bit there. We've had Google being a little bit negative over the last couple of days, and then if you're just going to look at the NASDAQ for a base case scenario right here, I mean we're down. Like this is a new level here for the NASDAQ over the last couple of days. So if you come to my screen here, Mahad, you'll see that right here is what I'm sort of talking about, and that is that we've now breached down below. We've had a couple days in a row where we never took down that 13.1, and now today we're starting below 13.1. So we're definitely going to need to have a test down here of 13,000. We're going to get Arun to talk a little bit about the futures, obviously, as well. We have Luis Barbado ready in the wings to come through, talk about some small caps and some trading over there in the Barcelona office. Luis, what's the temperature over there in Barcelona? I want Sharif to ask him that one, because right here in lovely, sunny Toronto, Ontario, Canada, we are at a very warm 5 degrees Celsius.
It's not sunny either.
So it's not that good here. And we were just talking about Hawaii, and Barcelona is another one of those places that, you know, people dream to live there. And but anyways, okay, but just back to the NASDAQ real quick. Like, why do I get sidetracked like that? I have no idea. It's because I saw Luis there over on my corner of my eye there, but. Look, this is 13,000. We could breach this today, to be completely honest with you, this 12.9, 12.960. When we do that, man, then everything's off. And I think that we just continue to go down. So I think a 13,000 break definitely makes it worthwhile to punch that one short. And then if you do get that short, I think it's 40 to 50 handles down here into 19.5, 19.6 right there. And then we can look at it after that. So for me, man, we have some very clear tops. If we ever rally into 13.2 or anything like that, especially off the open, we've seen this market move 100 NASDAQ points in the first couple minutes. If we can do that up here, then I think it's a short. And if we do it the other way, then I think it's a short up there, or it's a short down here if we break it lower. I don't want to look at too many longs today. There's one name that I like long, and that's Apple, and that will probably forever be the long for me until I hear something different about India. So I really like the NASDAQ today off of some of those key levels, but they're all short levels.
First segment of the day brought to you by Search Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off. All right, let's bring in Luis Barbado from our Day Trade the World Barcelona office. Luis, good morning, good afternoon to you. How is your Thursday going?
Hello, nice to meet you again. We miss Brendan, but you are doing very, very good these days. So congratulations.
On board, I see AUGX as the main small capper of the morning. Anything on that?
Yeah, that's the main stock we're looking at today. It's consolidating in a pullback today around 350, 340s. If it holds there and it breaks highs of 370s, we might see a short squeeze over that price. I'm not very confident that it goes to highest. It should be around $5, $6. I don't think it's going to get there. I think we're looking for a short squeeze above this $384 and then probably bleeding during the day.
Another one we've got here, a continuation from last week, or I think the last few days. Drama, DRMA, I don't know if that showed up on your scanner, up 24 percentage points today. Anything on that one?
Yeah, very interesting stock. We also call it drama, although it's Dermata or something like that, but it's a drama stock actually. It's behaving pretty nice anyway. We're looking for today, although the locates are a little bit more expensive today during the RIP in the aftermarket yesterday or pre-market today. Due to this RIP, locates went a little bit expensive. We're looking for a fail on 320s, 330s. If it fails there, we're looking for shorts. If it breaks, next resistance, a very, very tough resistance is $4. It's a level of consolidation for many weeks and a level that it touched a couple of days ago. So it's on our radar, but again, it's a little bit expensive to locate on this one.
Anything else, Luis, that you have on your radar that I haven't mentioned before I get into the bigger topic?
Yeah, PTPI is another stock that is trying to push day after day. We're checking if it breaks 7,720. It was yesterday resistance. It's a few days setup. It's a multi-day break if it goes over 7,720. If it keep on fighting there, we might see a retracement. It comes from $1, so it's 700% up in 3-4 days. So it's a nice stock to watch. Also CNSP. This is a third red day long pullback. It went up 2 or 3 days ago. A couple of red candles. We might see a pop up today and retest higher levels of a few days ago. And SAI, that's another ticket that we're looking for this 4,420 breakout. on the long side.
How appropriate 420 on April 20th, right?
Yeah.
Luis, so I was reading an interesting article the other day. It was about the cyclicality of small caps and how, you know, they can be initially strong and you take them long, and then, you know, you get a period where you're indecisive whether you're going to go long or short. It's a bit of a mix, and then you're usually taking them short. How do you identify the changes in the cycle, and then how do you how do you change your trading strategy when that cycle comes about?
This is very important. This is a very interesting subject to talk about. We could talk very long about this. I remember a couple of weeks ago when you interviewed me, guys, that we were talking about a slow market on the small cap world, and I said, keep on focus on what you are good and be patient that the market in the small cap will come back. We just need one runner, and we had it like Thursday, I think it was. We had CXAI. It broke from $4 or $5 to up to $60. We only needed that movement to light up the whole small cap market. So next days we have everything running and running. If a stock goes up, gapping up 30%, it goes to 100%. If it goes 100, it goes 300%. We have a lot of tickers on this mood for the last days, because only when we have, again, one huge runner, and as it was CXAI, it light up the whole market. So all the traders are looking for longs, and the short sellers are getting squeezed. It's about a cycle. If you're a short seller and you see one big runner as this one, for the next day you have to lower your profile again and start trading smaller if you are a short seller. And if you are a trader who is looking for longs, you have to take advantage of this cycle of the market. So it is about, I'm not saying about shifting strategies, but because I think a trader shouldn't do this, but being aware about what's the cycle of the market in the small cap and try to adjust the risk to this.
Luis Barbado from our Day Trade the World Barcelona office. Always love having you on. Thank you, Luis, and have a great rest of your Thursday.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good day trading.
As always, thank you, Luis. And I mean, literally as you were talking about PTPI, I mean, it couldn't have been, the timing couldn't have been even more perfect, but it actually took out the high very briefly. But the offer, the liquidity on the offer, it's a pre-market, right? But it was non-existent. I can tell you, I was looking at it and there was just nothing in terms of liquidity. It'll get better probably as the market opens up. But it took out the top, kind of reversing back already. But you know at the open, like the question is going to be whether it holds this, you know, 625 into 650. Like that's that supply zone from the afternoon. It broke out from there late afternoon and kind of held it all pre-market. So that'll be a big level. It probably makes another run, you'd like to think, because that was on light volume. If it holds that bottom, another run at that high of the day, and then after market, in the actual market, if it breaks it, that'd be just a little bit more interesting. But I find you pick one, stick to that one. Yeah, OCEA is making a move as well. I see that one going, and you know, I think it was you know, Max and Shreve have been talking about this, that the small cappers are back, and that's just in the sense that it used to be like maybe a year and a half to 2 years ago, or maybe even up until last year, you would have 3, 4, it would seem like 3 or 4, 5 every single day. And not just things that were gapping up, things that were gapping and continuing, and then maybe even making highs later on in the session and continuing to run pretty much all day. And that just kind of stopped in the last 6 months. Well, we're back into that zone. Some of it fueled by the AI craze. And some of it has to do with the fact that it's not about short squeezes. A lot of these really low float names, I don't know how they make it to market with floats as small as they do, but they're here, and that just means the float gets soaked up and they make these runs. So OCA is another one just now. And this one on the daily, like it just broke $8. That's the first big level on the daily, but that, you know, 10 and 11, this one also has room to run. Only 24% up today. And when you're saying things like only 24% up, that should give an understanding of the level of risk, because this could easily, very easily be 50% up and not even be breaking out on the daily chart.
Yeah, so a couple small cap names there, and I just saw my phone, it just dinged out there that my credit card was just billed 23 something for Netflix. for the month, so it's a good thing we had a couple $6 winners yesterday on this name, as my Netflix subscription just renewed right there. But that's how they make the money, man. Just get those auto renews coming through, and I'm never canceling it. So let's just watch out for this. 318, 319, again coming through. That bottom yesterday, 317. If the market continues to be weak, you know, Netflix, the earnings are already out. You know, I like to trade things, give things a couple days. I always say there's a 3-day rule before it sort of gets back to normality a little bit here. But Netflix didn't really do anything yesterday, to be completely honest. We see the move down there yesterday, the day before, off earnings at 4 p.m. And then yesterday we opened up. I mean, we opened up right here at 325 and we closed at 322. So you had a $2 to $3 move yesterday throughout the day, despite what happened off the early morning, where you went from 325 all the way down there to 317. So even though Netflix is a $330 stock, we had a $7 range, which it was all created right off the open. So let's see if Netflix wants to test that bottom again here off the open. I don't expect a huge flush or anything like that, but that could be something to look at. 316, Austin 316 there on 420 day. I wish Netflix was at 420, then we would have an easier trade there, probably a short if it was up there. But right there, 316, 317 coming through. So let's pay very close attention to this level there on Netflix. I think that could be worth a long early, but again, you know, let's see the momentum of the market. We were really able to take advantage yesterday of being patient and not being in anything too early. We waited for Netflix to make that bottom. We didn't even have the bottom. We had 319 there yesterday. So we'll see if it comes into play one more time. I still like that Netflix long and looking at 316.
More problems for Ford, guys. A video being released about an hour ago about an F-150 Lightning on fire. We're not going to play the video, obviously, but here's the stock's reaction. Yeah, 8 a.m. is usually when you get the algo spike, but look at that. That's a big move down. Ford down again, 3% on the day. It was down decidedly yesterday. Look at that move down. Now, you could obviously make the argument it's in response to Tesla's margins, and, you know, that's going to put more pressure on Ford, but that's not a good look either, guys.
Well, see, I would say it's in response to what you got from Tesla. I'm just going to do, I did not do this yet, so I have no idea how it's going to play out. When I saw my quote board by % down, okay, let's throw away Bed Bath & Beyond being down 20% and some of the small caps, but Tesla 8, Li Auto 4.5, SI is a piece of trash, Rivian 3.5% down, Lucid 3, GM 3, Ford only down 3, so, and XPeng down 3%. So almost all of my quote board of what I'm watching, I'd say half of the names that are down 2% are EV names. So I don't know that you can put this on the battery thing. I was just turning to Sean and saying, you know, it's unfortunate, but like there's accidents all the time in this world. We all know that. There's car fires all the time. They're actually pretty, you know, they're not ridiculously common, obviously, but you do see them happen every day. But anytime it's an EV, it's like a gigantic deal gets made of it. Yeah. And that's the world that we live in, so it's going to be a headline. I don't think that headline has anything to do with why Ford is down 3%. If anything, it is not doing worse than the other EV names that I just showed you. All of them that I track are down a higher percentage than Ford today, and that has to do with Tesla. It has to do with margins. If BYD, Toyota just came out with their car in China, and that's a cheap one there, and they're way behind the curve as well. So it's increased competition. That's going to hurt margins for everybody. Ford was breaking down anyways through 1220. Flat bottom break, which is a gap down. It doesn't even give you the flat bottom break. And you know what? When it gets back to 11, what do you think we're going to do when Ford gets to 11? We're going to sit on the bid. That's what we're going to do. Now, it's at $11.80. I don't think we get to $11 today, but maybe we get there tomorrow. Maybe we get there next week. Either way, you know what happens at $11 on Ford. And until it stops working, you know, that's a trade that's just going to be there.
Yeah, the trade, like Ford, down 4% yesterday, down another 3.5 today, and I think it goes lower. You know, you're going to get things like that. I remember when someone set a Tesla on fire like 5 or 6 years ago. Tesla went all the way down, and they're like, oh my God, it's a battery. And then it turned out that the dude just lit it on fire himself. Yeah. I think he was literally in puts or something. There was a story about that. We have to look that up. But for right now, Rivian is breaking through 52-week lows. Its 52-week low was yesterday down here at 1258. Now today we break it and we start to go lower. If Tesla's lowering margins and selling more cars, then how the hell is Rivian, who can't even produce cars, going to stand up against a Tesla, a BYD, an NIO, an XPeng, all these different names, even a Ford, a GM? They're all coming out with cheaper. You talked about the Equinox yesterday. They're all coming out with cheaper alternatives. And I just, although my wife loves that Rivian truck, we ain't got no money to put it down and deposit on that thing for the prices that it's currently at. Now, when you were talking about Model X's, the Model Y, imagine you bought a Model Y 3 months ago. The average price was $63,000 for the base model in the US. It's now down to $49,900 for the Model Y, and I think it's even less than that. But, you know, I don't see any sort of a path to sustainability here for Rivian. And obviously, let me just make this a little bit bigger like that so you don't have to run into the surge trader there. But there's 13 bucks. This is a short for me, man. We just got to find the right levels. I just paid for shorts. It was literally free to do that. 1,000 shares was like $1 or something like that. So we'll hit it. We'll try to take the, you know, at least, you know, you got to trade this with a little more shares than you would trade a Tesla, obviously, but down to 13 bucks. I still think Rivian's a short. It's just about trying to find my way into it. So if this starts to go and Tesla's starting to go, I will short Rivian. I'll let Tesla sort of make its move back up to the upside because it's a completely different beast. Oh shoot, just broke 166. What I wrote down on the sticky note was watch out for a pre-market level break. I thought that would maybe be right here at 166, but we've took that at 840. I didn't even see that. Now you're starting to go lower, lower, lower. We wrote this sticky note in our watch list. Tesla was down 6-7%. Now you're down 8 and looking to go even lower right now. Tesla is finished for a long time, I feel like. That's not a good quarter. Unless somehow this gets saved, I don't have too much love for this name here. It's going to the dumpsters, and I don't think there's any talk about that moving forward. You just smirked, so I'm guessing that Randy is right here. Oh, there he is.
Think about it. Every time we start talking about EVs, Randy's just going to emerge.
You see Tesla here? Tesla just breaking levels here, Randy. What about Rivian down, right? Rivian? It's 52-week low.
Yeah, cash flow problems.
And then that F-150 just caught on fire, the Ford, which doesn't surprise to you, I guess. Exactly.
It's Ford.
Oh, man. All right, there goes Tesla now breaking through 165 and continuing to march lower here, man. Tesla has no love in sight for this name. I just say adios, man. Honestly, I don't. If you're still long, I'm still long in my long-term account. I'm not. I talked about, remember I got it out at like 2 something and it was like I felt bad because it kept going higher and higher and higher, but hey man, that was not a great quarter. I actually just grabbed a coffee. I'll hold off for now. Thanks, Randy. But there goes Tesla to the downside. We can check out names like Lucid. We have Arun. So
Lucid flat bottom break.
Let's go to Arun as well. But there's Lucid. Just want to look at that on the daily chart. It's the same. It's pick your poison. Lucid might actually, you know what I paid for? I paid for shorts in Rivian, but maybe it's Lucid right here trying to break 7. Oh, we already have a lower bottom there for Lucid. Okay, that's fine. I'll stick with Rivian, but right there, 750. And I'm going to throw it over to Sharif, who's going to go to Arun. But hey, if Arun was here right now and he had to pay for shorts on Lucid or Rivian,
you pay for neither.
It would be a no-go on that one, and it makes sense. We've talked about why he likes to do that, but for me, I'm gonna go short on Rivian and look to maybe pay for some shorts on Lucid. But did you want to?
No, position board's wrong.
Yeah. Oh, position board is not.
I'm in Rivian.
Oh, you're in Rivian.
I didn't mention it at the beginning of the show, but that 50 broke. But yeah, we'll refresh the position board. If you take a pre-market position before the show gets up, that's kind of what happens there.
I still like that Rivian.
I actually started out. Oddly enough, I started out by paying the same on Lucid for Lucid and Rivian shorts because I wasn't sure which one I was going to really want. So I kind of paid for a little bit of both. And now that I look at it, I zoomed out a little further on that Lucid chart. And it's like, you're right. Like it is a flat bottom breakdown, but it also has a 7 level, whereas Rivian's already broken. So I can't transfer from Lucid to Rivian, but I can get more Rivian because Lucid, I mean, it still has multiple levels of support beneath 740, which is breaking right now. That's the real difference.
All right. Time to look at these futures. We have Arun on deck. Arun, how are you this morning? What do you see with these ES and NQ moves?
Even with this market moving the way it is, dare I say, bottom end of the range, can there be a pop to go along? Might be tough sledding here, but I am looking potentially if we can get above 41.55, potentially on the long side here. Just trying to play the range until we break either side, right? 41.55 is the upside break. For now, it's still negative, but if we break through 41.35, 41.30, that kind of flips the picture a little bit for me, because now we're going to be through the bottom end of the range and start working on the levels that are closer to that 4100. So for now, I'll say 41.55 with a negative bias until we get to that point. Above it, obviously, we're going to play the range and try to take it back up into the 75s, 80s, and then above 85 would target 4200. So there's a big wide range that this market has been in since, what day is it today? About last Friday, right? Last Thursday, we made that nice little rally from 41, low 4100 all the way up towards that 4180. And then since then, we've just kind of gone into a wide range. And until that range is broken, either through 4200 towards that 4220 or through 4135, 4130 down towards 4100, I'm going to respect the range and try to play that as much as I possibly can. But to be fair, it is negative bias until we get through that 41.55 mark. So for now, it's just a matter of waiting to see either we break up by 10 points or we break down by about 15. If we get either side, then you just jump on that side and go for that trade to continue in that direction. So for now, I'll just leave it be and see what this market brings. I know Tesla is making some crazy moves, so it is an index name. So whatever happens with Tesla at the open, I'm sure there's going to be some influence in the indexes, specifically the NASDAQ here because of its weight in the NASDAQ. So I think maybe it might be even smarter just to wait for the open and see how Tesla moves and see how much pressure it adds to these indexes. And if Tesla continues its moves down and you're not getting any help from Apple or Microsoft to move up, we might be in for a negative day. Flip side is, if we get a move up from the other two, we will possibly make a bounce back towards the top end of the range.
Helps me get my day organized and started and focused on what's moving ahead. By the way, guys, I'm going to get you the exact times for the Fed speakers in a second, but a slate of Fed speakers set to speak today, and you know, they're always market moving. Also, we have the existing home sales coming out at 10 a.m. I'll bring you that when we get it. All right, guys, first topic on the list, Tesla. Now, we already talked about margins, Neil and Sean giving us very good insight into that. There's also another Tesla headline, and that's Elon Musk's new spat with Microsoft. Some issues there, guys, regarding Twitter. Any take?
I just realized that you have like the inverse Arun shirt going on there. Like it.
The stars are.
No, because he's got a white shirt with the black dots, and Arun's got the black shirt with the, I mean,
with the disco dots.
Yeah, disco dots in there. Like obviously, I don't think that's a huge story. This the Twitter Microsoft thing. I mean, obviously, it doesn't really matter to Tesla per se. I mean, it gets them in the news a little bit there, and it could be that could be a drain for a lot of these AI names because you know legislation is going to come. I think it's a bigger deal when it comes to creative like music and that type of a thing because, and look, Getty's talking about it as well, because if you're training AI using photos that are public domain, then what is public domain going to mean anymore? If you're using AI to create music based off someone's library, well then you can just take a bunch of symphonies that are public domain and then create a symphony, and then what does that mean? Like, so there's probably going to be some legitimate rule changes that come. I don't know that that's going to be a trading catalyst for us. Look, Tesla's down 9% right now. And I was just saying to I was just mentioning to Randy on the way back, thank you, Randy, for the coffee. But how many times have we seen this before? We're already down, dragged down a couple of days in a row. 164 is kind of the support level on the daily. In the back of my mind, I have to at least consider that you could have a, you know, like not a squeeze down rally at the open, but 164 is where you would bounce, ideally. So if there is that kind of a jam to the upside, I want to be careful about getting into position more short, say a Rivian, going into this, as opposed to, you know, at 9:30 and letting things settle down. If there's a bounce off 164, if Rivian tries to reclaim that 52-week low, the all-time low, then I want to be cautious about it. But at the end of the day, we knew margins weren't going to be good. They dipped below that 20%, and they're still cutting costs. So it's not a one-quarter story. It's going to be next quarter as well. You know, this is a stock which maybe it's going to be healthy if it's just sideways for a while. We'll see what happens, but this is not a one-quarter story, these margins. They've told you this is what they're going to go for. This is going to be a long road, and they're going to battle it, and they're going to battle it with other EVs. We talked about Ford at 11. Well, GM's about to hit its support level down at like 30, well, it's actually under 32 here, but this could be hitting 32.5. That's next support. And then the 30 level is pretty big on GM. This is not isolated. All of the EV charts look pretty ugly. XPeng is ugly as all heck. It's right, like it just rejected that 11 again and is back in under $10 to its support. If this gets under $9, well, look out below. And I'm not going to bother pulling up. I can pull up a Neo chart if I wanted to. Lordstown's trying to regain compliance. They're getting threatened. They're going to have to do a reverse split. So I can't think of a positive looking chart or on any of these EV names right now. Like all of them have something that you can point to in the last couple of days which says rollover. And when all of it looks like that, sometimes you do get a bit of a bounce at the open.
Yeah, we talked about crypto winter. Maybe it's EV winter right now as everything is down to the bottom there. What's up to sendcrypto.com saying that there was somebody here with 6,000 Bitcoin that just transferred out. Has been there for 9 years. Just transferred out 2,000 of them. So holding 4,000 Bitcoin. So maybe that's what you found under your couch there, Neil, or not. But yes, that was maybe Neil transferring them out into SI, his account in there. And then
that's exactly where I would put it.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, or FTX. You got to figure out one of those two, but definitely not Coinbase because we're trying to short Coinbase. Don't give them any more transaction fees or anything on that. I just logged into my account and I saw Tesla and I was just saying, thank God. I still have 18 shares though of Tesla in the long-term account, but then I looked over to the right and it said the percentage I was up 378%. And of course, you know, I've been buying Tesla forever, and that just shows you that I haven't bought any in a very, very long time, Tesla, because it's just getting hit down here. We did sell some. We've talked about that. It's split numerous times. There's many of you that have way bigger percentage gains on your Tesla trades than 400% for sure if you've been holding it in your long-term account. I guess I was probably late to the party. I'd have to go back and look at everything. But what's in the past is in the past, and what we're looking at right now is Tesla for now. And like Neil said, there's not much to say about the quarter. We talked about the margins missing there, but everybody knew that the margins were coming down. That's why the average estimate was 20.1. So when it comes at 18%, that's horrible. It was 29% last year. Their margins on the 3, I believe. So now down to 18% on their overall net margin. That's not going to be good enough. So, you know, is it down? Yes. Was it expected to be down? Yes. The problem is it's down more than expected. So I think that if this is going to be a game of let's sell as many cars as possible and absolutely crush and destroy all competition, then yeah, you're going to have to wait a couple months. You have to wait a couple quarters. You might have to wait a couple years. So I think for now, Tesla keeps going down. The story has changed. The roadmap for Tesla has changed. It's not all about now making as much money per car as possible. It's about getting as many cars out there as possible. For me, I'm very worried about the China story, and I think that that's the right way to play this. If you're worried about China, Taiwan, or you know what's going on over there, what's going on with Russia, China is such a huge story for Tesla that you know it's not good. We see these Chinese ADRs continue to move to the downside. There could be sanctions on imports and exports going to and from China. Obviously, Tesla being a U.S. company is going to have some problems over there if there are any sanctions put on said businesses. That affects Apple, Google. Every single American company, Starbucks that's over there, Tesla's not going to be shy of that. So, I mean, there's the big move down. We talked about it coiling up here in the last couple of days, going from 190 to 180 and not being able to break it. A good Q gets that up here. If they had 21% margins, then it's all the way up here. But what about when EV credits disappear from the government? You know, I worry about Tesla and their margins getting even worse when those credits disappear and all of a sudden demand wanes a little bit because you have to pay just that little bit more. Plus, you still have a problem with the resale business because, like I said, most of these models have been crushed over the last 6 months on pricing. So anybody trying to resell a Tesla, you're now competing. Your used price is like close to the same price as new, and the waiting times are under 4 weeks. So I'm a little nervous here for Tesla, but hey, maybe we get that quadunk there, Sharif, off the open, and you're able to find a bottom. So I think we'll be on Tesla for sure today. There might be better names, Rivians and things like that. Lucid, we've already talked a little bit about it, but I like Tesla here. Nikola Tesla, Fisker. You can go over them all, but I like Tesla here due to the volume. It's already 8 million shares.
That's a little on the nose. Yeah, Tesla definitely going to be the big boy today. All right, guys, Disney up next, coming out with lots of cuts. Now, they said that they were going to be doing company-wide 7,000 cuts. It was going to be about $5.5 billion, a part of the $5.5 billion in the cost savings plan, with about with $2.5 billion coming as non-content costs. So this is the first time they're actually going after on-air talent, which is, significant in and of itself. Disney down on the day again, 0.79. Yesterday it was decidedly down. Not really sure if it was down on economic news as much as it was down in sympathy with Netflix, but as well, they've reignited their quarrel with Governor DeSantis.
Well, I mean, the good news is they don't have to actually cut any writers because all the good ones, the sports writers, have all already left for The Athletic. So that's actually a place where they don't have to cut. And maybe it has something to do with Netflix yesterday, but either way, if you just see what happened to Disney, and now it's a trading show, so we're just going to talk about, what do we think can happen today? If you break 98, it's 97.70. That's a flat bottom if I ever saw it. You just continually rejected 100. Like, how many times do you have to, look at this at the 100 level? Oh, yeah, we're breaking out. Confirmation was if it could get above, 102.5, and that just never happened. It flushed. You consistently closed back or at or beneath, and now you're kind of saddled with, it looks even more gorgeous for a short trade. We're talking about Coinbase, short the pops. I mean, every single time Disney's been at 100, it's just allow it to consolidate at any high above 100 in the last 2 weeks, find the top, short it, make money. Now 97.7 goes, and you've got a bit of a gap down to $2 maybe to 95. That sets up right here at the open. There's so many things that are setting up, if you break the low, short the bottom, and there's a gap to the downside. The problem with that is, well, guess what happens if there's a relief rally at the open? You could get trapped in 5 positions, all short at the low of the day, which to me is not a smart way to go about things. That's an easy way to get absolutely burned. So I wouldn't take a Disney break because there's no volume. But if we're at 10 o'clock and we're still hanging beneath here and can't break the highs, then sitting in it and working into that short makes sense to me on Disney. Somewhat of a sympathy play. I know cost cutting is a good thing. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that hasn't usually been a strong catalyst. But you also had weakness on Netflix quarter, and quite frankly, Disney streaming is a little bit of a concern. Long term, I think it's probably fine because they have so many other segments of their business which probably don't get the respect they deserve in terms of what they earn. But the chart's speaking to you here, and it's just sort of saying if we can't hold that bottom, watch out below.
Yeah, I bought some more Disney yesterday. We talked about that. I like the name. I just think it's been so beat down over the last little while. Plus, you have this, the Governor DeSantis and some of this woke business and everything like that. Just, people not loving Disney right now. And I think that it's an iconic brand. And regardless of, what it's doing right now socially, it can recover from all of that. Now whether I'm not talking about my own book. I was talking about this yesterday before I bought it. I just think that it's been hit so badly over the years that it's high up at $200 all the way back down, and they're doing more live action stuff now. They will be affected by the writers' strike as well. Just Disney themselves, not let alone ESPN. But Netflix, I really think, is the king of the stream. So I don't even want to look at Disney from a streaming side of things. If it doesn't work for them, then maybe they back away from it and they get out and they sell their streaming business, or they rebrand it, or they figure that out, or I don't know what they're going to do with it. But, if it continues to be a loss leader, then they may have to adjust it, get rid of it, up prices. If they do that, that's the nail in the grave, because I don't think many people would up their Disney subscriptions. But, I look at it and I just go a little bit lower. And the reason why I liked it yesterday was the earnings are May 10th. So if on that day we really crush, I just hope we're not down near 86, 87 by the time earnings comes around, because then I think if we take that bottom, it's a problem for sure on Disney, because we haven't breached that since COVID. So I was buying this name at $80 or so during the dip downs. You can have another opportunity right now, not this 80, I'm talking about COVID 80s. and it ripped all the way to 205. Came back down. We got out of it on this quarter. No, it was not even this quarter. It was not even this quarter. It was right here where we got out of a lot of our Disney shares. And again, I remember talking about this on the show. This was the big, huge streaming miss. You know, it ripped up here on streaming news all the way up to 205, 206. Like, this is like when they released it. You can look back. It was probably January, something like that, 2021, where that started to get released and going back up to the upside Mandalorian and all that good talk there. And now, you know, we dumped it right around here, 170, 178, and just trying to buy it back right now. So I like Disney going long here. I think it's worth the risk. I think you have 10% down to that bottom of 90, and then if we don't hold that, I may get out and regroup into that May 10th. So for me, Disney is not really a day trade, but it's moving yesterday off the open, big move down off Netflix, but then we baselined at 98.50. So if the market rips today, I think you can get a 98.50 break long, but then you're only going to 99. So for 50 cents for me, I'm going to stay away from Disney right now. But hey, if we ever get down to that 90 area, then decisions need to be made.
Quick update here. Tiff Macklem, Bank of Canada Governor, slated to speak at 11:30 for our Canadian viewers. We got FOMC member Bowman slated to speak at 3, and Fed Waller speaking at 12. Should have mentioned that one first. Fed Waller 12, Bowman 3. All right, let's get to LVS. Las Vegas Sands reported yesterday after the bell. They reported good rebounding business in Singapore and Macau. However, they did complain about ongoing labor constraints that continue to impact room availability, especially in Macau. Looks like 31% of their hotel rooms in Macau remain empty. Great look on the chart here. Look at that big boy move on the way up. We break through that 60 top like no problem. That had been a resistance level. Now we're at 62.50. This is a Chinese name, this is a name with a lot of Chinese exposure though, guys. You know, with the tit for tat exchange coming up, possibly between a trade war between the U.S. and China, this one, you know, could be on the receiving end of some trouble.
Absolutely. You talk about, okay, so we've had a lot of maybe not the best in terms of looking at the charts and analyzing situations, and we talk about the EV space, but yesterday the airlines were absolutely flying. You saw that across the board, and some sympathy is always going to be there when you come to the casino operators. And great quarter, LVS. I mean, you're going to blow out revenue by over 15%, beating expectations, $2 billion, and this is what's going to happen. You're going to break out the highs, break out the champagne above 61 on LVS, and I don't want to try anything except for just look to join the long on this one today. So if there's going to be some strength, I really would like it to be here because you're in some territory which give you room to run. I'm going to be dip buying in front of that breakout price at the open. You're already starting to slide back in here. So I like that 61 level on LVS. That's what I'm going to play. They're the ones that had the good earnings. I just feel like you want to join the trend. And the other day, it's been, this has been not just one day of this. It's been a couple of days of this. And we saw UAL and AAL and some of these other names that have gotten a bit of a ramp in the last two sessions and haven't really been involved. AAL just made a recent bump. It hasn't really filled in the gap. But yesterday, it was just a rocket ship. It was very clean to the upside. And I don't want to see LVS do that without trying to get on board at least a couple of times. So I'm going to try to pick up the bid at 61. If it never gives that, might have to work off the 62 level. But I'm only looking long today on Las Vegas Sands.
Yeah, so you just mentioned something that you were doing tonight. So I've been invited to this thing. It's called CKTL. They're doing their IPO. It's an open bar. It's a bar that's opening today, and they're calling it their IPO. CKTL, it's cocktail, right? So that's the stock symbol. What they're planning on doing here is, this is what the bar looks like, is if the market is down on the day, they're going to give like drink specials and lower the prices of some of their stuff. So here it is right here. The IPO is happening today. I just brought this up because you had mentioned going out shopping tonight, so for some baseball. But what they're going to do is a stock market based. So I'm going to put some pictures up there on Instagram and see what that happens, what that looks like here tonight. So CKTL on Bay Street. Join me there if you guys want to come out and have some fun. That's tonight. What are we talking about? LVS. Yeah. So I mean, again, China, all the rage right now, all the stories about, where we're going with China, what's happening with Macau and all this gambling. And again, another political name, but definitely working out today, up that 5% and looking like it wants to go higher. LVS has been a great bottom. That's 30 bucks all the way up to 63 and still going, man. So that's what LVS has in for it today. I think more wins aboard my stock of the year for me. And we talked about this last year when I met my friend Nelson in Miami. He asked me what stock did I like, and I told him I really liked Win, and I thought Win could work, man. And when Win got all settled down here with Macau, it's been a huge bump up, man, up to 115, 116. Nice move. We talked about buying some of this. I mean, it was a year ago in April. So where were we? There's April. So we're down in here. It was back here. So it was 60, 70 bucks where we were talking about it. It did dip down to 50, but now it's a nice move up to 116. So I really like Win. Win, obviously, and LVS, both with exposure in the U.S., but they're the big Macau names. So Win catching some drift here from LVS. So I like Win also breaking possibly above this 116 area here today. Looks like we're going to get that. Not a great day trading name, but I prefer Win in the long-term account, but LVS has been a monster. Looks like LVS has actually been performing better. So right there, Win up 2.5. I like it.
All right, IBM coming out with a surprise earnings report yesterday. It looks like they beat on EPS quite decidedly here. 136, the street was looking for $1.27. However, they have definitely underperformed the market. That is the daily chart on IBM. Have a look at from January onward where the market's been up and to the right. IBM's been down and to the right. Nonetheless, the 15 looks really good. There's a spike, the algo spike on the earnings report, and we're up off bottoms today. 127.50 was the bottom. We're knocking on the door 130, guys.
Yeah, like if we get a bear, let's just say we get a bear day today. If it happens, then, LVS and probably IBM are going to be names that I think will be relatively strong. Well, I shouldn't say just LVS. I mean, that entire space, maybe some of the airlines can do okay. But it's not a great day trade. However, if you look at it from the 15, it's a little more clean, above 129 and essentially to 131. You're right in the middle of that at 130 right now. So you're looking at 29 to 31, right? Think that previous resistance turns into support on a dip. I just like the casinos a little better today, so I'll be on the bid at the open on LVS because I think that's just a better opportunity than IBM. I don't think IBM moves as much. If LVS has a good day, it could be up 10, 15%. IBM's probably not going to do that. It won't do half that in all likelihood. So that'd be my poison, but this is a place I think you can find some strength at least.
Oh, wow, man. I mean, right now they're about to blast off here. It looks pretty amazing what we're seeing there on CNBC. There's Starship. It looks like it wants to go. Someone just said 10 million pounds of liquid fuel. Wow, this is gonna be sick, man. Those boosters look great there. It's gonna be blasting off at 9:30, so we'll watch out for that. Look, I like IBM. We've talked about that over and over again here on the show. It's one of the core holdings that I have. I don't really get in and out of it. It's a 5% dividend. I like IBM. I think it continues to work. It's not much of a day trade, but it's a good name for sure. There we go. Bed Bath & Beyond right now with a sell, down 20% today. Tesla already there with a bid. So Tesla's got to buy. We don't see that often there on Tesla, so that's what's going on the open. We'll get a little bit of a Tesla bid as it's down 8%, as a lot of Tesla shareholders probably staying tuned to watch this blast off here. But Getter, okay, I don't see that ever on there. Yeah, I was just looking to see if there's any unique names on here. Neo Ford with the sell as well as we continue to go. All right, we don't have much time left. Do you want to talk about TSM quickly there, Sharif?
TSM with a decent report year over year. First quarter revenues up 3.6 year over year. Diluted EPS up 2.1% year over year for the quarter. The chart, though, it's been kind of stuck in its own way. There's the algo spike there at 4 a.m. Because this is obviously reporting while we were asleep. We're possibly at 90, guys. What do you see on this?
Well, okay, so two things first. I did answer in the chat. Someone asked, do I like Roblox 40? I still do. I will be on the bid in front of 40 on Roblox. 39.90 is a bit of an out. TSM, I don't want to trade there, but they pointed to some, future demand concerns with their guidance. That was a bit of a miss. You saw the same thing out of LEM. LEM actually up on the day, last I had checked, but they also pointed to some concerns in terms of future growth of the semiconductor industry. And Intel, I'm going to be back on the offer here. I don't know if we get a shot at that 31.50 area. I want that 30 into 50 if we get it. But right now it looks like 31 could be the thing. So if this resets to a 31 short, there was a flat bottom break yesterday, essentially just sat shorting the top pretty much all day long. I will do that over in Intel. Micron is another one. Those are the two I would like to the short side, ideally, unless you see 280 on NVIDIA. Micron 61 sets up pretty well, but you need a spike at the open to get these two.
All right, let's go quickly back over to Sharif, and I like AMD short 90, long 88. What's up, Sharif?
Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk and by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off. Guys, I got my eye on the TV and I see all that smoke coming out from the rocket. I can't wait for this thing to go off.
It's so cool, man. Like, why do they have to launch now, man? I'll be turning my head. If you see me turn my head like that, then that's what we're doing. It's behind us. You can see it on the TV. We got 30 seconds to the open. I want to just be a little bit. I'm a little bit cautious. Tesla is bouncing. Obviously, I'm still in that Rivian. I don't want to reload a short at the 9:30 pop and do it way too early. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You're seeing that 164 bounce already. That's just a dark pool wick. But Tesla trying to catch a little bit of a bid as we head into this. What should be an interesting day here. We're down now, but I think we could catch a bit off the open. I want to get a dip buy in Las Vegas Sands if we can. Fahad on the bell in 3, 2, and...
All right, let's go. Let's rock and roll here, guys. One more time. There. So, all right, blast off right now on the rocket. Hopefully that can go off soon, but let's focus on what we're doing here. And Meta right now bouncing around 213. Quickly look at Tesla coming in as well. So 165, trying to hold, made it move back up to 166 right there. Now Tesla coming down to 165. Watch out for this pre-market breakdown of 164. I want that. So if Tesla breaks 164, I'm going to get into it. And yeah, we don't want to be in too early, but we do have some outs if we are wrong. Apple going to the upside, Tesla trying to get back down in 164. Watch out for that.
Yeah, and already we're going to the gates of hell. So much for like that spike, potential spike at the open. We're already hitting 12.10, 12 even in store for Rivian. They're getting crushed. I'm going to make the assumption that, I'm not going to make the assumption, I'm going to pull it up. No, Lucid holds the bid. Yeah, okay, whatever reason, Lucid is actually holding the bid here as Tesla rolls over, Rivian rolls over. LVS is starting to come to the downside here, so I want that 61. That's where I want to get long in front, give it a little bit of room. Something's going to go. I do like this one today, but you are seeing some weakness. However, not with Apple. Apple's actually bouncing here. Hit enter too fast. That was New York. Back over to NASDAQ. Apple bouncing. That 64 from a couple of sessions ago. I thought that we'd get there on a red day. That's the only place I'm bidding. Don't want to chase anything just yet. So opening rush, still only Rivian for me, but looking for some LVS if I can cash that 61 bid.
Is the market going to go for a run today again? I mean, that's really the question. I mean, it's trying to battle that move right now as Apple taking out the pre-market highs again of 166, and now it's blasting. It's basically gone right now, Apple. Up to the upside, taking out that level there, and you can average it back into 166 if you really did like that play. I think that's what we'll do. We'll put some shares down here near 166 and see if we can get something on Apple in case it does fall back in, and then I might just get out if we take 166. I mean, this doesn't have to be rocket science early here on AAPL, but I don't think we're going to get that anyways. So let's go back over to Tesla, have a quick look. Still not doing anything, kind of like our Netflix yesterday that went to the downside early and then stopped. I hope that doesn't happen right now for for Tesla. Netflix right now also not really moving, man. I mean, everybody just chilling out. So we'll wait to see. This is not near any levels. We looked at that 320. Sorry, that's where it's at now. 317, 316 level for that was a name that we liked as well. AMD, I like the 90 short or the 88 long. It looks like the 88 long didn't come in either, man. It's only at 88.70. But yeah, for right now, it looks like we're only, well, you got LVS.
LVS just hit the bid. Look, sometimes you get pretty fortunate. Probably I'd say 8 times out of 10 when you stink bid these stocks, you end up getting sometimes missed by like a few cents, or maybe you get run over and you get a bad price. This time I put 61.25 and it goes to 24. Sometimes that's just going to happen to you, but I put bids in like that and then it goes like 3 cents away and you don't get the fill. We knew we liked the 61 area. It's back up toward the high, but I'm ringing the register. If it rejects that high, I want to start playing dip buy. I think we can trend on this stock and I like the long for the day, Right now, it's about a buck change in the money. We'll see how far this one can go. The market is really trying, and I was looking over at Alphabet.
168.
Alphabet catching a nice bait. It wasn't just Apple. Like I was looking over, like what the hell? What else is strong? Alphabet making a charge toward that 105 where it turned around yesterday. So there are some strong names out there. Apple obviously one of them. Google green now. I mean, Apple's not even green yet. Alphabet is green and charging toward that 105. I don't want to chase the move. I'd much rather play the dip, but it looks like Google is in for another strong day, at least with an early start.
All right, good call there. Absolutely ripping up for Tesla, 167.50 right now, so a nice little upside move there for TSLA. I was looking at Meta there, 214-ish could come into play here for Meta. That might be a good short. We've already been up there. We sort of wicked that top and then fell back down. So for me, I actually don't mind testing that level there for Meta at 214. I mean, are we coming to the downside or not? That's going to be something that we're going to have to answer very, very soon, or Meta's going to have to answer to me as we're trying to short some 69ers right there. As there we go. We got it. So now we'll wait to see if we take out that 214 level. If we do, then I'm going to be gone on Meta. So just a quick little short to start off here with META. We'll average it in like near 85 or so because we have 65, 69s. So we'll take another pip fill near 85 and then give it a little bit more than 214. And then after that, we're gone. So we'll see if it can go upside here. And if it does, then we stopped out. This is what we're doing, man. Talking about risk to reward and working out like that. But here we go, man. That's my only position right now is Meta. The spaceship apparently is Gonzo's. So that's going to be a good one there up in the air. So congratulations to Elon and everybody else out there looking at that. But there goes Tesla right now. You know, this should help, man. Like, you know, a successful launch. We'll watch out to see what happens with Tesla right now. 167 and change. As the only position on board for me right now is Meta. And we've missed Apple. Apple trying to take out 167 again today.
Yeah, it was, man, you really had to be aggressive with catching Apple, no question about it. And I think the same thing with Google. But we are pressing to the upside. I just missed getting some out of Rivian. Now, with Tesla booming, Rivian could retest that high. Don't know that I automatically want to reload, but what happens when it goes up and you got only one long, then suddenly you're going to start to come into resistance on a couple of names. So Micron, that 61 level, that's going to come into play in about 30 or 40 cents or so. GE at 100, yeah, we don't really usually talk about GE, but it is absolutely going. And yes, Virgin Galactic is going to be up right now. It's barely moving. This is only 10 cents, and I'm going to tell you, my opinion is this is just a sympathy on a successful launch for SpaceX, not them. So if this does get out of hand, if I see 10% on Virgin Galactic out of sympathy, then I'm shorting the stock. It's just, I'm happy that the launch is going well, but this has nothing to do with Virgin Galactic, what's happening right now for SpaceX.
No, that's for sure, yeah.
They shouldn't be moving on that.
No. Okay, so we did get blasted out of Meta there, but we did take, there goes Amazon too. We did take Amazon long. Meta's come back in off that 214, so maybe we did just hit a high there and then a drop back down for Meta. We'll try one more time, but it looks like we did get stopped out. Bless you on that one. We did take a long on Amazon, but we got out. We're holding a small piece in case we do come back into that, like, 103.50 or so area where we sort of dropped down into before and then watched out for that. But yeah, darn it, there goes Meta to the downside. So we did that strategy again where we didn't get out of the mall, which is good. We're getting paid off on that because now we can take a 50 bid, which we just take right there as well. So we did take a little bit of a hit there, breaking through 214. Remember, our average price was 75 or 80 or so. And then there's the move back up and down, but it still will be an L on that board because we got out of 3/4 of it. So we need to see that. Tesla now really moving, man, up to 168 and starting to take that out right now. Tesla just a couple good candles to the upside, man. Nice recovery there for Tesla today. So we said it was a longer term story. It looks like that is going to be the case for Tesla as people are trying to buy it up right now in anticipation that maybe this quarter was kitchen sink there just a little bit. Amazon back up through 104 again.
So wow, what a reversal just now. I was just about to get close to the high of the day on LVS. So we did scalp some out, thankfully. That's why you do it. And it's already retesting low. So it was about a buck and change in the money. I got a half out. I've reloaded a little bit tighter to that 61. But suddenly, this doesn't look nearly as good. Someone just said something. The rocket just failed. Oh, my goodness. If this was up on nothing, how am I not? Oh, it blew up. Okay, so that's no, it's obviously, I just heard them saying it. The looks like the launch failed. That obviously sucks. And you know, if I'm just being real, I thought Virgin Galactic was up on sympathy, and I just heard them say it failed. It didn't fail,
man. It didn't.
Okay, well,
I'm looking over, and everybody's high-fiving the shit out of each other.
Okay, good. I'm glad it didn't. But Virgin Galactic happened to be at the high of the day, and I had the ability to try to short it here 2 cents off the high, which I was probably going to do anyway. So that's that. If you see me in it, that's why I was probably looking for a short in this stock regardless on the sympathy, and it happened to be at yesterday's top, 2 cents off of it. So I just kind of hit the short for what I could, and we'll see what happens next. Go back over to LVS. So it bounced off 61 again, just got 61 and a half, headed back 62, but lower high gets put in, and this does not look nearly as good. Like, well, that's obvious. It goes without saying. If it cannot breach 62, suddenly you could see a lot of profit taking on this gap up. So I still like the long, but a third time at the open, would I want to reload it off that 61? Maybe not. I'll hold on to some just to see if it can go. But obviously, you're getting a weaker move off the opens. We waited for 61s patiently. That's why we're able to bring the register on it. Just unfortunately not going as far as we would like. The chip names are recovering, which means I want to go. I haven't even looked at NVIDIA yet today.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I haven't looked at AMD. I was trying to look at AMD.
But so NVIDIA did not go green. The market pumping to the upside, the chip name's not really going. So NVIDIA stays red, 280 not in play. I wanted 61 on Micron. This one's flying, by the way, and it did go green. I want to fade 61. I'm going to let it get there first because I look at all the chip names I'm monitoring, and this is the only one that I see that's absolutely flying. So I want to be a little bit cautious with this short at that 61. I'm still going to take it, though.
Yeah, we're still waiting for some Apple bids. I'm going to cancel them right now just because we don't have any shares yet in Apple. There it is, a nice little move to the downside right now as we'll stop a fail on Meta again at 214. We took more short there, so we did get stopped out when it took the 200 period right there, but now it's pushing back down in again right now for Meta. We just took another 50 fill off of an 80 reload. So our average price, 73 right now on Meta. So it's not really like it's too much in the pocket. We did reload Amazon. We did get out of some when it broke 104 again, but then we just got some more out on the upside. This is a name that I want to hold here. And if we're going to look at Amazon, it was super strong yesterday, man. I was watching Max trade this thing. He had some great trades. We had a great short up there at 105 yesterday into the close as well. So if we can get up to there, anywhere around 105, 104.80, a good little target area, 104.60, another target area as well. As there it goes, man. We just got our 30s out on Amazon. 104.80 or so is a little target for me right there on Amazon. So we're going to look at that for sure moving forward. Does it look like Coinbase is going to the downside? No, Coinbase going to the upside.
It's going up. It's coming.
65 and then came back down. And anyways, I'm still waiting for that 66. That's the key area for me there on Coinbase.
Yeah, and I did get first look on Micron. I did grab that short. You'll see that one on the board. But I wanted to get to Alphabet because it just made a little bit of a left-hand turn.
Off.
I don't know if it's left or right when the stock goes down, so I'll just stop using that one. But Google gets to 105. I mean, on a dime, not 104.70, 105.00, and pulls back. Sometimes that's actually a fun thing because it does set up maybe a double, triple top later for a breakout trade. But this dip buy could be the chance to maybe get into this if there's going to be another long day on Alphabet. It was actually a dip first, then a rip in yesterday's trade, which sometimes makes it a stronger move up. But the first dip, if we get back to the consolidation levels like that 60, 70, that looks pretty solid for Google. But I got to work with what I'm in right now, which is the short in front of that 61. So we're right back up to 61. I'm in first under. The next fills, I want to see it break, fail to get past the pre-market top here yesterday, the opening range top, which is 61.20, and then I would try to add to the position and work back into the 60 even. I'm going to assume Intel, which did not make, Intel's nowhere close to my offer, so I'm not going to get that Intel short anytime soon.
Okay, Amazon trying to go up. We just got another out down there. I got to adjust my stop order now for Meta because we just got another out. So we got to lower our shares. We got another one in the 40s there as we broke through 50 right now for Meta. So again, Meta talking about some cost cutting, some job layoffs and everything. It's all good on that. We are going to, because we're net short right now because of Meta, I'm going to get another piece out right now on Amazon. We're only long here at 03s. We just did pretty good. We got another 20-something there out. Sorry, 18s. So we're going to take another out here on Amazon if we can as it comes up. I just offered 13s there. I don't know why it just stopped at me. Hopefully it can make a little move up. But the NASDAQ right here, I'm just worried because you know what we just bumped into? 13.1. So we just touched 13.1 there, and we keep talking about ones and twos and O's right there. Look at that bottom of the day, basically O. We got as low as 25 there, and then we just got as high as 05. So maybe 13.1's not super key, but if we're going to bounce off that and the short's going to print, then, we have Meta, so that's good, man. That's 20 cents in the money. But, you know, right now, market undecided of direction, in my opinion anyways. So we're gonna have to look over here. I have Tesla, Meta, Apple. Let's just look at Tesla for everybody else because it's at 170. Oh, it turned around at 170 actually. Went to 169, wicked up there. Look at that. That's the 200 period. Wicked up to Tesla there. 200 period on the 1 minute chart. And then now it's pulling back with some consolidation. So this is kind of what we wait for, man. It's 9:45 and you're starting to develop some levels here on Tesla. So I'd say if you're long, you might want to dump it if it breaks through 167 and or think about getting something out right now because we've topped out at 168.50 now about 5 times. So that could be a decent level as Amazon continuing to work as the market looking to hold highs.
Yeah, the market, so apparently it did fail. I just got that from Sharif, which is unfortunate, but you know, obviously I don't think it necessarily moves anything, except for the fact that I thought space was up for not a very good reason, so that's why I'm shorted. I actually accidentally got out of Micron, and then it wicked the top, so I just jumped right back in. But I'll take the L on the first. No, it was a failed separation. So
it says SpaceX officials declare success.
Everything was good up until the separation. So it's not like a total failure, but that's essentially that's why people say it failed, because there was a separation failure. So that means that a lot of it went well, and then there was a point at which something didn't work. So anyways, I'm back into Micron. I wicked that top. I got out. It did not actually carry through the high. Essentially, I made the high and then just jumped right back into it. I'll give it to that 30 level. But you're seeing a big dip back in Alphabet right now. So that 105. Only long I have is still LVS. That's still working. But look at the dip that just happened in Google. Did I say Amazon? You said Amazon?
You said Google.
Okay, Google is what I'm talking about.
I'm on Amazon. So
yeah, you're on Amazon. Google is making a pullback here. It tried to get into this 104 where it broke out from, but did not quite get there. So I want to see if we can get that.
AMD,
and LVS, I was able to get a couple of legs out there in front of 62, but it's held 62. So you're getting a lower high here. To me, 61's been a good long, but you're getting lower highs. I want to respect that and not reload a third time blindly. I want to see it make a higher low and start giving me signs of a trend to the upside, because that's not what I'm getting at all. And just checking back in on Rivian. Rivian has worked pretty much all morning and is still a NASDAQ stock. I still hold 20%, but it is churning back to the upside. So we're short it when it broke 50 in the AM. Did not want to short it into the open. Did not want to short it at 9:30, given it could squeeze. It got to 12 even. Now it feels like the squeeze is on. If it fails here at 50, then I try a reload off the pre-market highs. If it breaks out, I'm not shorting it till $13, which is yesterday's resistance point. So that's a wide range. No need to hold a short through that.
All right, let's go, guys. You know, really blasting off is Amazon. I mean, we're gonna go perfect on this stock and go. Well, we got out of some, it got right back in. This always happens to me, but I did the strategy there where I'm not getting out of everything. So when it does rip the hell up, let's go with this one. Nice little move right here on Amazon. You know, late to the party is Meta. Meta now starting to take off back up to the upside, finally breaking that level. We are almost out of this. We took some profit, but we are going to lose on the last piece there. As there goes Meta. See you later, alligator, on that one. But
Tesla
look, yeah, Tesla's up to 170 again, and there goes Amazon right now. Let's go. We just got a monster fill up there on Amazon at 75. So that was huge for me, guys, on that fill. So really happy with that one as we just rip up to the upside here today. Amazon really moving. That was a great call for the long on that one from yesterday. We looked at how aggressive it was yesterday, went back into that name here today for the long. So that's a good one. One stock that was missed by me, man. We've talked about AMD going short into 90. When 90 breaks, man, that's when the floodgates open up. And there it is. Doesn't even look at anything else. Hits 90 and just rips to 91 right there on AMD. So that's another key level up there at 91. I'm going to try to average this back in, and then if it comes back, we'll get something long around 90 because the market is ripping. This is like, look at this. Every day we come in and the market is like down 7, 8, you know, 0.8, 0.7, 0.1%, something like that, down 1% today. And now you've gotten almost all the way back up. We've taken out half the day, but it's a nice move back up. And there's Tesla again at that 170 level. It just failed it, but you know, it's a nice move, 169.60. Huge move for the upside on Tesla. I was looking short. We never got triggered at 164, so it's all good right now for Tesla, but it's an all good move to the upside. So if you're long on Tesla, congratulations on that one. We still sit down here 70 cents in the money on Amazon. Looking for another trade right now, to be honest with you. Roblox at 41. DraftKings 2150, maybe there could be something there. Apple is an absolute beast, man. I don't know. We wrote this one down as a long, and I said just stay long until India changes its story. But, you know, with that downside move today, it was a difficult one there to be able to hold on to that trade. So, or even to make the trade, period. That is Apple, guys.
So a couple of things here. One, the NASDAQ is getting pretty close to that afternoon sort of resistance area, just coming back. And if it gets up there, anything it's still set up with resistance levels, I think it's a bit of a short profit taking on some of the tech longs if we do go there. Rivian is at 1250 at the exact same time Tesla's reversing off of 170. So I was saying if it doesn't break the high, I'll look to start reloading on Rivian in front of the pre-market lows. I wanted to be cautious about it, but you know, with a bit of a dip happening here, I just reloaded Rivian, essentially got oh, you see it right there. It was real time.
Good.
46s just came in, but that's that 170 dip on Tesla. I just prefer where Rivian is at, so we end up taking this. I did get into Google or Alphabet, and it just sort of bounced halfway. Didn't really catch the falling knife, but it was immediate consolidation off the 50 level. Starting to struggle a little bit at VWAP, and given the fact that we're at that resistance level and 105 is a bit of a problem, I want to cover the dip in front of 05. I think 05 can be a break, and we can start playing off a lower high. So I'm on the offer right here. Why offer actually at 70? It's like offer a different price. So I want to make sure I'm getting something out so I can rinse and repeat off whatever lower high that we end up putting in or higher low that we end up putting in. So strong move right now in Alphabet and some other tech names, but that 170 on Tesla is going to be a laser focus for me.
Lasers.
And I know lasers, right? But here's 1260 on Rivian. So I reload. We're immediately testing that 1260. This could go without 170 happening. Yeah, we're probably going to take it out there. There it is. I actually didn't have to hit a key. My stop was just above that 1260. So we'll give up that 14 pennies. The first short, oftentimes on a big gap down, your first short is the best one. And the second one, it's going to try to run you over. So you don't want to be like averaging into it or anything. 13 is the next level up. I suddenly find myself only long. LVS though. LVS, really good early, again, fails at 62. So we got one fill above 62 on the first push. The second push up since the open, we got 61.75s is the best out. We're headed right back down into 61, where I'm not going to just sit on the bid in front of 61. I'm going to allow it to try to make a higher low and then take the long.
Yeah, so something really funny happened there on Apple, and I've lost on it here. I'm gonna try to go short. Like, so there's. All right, so what I noticed on Apple was, so I first got in on 167. So we first got in there at 17s or 14s or 15s. Then it went to 17, and it wasn't breaking. Like there was some sort of like an automatic seller or something there. So I got out, and then I got back in again. You can't see it, but it's all in the same candle. But then I got back in, and then it just broke 167, and then that seller kind of stayed. So right now it's trying to get back up. I want to hold this short now on Apple until I see what happens back here at 167, basically the high of the day, 167.30. I'm going to average into it until we get up to that spot. I feel like there was a seller there that kicked in and let it go, and then the buyers stopped, therefore it dropped down. I'm trying to read the tape a little bit there on that. Yeah, it shut down and then it opened up shop. Whoa.
No, that's how stock trading goes.
Right, there's an Apple Rough Rider roll here. So we're going to go short on Apple, see if we can hit that. But, you know, I mean, what's really, really banking right now is, I mean, Amazon is like, geez, man, wow. And it's funny, too, because I said it about Netflix. I just saw an Amazon order go through on my account, too, so shout out to my wife. Hope you're doing well right there. But there goes Amazon right up to the upside right now. So you can probably order something else if you want. But there goes Amazon. Nicely done to the upside as we're cooking on this one, guys. What's up, Sharif?
ETX.
All right, mic problem. He'll put that back on and get going on that one. All right, back over to Sharif. He's ready now.
ADTX, sorry guys, up 43 2/3%. It's halted to the upside at 127. This one's moving as a result of the plan to buy a 50% stake in the global response aid from Solvera.
So Google just made another bounce off 104.5, back up to 104.80. Remember, 105 is a bit of a thing, so if it doesn't break 105, you want to play inside of the range, just ring that register, man. I forgot all about Disney. I haven't looked at Netflix. I'm going to get to Netflix in a second, but Disney does not hold below I'm glad I didn't take the flat bottom break on Disney 97.70 because it's immediately back above. That's the key. The open, if it wants to break it a second time and the market wants to reverse, that's available for the short, but not right now. If you took it early, you're just kind of having it sit against you. It's still weak. It's beneath the highs. The market's screaming, and Disney's not going with it. So I still only want to look for the short underneath 97.70. It's just not available to us yet. LVS continues to try to get to that upside. Tesla, it's still rejecting that 170 level, so I probably got wicked out of Rivian. I didn't want to be aggressive with it early, but I definitely got wicked out of Rivian because Tesla's starting to flush. I'm going to find my way back into those Rivian shares, and I wanted to get to Ford just to cover one more EV name for you. It is also showing signs of weakness. There was no bump on this name. I'm just going to get my bid out now in case I want to be bidding in front of 11, and I don't want it to get there and then I forget about it. So I'm bidding 11 really, really early because if it wicks down to 11, I want to fill.
Wow, Netflix just did that move, man, and we tried to get more short Apple there. I was really waiting for Apple to hit that 15 area again, and it didn't. So it came to 12. So then I offered 8s, and the rest is history because we don't get it right there. But look at Amazon, man, right back up to that 105. Like, this was just a monster there for me. 104 up to 105. So, you know, saving grace on that one despite losing on Apple. You know, we'll watch out for Amazon here. The Apple story is still one that needs to be built by me. I'm not ready to close the book on this name. I do like Apple long, and I wrote down that.
What happened on that?
Well, on Apple?
Yeah.
No, it was just, so what I'm trying to get at is, like, I really like the Apple long, but maybe I'm just trying to, like, outsmart myself. Like look at it. Like, it doesn't want to go. Every single time, see, now it's going, but just watch what happens when it gets into the teens here. It really slows down, and the sellers come in and just hit it down. So there you go. There, I got my 8 now. So let's just watch. Like, I'm willing to get out of this if it goes back and breaks this 30. I mean, there's for sure. But see, like, it just got into 18 or 15 again and came back down. The market's not doing anything, so this is why I think I might be outsmarting myself here.
Just a seller there.
It's just, there may be a seller here, there may not be. I'm going to go with that there is, because I don't know why Apple stopped. Look at that, and right down into, okay.
Oh my God.
Sometimes we look smarter than we are, but that's a play right there, and let's just take some out right now because there's the reload there, man. I told you it wasn't, like, it didn't get into the teens last time, so I took 8s this time. You know, adjust your shit, your trading strategy when you see something like that. So I did reverse it up, man. I like the long. We went into the short there based on what I saw. There's actually a level 2 video that I tweeted out the other day. Thanks to Fahad and thanks to Liz and everybody for working on this video. But you can go check out Daniel Shea. We had a great time there yesterday with her on the show. And here it is right here, level 2 reading. I'll put this in the chat. Bears versus Bulls. Maybe you can help me out here as well. I'll put it in the chat. And if people are asking about it, there it is. Go back and look for it. We have a lot of cool videos, man, on our YouTube channel. More Trader TV Live. If you're not on there yet, where's the logo? Oh, no, this one's on Trader TV Live, is it? Okay, but anyways, hit it up, man. We have a bunch of good things, how to use level 2, bunch of different things up there, so make sure you hit up my Twitter and go find that one. Look, I don't know if Apple's going to work or not, but it is making the move back down into the 80s right now, so good trade there for Apple. I'm going to get another piece out.
So Amazon broke 105. Google's at 105 now. So if it breaks the high, I want to try. I've already scalped some out. I want to hold it through the high of the day at this point. But PTPI halted to the upside, 893. That's right. It was at $7 when Luis was talking about it. It's now at $8.93. Last I checked, that was good. But the indicated open is pretty much flat, big time runner. We've seen this for multiple days now. It is gonzo. There's no levels left for us to look at because you were clear through the previous highs at 850. So if it holds, if it breaks $9 and kind of holds above, I mean, the long's probably till 8, so you're risking a full $1 if you take a 9 break. I just want to see it open up and hold above it. Then I think it has a chance because it could always quadunk on you, or it's more like huadunk. A huadunk is how you.
Yeah, you got to go hua. You got to.
Yeah,
roll
you gotta really roll into it.
Got to roll it up.
And you got to be cautious of those.
Oh, speaking about rolling it up, it's 420.
It is 420. I haven't had a single fill. Okay, so sheepishly enough, I'm long Google at 104.43. I actually thought I bid 42, but there was support in front of 40. I thought I bid 42. I bid 43. I tried to do it for you guys. But I reloaded Rivian. It's having some trouble at VWAP, that previous, I don't know, like resistance point. I want to try shorting these pops again. So this is the 3rd time we're in it. It is working. Las Vegas Sands is now gonzo. High of the day. I didn't get a chance to get this third dip because there was no consolidation down at 61. It just made the high. It made this bottom at 61.60 and then tested the high. So I'll have to be patient about finding my way back into more shares of LVS. If you're forgetting about this, blow out 61 on earnings and it gapped above it, then dip into 61. If it takes out the high, 65 is reasonable. I want to find more into it if we can. I'll keep track of PTPI, but watch out for Disney. This could come in for me any second now. Oh, no, not really just yet. It's kind of bouncing off that 97.70. That's that support on Disney for the flat bottom break. It wicked beneath it once. If it takes it again, I'm going short. It's 10 o'clock. If you like something at 10, but you didn't want to take it in the opening rush, a lot of times they say, well, wait till 10 o'clock after things settle down.
Yes,
if it's
sir.
still there for you, take the trade at that time. So that's why I think I'll get it here at 970. This is what it's all about. Before we head over to Treef, I want to remind everybody that is in the GTA. If you're in the GTA, you are a student, you're interested in trading like us or learning on our platform, we have our campus program, which we're shouting out. It starts on the 15th. So you can apply. Check out the QR code below. You get the trade on the platform. You can become a funded trader. It is flexible hours as well. It is free to learn. All you got to do is put the time and effort in. It is for people that are in the greater Toronto area. That's what the GTA does mean. We say GTA all the time, and it's like, oh yeah, you guys have no idea what I'm talking about. But if you're in the GTA, you know what I mean.
They do. I think so. Because
when I was in Florida.
Oh, really?
So it was hilarious. When I'm in Florida, people ask me, where are you from? And I would say Toronto, and they're like, yo, where are you from? I'm like, oh, you're Canadian. I'm like, you're Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm from Brampton, just outside. But if it was an American, I'd say the GTA, and they'd look at me. Guy from Jersey was like, huh?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, Toronto. He's like, oh, okay, I got you.
I just know there's some cities like that as well. Like they say, like the Greater Vancouver area, but maybe it is just a Toronto thing. Maybe it's just a Canadian thing, right there. Okay, it's Ring the Reggie time right now. But we just tweeted it out. Check out Amazon, man. And the reason why we just got another piece out right now is we just took out yesterday's high right here of 105.10. So I sat there, grabbed it. Remember I said my target was 104.80, so we get 77s, then we get 90s, and we get a bunch at 105, and there it is right now. But hey, man, Apple just made a dump down, and now it's making a move up. So I'm wondering here, as we start to take out some of those highs, we did get out, man. I mean, this came back into the 70s, into the 80s. So we're short. We just took 20 clean cents pretty easily there. I'm going to put another bid out because the market is starting to go back up. So we've been bidding in 85, 86 right now. Hopefully it does fall back in, and then we'll see. There we go. Give us that 86, guy, right there. I do want to reload this, but not until we get much higher. Because we're getting some out right now, we don't need to be like overly foolish with anything here. Let's just stay the course, make sure that we're doing the right thing. And there's another fill right there as we hit some bangs as the money's coming in today. Amazon, thank you very much. Apple, thank you. Hopefully moving forward, Apple can give us even a bigger thank you on that one. Meta, thanks for getting me out, dog. That's another thing right there. When we broke through 214, we got the heck out of Dodge for that one, and Meta screaming to the upside right now as well. So I'm going to take advantage of Apple again, back here into the 70s. And this is what it's all about, man. Not only are we bringing the energy, we're reading the tapes for you, and we found this Apple short. Again, look at the market upside right now. Look at Apple the other way. This one, for me, man, this is what it's all about. This is why I do this. You know, I've sat here, looked at many level twos, read many, many tapes, and right there on Apple, we identified that there was a seller, and down goes Apple right now against the market. So what happens when this market finally turns around? We could be see you later on this one as Apple. I'm going to bid another one at 70. Let's just get it out, man. I mean, as it's coming back down, sellers can disappear at any time. So let's not be like, oh man, this one's going to the grave. I just think there is a seller here, but you know, having a little bit of problems. I'm going to get some more out at 76. Hey, it's a 30-cent winner. There comes 70. Look, we get some out. Give us that 70 right there. Yes, sir. Let's try to hold on to this one. We're out of about half of Apple.
Yeah, I just got out of all of Alphabet, and you're going to see why in a heartbeat. Look what just happened at 105. I mean, I know what a wick top looks like. A wick top, if you've never traded before, we say that and you're not sure what it means. This is a rejection of a breakout. So the wick just means it did get above 105, but the body down here tells you liquidity immediately sort of resurfaced back at 90. That is a huge rejection of the level. I already had a trailing stop, which is kind of triggered down here at 75. So I would have trailed at that 75 level anyways. Maybe we can reload back at the 4s. So you'll see me only short Rivian back to square one. It's interesting. It's 10 o'clock. and I'm back to square one, which is long LVS off 61 and short Rivian off the pre-market highs. The first two things that we did are the last two things that we're going to be in, or not the last two, at least the ones that we're in right now. I do want to take a shot at Intel after trying Micron. I don't know, I'm not sure why Micron specifically is so strong, so I'm just out of Dodge. I'm not going to fight this. It's up 1.5% on Micron. When I'm watching Intel and when I'm watching NVIDIA not do much, I still have my offer on Intel. If it holds below 631, maybe, but I'll start shorting this one off the highs if we get a chance, just to track NVIDIA. LVS, come on, just go back, break that highs, man. I want to be able to put a trailing stop on this or find another long, but here comes NVIDIA 280. That was the level yesterday. You saw it hit there. It was right at the close, like 350 on the imbalances that we hit that 280, and we're about to get there now. This is the only level I'm shorting in, that I'm shorting NVIDIA. I mean, I guess maybe 290 if it gets there. But 280 is right here, right now. As we go to Sharif, I almost said Brennan, for happening now.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks returned over $25 million to their investors last year by allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. That's fine art. Masterworks paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their 12 exits to date has returned at least 9% net to investors. Check them out using the QR code below on the bottom right there. Guys, let's see what's happening now. Amazon, you saw Sean talking about this one. Up and to the right goes Amazon, multiple day runner. Meta as well, bouncing off lows off the announcement of more cuts to come. And TSM moving very well at the moment, up 4.5% strong off that earnings beat.
All right, shout out to Masterworks, shout out to everybody out there. Thank you for continuing to support us, and a big shout out to a new, not a new member, but 7 months. What's up to Arsis FX, man? We have replaced CNBC, so a big shout out to you, Arsis FX right here. Thank you so much, Neil, Sean, Bears vs. Bulls, everybody. Thanks, Sharif, everybody there who's not in the chat. Obviously, you would have tagged everybody. A big shout out to Sharif for filling in for Brendo this week, and Brendan will be back on Monday. Tomorrow now, okay, perfect.
I thought he was
there we
back
go.
on Monday too.
There we go. Tomorrow for Brendo.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
All right, he'll be back in the building tomorrow right now, so that should be exciting. And thank you, Sharif, again, once again, for filling in for Brendan. It's been a good opportunity.
I want to make...
Yeah, I just want to say that so just so everybody's clear, I have less than 5% of Amazon left. We got most of it out here at 104.80. We tipped out to yesterday's high. Now Amazon falls back 104.40. I'm going to get out of that one as Apple really banking for me now as that's come in. But I just wanted to update that, sorry, Neil, that we are going to be getting out of Amazon on a 104.40 break right there. So just to update it, we have a very, very small piece left, however.
So I actually wanted to get to this. This is actually an important thing. So someone was saying, hey, look at space now. Now, this was, me shorting space was not like Bed Bath & Beyond yesterday, where I came in waiting for a pop, waiting for a specific level with an idea of shorting the pop and then working the trade. With Virgin Galactic, I was just like, this is going up on sympathy. It's at yesterday's high. I'm just going to short in front of it. If it breaks out the top and holds above, I'm just out. So I was never really considering paying a lot of attention to it or going in big size or anything like that. I just took a shot with a 67.5 short, and when it blew the top, I gave it like an extra penny and then just took it out. So, if this was Bed Bath & Beyond, I probably would have given it some room. When it wicked it, just jam back in. If there like all these kind of other things that I would normally do, that wasn't there. Like trading Virgin Galactic was not even on my radar until the launch happened. So I wasn't going to treat it as if it was part of my core plan. Does it end up working? Yes. But that's just, it could happen to, if I just decided to average into it anyways, it would have worked. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I should have done it. It wasn't part of the plan. Don't risk a lot on it. Don't want to have that happen. Rivian was, so I did reload a couple of times after the wick top. That's the difference. Plan to be short Rivian, it wicks the top, jump back into it. Didn't plan to short space, so didn't do it. Rivian's holding VWAP for now. And as long as it holds VWAP, I'll probably rinse and repeat off the highs, but I want to give it a chance to flush. It has not flushed just yet. PTPI. So remember I said if it just needs to hold that 9. There wasn't even a split second of it doing so. It opened back up, wicked it, rejected instantly, tried again, rejected instantly, and now it's in a bit of a down halt. This is what I mean about seeing what it does at a price level. Like you want to see buyers above 9 even if you're going to take that shot above 9. And now all you're seeing is 741 is the current theoretical auction price. That's down here at support. Doesn't mean that's where it's going to open up in 4 minutes or 3 minutes, whatever it happens to be. But that's what they're indicating right now. So big rejection of that 9. Be careful chasing these, man. Kudos to everybody who gets them in these consolidations. Safer risk to reward. If you short a consolidation break like this, you're risking 30 cents. If you go long consolidation break, you're risking 30 cents. If you go long this consolidation, maybe you're giving it like 30 to 40 cents, maybe 50. You go long at 9, you're risking $1 to $1.20. That's just what it comes down to. So try to find that risk to reward window that makes sense for you. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. I want to get back over to NVIDIA because I obviously did not get filled in front of 280, which means it didn't quite get to 280. But it's marching. It should get there.
Yeah, we're getting out of Apple soon. You know, again, we identified that seller. It looks like he's gone now as we go back up to the upside. So we're going to we're short at O's here. If it breaks 16, there we go. We're out of a little bit. We're out of 2/3 of this one just to see about the top. The market's ripping. So like to be an Apple because there was a seller 20 minutes ago doesn't really make a whole heck of a lot of sense to me. So we're going to just try to see about that high right now on Apple as we're ripping. So I'm going to take another trade rate. Let's put on something again, maybe. Okay, well, did you show up there at 20? Again, you know, this is why we hold on to a little bit in case we are right somehow. And this does make a move back down to the downside right there. We just put on another average against that high right now. And look, man, if the market keeps on moving, we know Apple wants to go. We knew that from before. The high of the day, though, we have Apple written down as long. This little wick high is where we closed yesterday, so I think that's worth respecting. 167.35. If we take that out, then we can get away from this. This is not going to be the end of a trade here from me or anything like that.
End of the line.
End of the line. Yeah. I mean, like I'm saying, is like I don't think we get stopped out or anything like crazy and ruin our days here on Apple. Let's just continue it. We know we like to short in Apple. Let's see if it can print out for us with some economic numbers.
Yeah, you don't want to look at this.
Coming soon. What don't I want to look at?
Netflix.
Oh, I saw it was 3:30, right, or something?
Well, it's close. I
yeah.
mean, it's closer to 3:30 than it is to 3:20. That's the. I didn't realize you'd already seen it. So the 50 period on Netflix, which is suddenly back into play, is at 329. That was that line in the sand yesterday that I thought if we got to, it was a bit of a short. But look at it, just essentially doesn't break the low. So gap down, it's not a huge, this wick is going to just, it's misleading. I know it traded down to 290 in the aftermarket, but really you're talking about 320, if anything, 319,
awesome.
320.
Thank you so
Same low, and then you go to the upside. So remember the gap down trade, hold the higher low, go long off the higher low the next day. Yeah, it's doing it right now. 329 to 330 would be the zone that I would short. That just reminded me that I need to have a look at Roblox because never mind. That's the same, it's the same setup on Roblox, gap down, hold the higher lows. Roblox already breaking out, man. Yeah, so this was available to you off the 40 level the last couple of days. This was not today. Today you actually had to take it at like 40.70, which is a different risk to reward. So the long is working off that level. It's just not that's not the price I wanted to pay. Like the trade wasn't there, the level's still there, and it's good. Rivian with the market flying, I'm now 0 for 4 in terms of actually typing Rivian.NQ. At least once today. I promise you, once today I'm going to go to Rivian and I'm going to get it right and remember that it's on the NASDAQ. But it continues to bounce off VWAP, so I'm not taking anything else out. I'm not adding till it gets tighter to that high of the day. For now, it has been okay. But we're 2 for 3 on it effectively, and the market is showing signs of strength. So we don't want to get too greedy with it. The Disney short, not really setting up just yet. I think it can, but it's not there for me or available. Tesla still beneath 170 as well. So Rivian and Tesla, very similar charts, charge into the high, reject the high, putting in lower highs. I do have my eye on Tesla as I trade that Rivian.
All right, 167.41 or so here was the high there for Apple. We got taken out of that trade, guys. So we're just gonna have to wait to see what Apple wants to do right now on this number. So we'll take another short right here into Apple and then just see, man, what it wants to do up at this high side. Short right now, 34s. Trying to give it some space to see where it goes, but I'm gonna give it not too far at this point. That little last high for Apple. What's the high of the day? Well, the high's not gonna be there. So 167.40, something like that, to get out of the rest of this. And you know, we were wrong. I don't want to get, first of all, we're back into it, but you know, to get stopped out and then to look back and be like, well, we thought there was a seller there. If there's not, there's not. So let's just wait to see. We go back into that short. The one short that I'm looking at too, possibly here for a decent trade could also be Amazon. It came back up to that 105 again. What's up, Ponzi Fonzie, there for the shout out. But you just came right back into 105.20 again. And that right there is probably a short, 105 into 105.20. But it's, do you like the short? We talked about it today. It's the same damn playbook like every day. And I'm starting to get
really is.
You know, understanding of it. I mean, obviously we made some big time money yesterday by holding some of the longs, and we did it again today with Amazon. But is the market just going to keep on doing this, man? Blasting higher, no matter what happens. You know, we got a bad number from Tesla, we thought, and look what Tesla did. All the way up there to 170 bouncing, and now Tesla, like, what a calm down day. This reminds me of Netflix. Big move early, not even a big move, and then just tested bottoms and kind of just hung out a little bit. But let's go over to the big desk with Sharif.
Fahad's favorite stock, guys. It's moving. It's up 10 2/3 points. Yes, I'm talking about Veru. Let's have a look at the chart. Popping up on some volume there, doing 500,000 shares in the last 15 minutes. Here's the headline. Veru sells in the taffy business for 20 million plus up to additional 80 million from sales milestone. Make of that what you will.
That was Veru, baby.
Okay.
That was Veru.
Okay.
I'm not going long until Fahad tells me he's long. So
I'm not touching Veru with a 10-foot pole. How about that?
Yeah, no, nor am I.
Don't at me. I don't. No, I mean.
Range bound.
No, just no. No,
there's some catalysts there. I mean, guys, if you guys are penny picking and stuff like that, Veru could be a good stock. We can even look at Veru right now.
I'm shorting NVIDIA off of 280, so I mean that's got my attention right now. And Veru is not going to be the name that I'm going to be concerned with at this particular moment. Don't get me wrong; it's not that I wouldn't trade it, but look what just happened on NVIDIA. So it popped, and now it's giving a bit of a drop. So and then maybe it'll shut them down and open up shop as well.
It could.
It's a little bit. So it did wick the high, and I added when it wicked the high, and then, oh man, this is exactly what happened to me on Bed Bath & Beyond yesterday. In that, like, it wicked the high, it's like, okay, well, you get the overfills or you get the at fills, and it comes back down, immediately catches bid. I'm like, oh, there's a buyer at 70s or 75s, get some out, get out. I get some out there, which is too early. Now it's starting to give a bit of a move to the downside. I do want to cover the majority in front of 279. To me, when it's this strong, you don't want to try to hit a home run off a level like this. Thank you very much, Rob, for the refill on the coffee. If you saw me pout there, like I didn't realize I was on camera. Sean got his refill. I didn't get one. So cheers to everybody. It's a 3 coffee kind of day. There's no question about it. So NVIDIA here, super strong. I'm just looking for 79s. I'm already out of half, and then I want VWAP for the rest. VWAP or trace would be kind of like hold on for the home run. A home run on this is 280 to VWAP, not it goes back to the low of the day. That's not that kind of a trade. We're not talking about that kind of a stock. I just want to jump back over to the other short that I'm in, because there's no point talking about LVS when it won't break 63, but it's in the money. It's almost a couple of bucks here, but it won't go. So we'll deal with what's at a decision point. So another lower high here by Rivian means another attempted add for me off of that. Oh, there we go. Oh, I did get 48s.
Boom.
I just missed 50s and was able to get 48s, but sometimes you hit it, you do get it. So another reload there on Rivian. NVIDIA to the short side. Watch. I bet you if Win ends up better as a long than LVS, I'll be a little bit disappointed in myself. It's still taking out the highs too. It's only 3.5%. They're going to go in concert, man. These are strong names today. I just chose LVS because they actually had their earnings today.
All right, let's go over at Tesla. We just shorted Apple again right there, so let's watch it. There goes Tesla again through 168, 168.50, bouncing off 167 pretty nicely there. That bottom, we said that you'd have to wait for it to form something, and that could be a decent bottom right there. That's 166.40. Playing off of 167 gives you 50 cents, right? So if you get a 167, I mean, you may want to take look, it's earnings day, right? You might want to let this one breathe a little bit, but right there, 167, 167.20, right there as a bottom, and then you want to give it to that bottom of 166.50. So I think maybe you can get away with 70, 80 cents there. It's already moved up $1 off that level, so I think it's definitely piecing out to look right there for Apple. So we'll wait on it, but that's going to be a good move for Tesla if we can ever get it back down to 167. Congratulations to some of the boys behind behind us right now because I see Spencer doing quite well on Tesla. So congratulations to Spencer in the back there. All right, Tesla 168. We just talked about that. Alibaba's down to 93. Shout out to Shakib. I know that there's a lot of you guys out there that have been buying some Alibaba. I don't really like it. We've talked about what it was at 104 or something was a little level. Yeah, there. Yeah, so always remembering key levels, like levels that I'm interested in if we can get back up there. But you're just flirting with the 50 period right now on Alibaba, but you can see the pressures to the downside. I don't know. I can't remember if Baba is late reporting or not. Let me just check out to see when Baba reports because I feel
their
like
date's a bit of a moving target sometimes.
Right, yeah, May 25th, so very late. We still have a month until we get an Alibaba report coming through on that one. So I think you just gotta be careful, man. I think they could report, and they could report absolutely huge. Of course, Alibaba, big business over there in China, just monstrous. Plus, they have the talk of the splitting, and they have 6 different divisions that they're trying to IPO out.
You know what the downside is?
Not a great IPO market though right now. What was up with that?
Baba, it doesn't quite trade off of the fundamentals as much as you would like, or not. I shouldn't say trade, price off the fundamentals like you would like.
There's so much macro in China.
And that's it's all the macro risk, because if you were valuing it based on their business, I mean, come on, what are we at, like 180? I don't know, 200.
That's why
something?
we try to figure that out.
Look, I was long this one. It was not last year. It was I think it was like mid 2021 or whatever. I took it for a swing, and I remember it just didn't last very long. It was a couple of weeks later. It was like, well, it wasn't even a couple of weeks. It was probably like a week and a half, and then I was all of a sudden done. I just gave it up. I think I lost like 20% on it or something, and I said I wouldn't do it again. If you're trying to make the play on Baba, it should be something you're willing to hold because you're going for the long term when things settle down. So I thought the swing was a bad play. I'm now out of NVIDIA. Let's go, flush down toilet. If this ends up being top, fine, but I mean, this is a strong stock. It might just bounce off 278. And 278's been a big level on NVIDIA. Let me zoom out here just so you guys can see. Look at the pattern yesterday. Broke out 278, held 278. It got back above late to get to 280. Now you're right back to that 278 bounce point. So on a bullish note, 78 or 77 could hold, and you continue the trend into the upside. That's what I want to look for on NVIDIA. That's what we get out of it down here. Did I short Netflix off 328? No. 329 to 330 on Netflix is what I was looking for. That was just a question in the chat from Nice.
What's up, Ak?
Is that like a play on Admiral Akbar? Is it like Ak? Because that kind of reaction. I would like to know. But it was 329 to 330 I was looking for. And the reason why is the 50 period on the daily. It's kind of hard to see. Is there a wick somewhere in here that's making this chart so messed up? There we go. 329 to 330, like the overfills at the 50 period into 330 is what I would have wanted to short. That obviously didn't happen, as you only got to 328.5. It's still very strong. Into this kind of strength, that's not a short you want to rush into. Like, if you like it at a level, you let it get to that level. Like NVIDIA, like allow it to get right into that 280. Getting short at 279 on NVIDIA would have been like a death sentence. Wait for it to get to the price because it's strong enough to get there. It is now 10:20. Let's go to the small cap recap with Sharif.
Yeah, guys, we got a bunch running, but we'll look at 3. ADTX, the first here, starting its day sub $1, getting up to 191, hanging out a little bit below 150 at the moment. This one halted for, I believe, 10 minutes right at the 9:50 time slot there. So keep an eye on ADTX. More stable, though, is CNSP. This one's been stair-stepping up, holding key levels, broke through 3, now a little bit below, but you're seeing consecutively higher lows here on CNSP, holding above VWAP continuation. And remember this one, Neil? GFAI, yup, it's back. Up on the day, I believe, 12.5%, got up to 24.50, consolidating now 23.5, maybe a bull flag forming here.
Ooh, yeah, it might be forming one. Of course, I remember GFAI. And look, these are all starting to move, and we've been talking about this as potential, like resurgence or whatever you want to call it, or part 2 for some of the small caps. I wanted to go back over to PTPI for a quick second because it did open back up after the rejection of 9. It's pulling back into 7. I probably don't have to tell you that, because if it makes a lunchtime sideways consolidation in here, it's probably worth a shot in front of 650 or 7 even. As Randy's having fun lurking too. Sean's went to the bathroom, and he's looking at Uber. What do you think of Uber? That's okay. So go short. So Randy says short Uber. I'm trying to decipher what means short Uber. Uber's at 32. So yeah, 32 right here, yesterday's close. I mean, Sean went to the bathroom. I know Sean's in position here. Randy just decided he wanted to lurk. And that's what he does. He rolls up to the screens and he sits behind us and he makes us freak out a little bit.
That's all good.
But Alphabet, just one more. I only went to Uber because that's what Randy did. Alphabet's rejected 105 again. Let me come back to my 3-minute chart. So I was long the dips. Now you have rejection 05 exactly, wick top 05. If this pulls another move, getting to 05 and sort of failing it to 105.10, I think the short's available at 05 to VWAP. So kind of moving into the next phase. It's already 10:23 here.
Too.
This is a time of day where lately you're not getting the massive moves. Those have already sort of happened, and you want the scalp trades, the easy trades off levels. So I'm only in Rivian. As far as I'm concerned, LVS, I want it to be a hold. Like at this point, like either I'm getting a chance to reload at VWAP or something, or it's blowing out the top. There's really nothing to do with this here. Like I can't overtrade it. If we break the top, I like it to 65. If I can catch a dip buy, it's bouncing off 62 or VWAP, or maybe retesting that 61 level. I've already scalped the trade and missed this re-entry here because I was waiting for 61. So just want to be patient with this name. And yeah, NVIDIA probably does set up for me again, but yeah, I said this could happen. We'll see what happens at 278. It might be the case that I got out of this too early, but I'm okay with that.
Well, murder
it's
was the
strong.
case that they gave me. So,
That's an under.
you know.
That's an undercover. That is
Yeah, well, it's the case that they gave
not
me.
enough
but
respect for
I
that
beat
track.
that case.
Not
Okay, so I'm just adjusting all my stuff right now because I just realized I don't have an Apple out in case we do. Well, I do have an out. I just don't have the right amount of shares because Apple is. Wow, we got to maybe turn that down. That's a loud one right there. Wake up, everybody.
Turn my headphones
There we
up.
go. Apple, let's go, man. We'll do this, though. This is a good one. Right now, as some money's coming in for Apple, another, oops, we're still on Microsoft. New position, Microsoft short, by the way. Now 15 plus cents in the money on that one. Not really a big mover here, but let's take 20 cents and then regroup on that in case. There's Microsoft, so, oops. Oh, yeah, I got to, you know what, guys? I'm just going to remove, there it goes. Yes, sir. Again, as we are riding bearish today right now, as that's going back down into the downside right now. Look at Apple. There's Apple right there trying to bounce off 167. So we'll put another bid there at 167.06er right there to see if we can get something else out. We'll celebrate Microsoft, but I don't know for how long, guys. I'm going to get rid of this VWAP. It's not working on our charts for some reason. It works on Neil's. I'm going to have to upgrade. I was just looking at that 287.50 level. That's where we went short. It just ripped up. It hit 287.70. You can see here on the 3-minute, we almost made it back to sort of where we were yesterday, which is this 288 level. That little dip down there right at the close. Or sorry, that's this morning, isn't it? Where's that? No, that's yesterday. Okay, so that's 287.75. That's actually where I'm using my out. So what we're trying to do is get out. We just take 25 cents there on that right there with our out looking at 75. So we'll see if we can get that to go and clearing out some Apple. Let me just remove VWAP because it's just getting me mad here. So I'm going to do that and hope that Microsoft can come back down as we average out of that name.
I'm kind of hoping somebody can turn the heat on. We're turning the heat on with these trades, but they turn the AC
it cold
on.
In here?
No, I can feel it blow. It's
yeah,
literally
that's the problem.
Like why? It's not.
We're
it's
sitting
definitely
right
not
there.
warm enough that you need to be blowing cold air on me right now, which is a little bit crazy. Yeah, get rid of that VWAP. But then
get out of here.
Here's a good thing about Day Trade the World. Like these on our latest version, there's like 0.6, 0.8, 0.9. So I'm on 0.9. I don't have the issues with VWAP. So all Sean probably has to do is he goes to the new one, and when we have a bug, there's constant replacements because there's active traders trading this every single day on this platform. So the manager puts in a ticket, says, here's a problem. They come up with a bug fix in like a week. Or we want this feature. All of a sudden you get it. Like I'm using a stop order now. There's a stop order that I didn't realize we had till Arun told me because I didn't read the release notes last time. That's on me. Where it automatically adjusts. So it always flattens 100% of your position. I don't have to worry about putting in the share size and making that keystroke error. All I have to do is say, throw out this key, which will say, regardless of the amount of shares I have, it's just going to flatten everything. And I can take 25% out with the stop, 50% with the stop. It's cool. And it's been there for months. I didn't even realize they had the upgrade. Another reason why, if you're with Day Trade the World, office managers out there, read the release notes because there's features that you probably want to take advantage of. Sometimes I get lazy. So I want to short Intel here if I can get 31s. This is a dog. It never even like the market went to break out and did this on the NASDAQ. See that in the NASDAQ? Well, that's kind of strong. See that on the Intel? Yeah, that's kind of garbage. So 30 cents up. This just tells me I'm shorting this high, and I'm doing it all day long. Rivian's still at the exact same price off the highs. Tesla's still going back down. I'm on the offer of Alphabet if we can get the trade short that we got off 105, like we got 280 off of NVIDIA. That's what we'll try to do here. This market does not seem to want to carry through. We are at resistance on the NASDAQ, so you're looking for some shorts here.
Okay, we're doing pretty good on this Microsoft trade, man. Now it's come back in. We did take it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so we're riding the bull. We talked about, or the bear, sorry. We talked about that a little bit here as some of these levels came in for us. So right now we're short Microsoft. We hit it. We like it so much. We hit it twice, not thrice. Let's see if it comes back. Okay, okay. All right, come to the potty right now. Nice little downside move here for Softy. We are definitely cleaning up on that, so that's going to be a good one there. Clean up in aisle 5. It's Microsoft. Hopefully it's lying on the ground soon. There it is. Let's go to the downside. We do have a 287.03 bid to get a little bit more out, but that was a pretty good fill for us right down there at 15 or whatever we just got. Well, it's right here right now, so hopefully it comes back in, and we'll be able to hit that trade. Hopefully a little bit harder if it breaks down through 287 right now, but it is kind of just hanging out right now. I'm going to put a bid right now, take a 16 fill, and cancel my O's. Maybe we do get that break. That's right where the 50 period is. I'm going to put something at like 95 or so. Maybe we do break that, and then I'll get a little bit better. I feel like sometimes when you're sitting at like 287, you know, just like I said, a lot of the times that'll hit. People will get stopped out, and then it can move back up, so we'll see. But here it comes right back up to upside. We're out of half of our Microsoft trade. So let's talk about that before we even move on. We're out of half of our Microsoft trade already. And then Apple, we've been getting it out, man. We reloaded it. We talked about that right there. So that was a good one to the downside. Let's check out everyone's favorite. Well, you did really well on NVIDIA, so that was really good. But AMD right now, pulling off 92, well, 91.50, but this was an aggressive move, man. We really liked the 88 long on AMD, and unfortunately that didn't come through. It actually looks better on a 20-minute chart, but right there is 88 and change where we started yesterday, ripped up. We took out the high right there, and you know that was a tough trade because when you took it out, you kind of danced around a little bit. You had to hold that against you about 30 cents. Then it took off, but look at that bottom wick is 90. But look what it looks like now. Geez. We don't even have any green candles here until it bounces off the 50 period. So we've got to draw these lines for a reason right there. Makes sense why we're bouncing off. We do have a bottom wick there at 60, matching those wicks as well. So AMD could be a long here right now. As I look back, yes, sir. There goes Softy right now to the downside. So we talked about a cleanup on aisle 5. Let's wait to see if that is true or not for Microsoft. Hopefully we do break down below. The problem is, it's not a problem. I mean, we're switching long, shorts, up, downs, whatever. But right now, man, the NASDAQ is trying to hold above this 13.1. I don't think obviously we don't get a flush until that 13.1 is tested one more time. Uber, I'm losing a little bit of patience. I'm going to lower my default here on Uber. I am trying to get a 95 short. I actually, for some reason, missed that fill. So we're going to sit there and try to get another one short on Uber 95. And then we'll get like some, actually, you know what? My stop on Uber was breaking through 32. Let's see if we get like a 31.97 or something on Uber. But let's go over to the big desk again. It's 10:30. Wow, Neil, this day went pretty good. Is Rivian going up?
Rivian just broke the high again. You'll see I'm not in Rivian anymore. It just broke that high. So next stop, we said short this level only and then wait for 13. Once we get anywhere close to 13, that's where the next short is for me. We're going to go to the desk. We've got the crypto update, as you said.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ looks like it wants to go green here, about a third of the way down. We got Randy at the desk, but it's time for crypto, guys. BTC down 1.5% on the day, closed about 29,250, down now into 28,779. You're seeing some retracements too on these equity-related names. Coin's down about 2/3 of a point. It's been lower highs for Coin. A bit of a different story, though, on some of these mining names. Mara, it's been higher highs here, an expanding kind of pattern. Likewise with Riot, very similar pattern to here to Mara and Riot, but they're both down on the day.
So a couple of things. Unique Carbon,
Yep.
I said this to traders all the time. You said don't revenge trade. You have to mean Rivian because that's the only thing I've been going in multiple times at. And I was talking about the traders. Everybody's going to revenge trade because it'll happen to you. It's human nature, right? Like you don't reduce to zero those types of behaviors. Completely impossible. We're not robots. We're not androids. The best you can do is only take the trades as structures. So I'll draw a line, kind of, I don't know, I'll just draw like lines here. Short to around this level. I'm shorting underneath. Maybe that's not clean. It was probably more like 60, but I drew it really quick. So short underneath, same place, same first out. If it breaks that 30s, wait for the flush into 12 even. That's what we did first at work. We put the same trade on. That stopped out here to the stop. It's set up again. I put the same short with the same initial exit points, and I was rinsing and repeating. You break the high, I'm out again. And I'm not doing anything unless we are back beneath, and I'm shorting the same level here because that sets up, or I'm shorting at 13 even. To me, that's not revenge trading because I'm only taking the short that's structured for me. I'm not going to fight it. I'm just going to short it when it sets up, and then I'm going to take that trade as long as it's there for me. Alphabet, this will not be a revenge trade. I was long this stock. And there's one trade, like it looks okay, but this is the one miss here. I got wicked out on, this was really fast. Like it wicked out 105, and I had a trailing stop that filled 75. I should have been able to get myself out at 90s there. But then it bounced again off 104 half to 40s, and I missed that long. So this was a possible opportunity for me to get the long back in, but I'm short off the high of the day here. I guess it's a starter position because it's not as much as I was going into the long. But if it gets over 105, I want to give myself a chance that it gets to 5, doesn't break the high, and then I can short like 05 or 05 or something like that because this market is strong. All I got's LVS to the long because that was the first long I liked, but the market is absolutely jamming, and there goes Rivian. Like Rivian gets to 13, I'm going to be taking it. I got others. I'm waiting for Intel to make a move to the upside so I can short that. It's probably going to happen. NVIDIA, that 280 level. So I got out early. I got out at VWAP. It carried to 78. Now it's telling me 78 can be a long. I wanted to see what happened down here. I didn't just jump into it in front of the level. I did get out of the short in front of it, but I'll jump in if we can hold that 78 throughout lunchtime. But I'm looking to short some tops here. Why? Because, quite frankly, until I see the NASDAQ holding above overnight resistance, then as far as I'm concerned, the shorts are valid to here. We're at a resistance point in the futures. So anything that's at a point like that, I'm going to try to short it. And if we break above, then you can look for hunting for some longs or just play dip buys.
I'm gonna grab that key from you after because I'm really finding that I have a key that I like to punch out with. But
great.
That one's great because.
But you have to. It's like a 2-order entry to set it up.
Yeah. Okay.
Instead of hitting one key to put the stop,
yeah.
you do 2 things. However, you're never making the error of getting out more or less of what you have.
Right. And that's what I was going to say. I like that because. Nice. I'm battling with Microsoft here because we just keep getting out, and then like I just got more, and then I had to go in and change my stop order because I re-upped the amount of shares, right? And so that's just something that we'll deal with, and we'll figure that out all of ourselves right there. But that's the whole point of understanding your broker, understanding the keys that you have, and what can you trade to take advantage of the way your system is. If you have a great equity system like we do here at Day Trade the World, make sure you go to daytradetheworld.com and find out more about how you could join us. But for right now, like this system is built by traders for traders, and that's exactly why we get some of these. I mean, we talk to all the gateways, man. I mean, we have Neil and I can both call up people that are from the NASDAQ right now and discuss with them whatever basically we want to talk about. But anyways, that's the whole point of what we're doing here at Day Trade the World is to give you guys the best platform possible, and not you guys, but the traders here with Day Trade the World. And that's another one right there. Good short there, reload on Microsoft. I like that. Bang, shout out to Fahad for that one. We just fell right back in. Like, look, we just shorted 50s. I'll take 17s. Like, we're still in half. We still keep getting in half and getting out. That's the one thing that I'm changing with my trading a little bit, not trying to hit those absolute home runs. But Neil, when we step up to the plate and we're ready to go and we're Vladdy and we get a fastball, does he hit fastball as well? He must.
He hits everything.
Yeah, right down the middle there. And look what happened to Apple right there. They just fed us that, Beautiful trade right there, back down again, and there it is right here. The fastball gets teed up and it gets hit out of the park. 166.86 right there with a nice 40-cent win for Apple, 40 cents in the money on Microsoft. And unfortunately, our Uber, we actually went to 99 there for our last short and out at 03. So we take a 5-cent hit on Uber, but I don't like it anyways. I don't like getting hit on trades, but we did get hit there on Uber. Very, very tight stop, probably way too tight on that one because I didn't want it to break 32. Once it did, I gave it, should have given it to 05. Like, you know, sometimes I just get carried away and all the way back down. And this time I don't do the Momo strategy. Shout out to you, Momo, in the chat, which is get out of half or get out of 3/4 or something, then hold the rest in case it moves to the downside. But Uber's not moving that much for me to really do that strategy. It's like pennies, pennies, pennies. So I don't want to be wrong and then just keep adding to my wrong position there. So good one there. Does anyone here work? No. What else do you guys want? What is work? Yeah, I like that, John.
Work, you know what work is?
Is a Rihanna song? Work.
No, but it's also when you do something, and look, I understand, I sympathize. Like a lot of people, most people in the world, like you're doing something because you got to pay the bills.
Softy.
And that's what work is. But when you do something that pays the bills, but you enjoy it, then it's not necessarily work. I think if you're fortunate enough to do that, and I'm not saying trading isn't easy. Like let's be real about it. Like you see like the ups and downs, trading at 9:30, wicked out, make top wick, make bottom wick. It's frustrating, but you know what? It's really rewarding and a lot of fun when you're able to make money doing it, and that's why it's not necessarily work. And to anybody that finds something that you go do it every single day, and it doesn't feel like work, congrats. That's what everyone should be hunting for. My brother's an artist, and it's like that's not easy to do, and I admire him every single day because that takes a lot of courage a lot of times to be an artist because you never. It's hard. Any kind of artist out there, like you're putting yourself out there at all times, and it's not always guaranteed income. I wanted to acknowledge something because Reliable Rudy brought this up, and I'm going to be kicking myself eternally because how many times have I been talking about the opportunity available in ATVI, and I've done absolutely nothing with this. Like every single time it consolidates, like the deal just gets a little bit more likely and a little bit more likely, and now it's like it's going to test like an 87 break and break higher again. There's still room, but it's unbelievable. Microsoft buying ATVI, regardless of what you think about that deal, they keep making the right concessions, and it keeps getting more and more likely. So another push up today, Reliable Rudy bringing you that. Back under VWAP for Alphabet. You can probably guess if I'm shorting here, I want to cover under VWAP, and I want to cover in front of 104.40 because that's where the support is. So we're ringing the register on this. I don't consider this a home run because the home run was just taking the long break on Alphabet. Like it showed it to you. Right at the open or right before the open, it tried to break support, failed to break support, which strengthens the case for the blowout. It breaks 104. You probably had to take 10s, and it's one candle. It's straight to the upside. It's pretty darn clean. Don't worry about it. Well, I'll shout it all the time, Reliable Rudy, and I love it when people bring up things that we're not catching. That's another reason why everybody should
take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
I could hear Pratt. He did the laugh before it even happened. Yeah, I heard you, Pratt. It got real quiet in here all of a sudden because everyone wanted to listen to it. Where's Uber now?
I think people must be long because right now, if you're short like it's time to get loud because there it goes, man, right to the downside right now. Yeah, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. We're trying to drop little tidbits of knowledge every single day, and I think we're doing a pretty good job of exactly that. I mean, we've been really hammering Apple. We talked about shorting it today. It's been a tough trade for sure, but there goes Apple to the downside right now. There goes Microsoft also flushing. This one, man, no problem here. As Microsoft, we keep on hitting that short downside now, but it's bouncing. Let's see if we can get a spot. That's 280s. Okay. So right there, pretty easy for me, 286.50. That means we put something at 75, and then we'll put something down here at 50 as well. And then we hope that Microsoft can continue its march down. Actually, I'm going to cancel that 75. Let's just see if we can get something at 50. Let's put something at 60 right now. Earnings already, oh my God. It's 10:41 right now. It's too bad because look at Uber, man. Uber, we shorted 99s. It's at 91s. Should have made some money there, did not. I don't like that one. Like I said, man, we always like to try to make some money, not give some back, which we did right there. I think I like the meta short as well, but the market just brought, I mean, the problem with the meta short is we were in it a little bit too early. little bit too early, right there. Then it just ripped up to 216 and then fell back almost straight off that 216 level. That high is 30s, down now $1.50 from that high is META, Meta. Sorry about that, Sharif, but we talked about that earlier, and you're still holding on to that Meta trade. I like it, man. Great call. Sharif's been buying all those dips, and to be honest with you as well, Meta was one that I was really, really happy to load into down there near 100 or 80 or whatever the heck it was at one point, as Meta all the way up to 215 right now. All right, it was a good day. You know what we didn't look at today, by the way? I'm just going to call it up before we go over there, is Taiwan Semi. Like, we're going to do earnings right now. This was a name that obviously came out with earnings yesterday and had a nice move up, man. It taking out the 50 period right now, starting to go up to the high spot, and I missed the trade for sure. Right off the open there, good quarter, breaks the pre-market high. I'm waiting for this. Like, I want to see this work out more, because as we get AMD, NVIDIA, every major cap name, Amazon, whatever, when they break, they go.
What?
So right there, Taiwan Semi is a huge move up to $92. Again, right there. Lamb, LRCX, yeah, up 7%. Lamb is a jam.
No wonder. No wonder there was strength in some of the chips I didn't anticipate. By the way,
remember Micron's DRAM as well, right? So it's a little bit different, which is why you were fighting.
No,
Micron.
they were strong, but like I'm fighting Micron, which was the wrong one. I know I should have been shorting Intel, but this is like this. Just stick another fork in Intel. What a strong day for Lam. This is a good company, by the way. This and ASML, don't sleep on them. It's more of a long-term investment kind of thing. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. I just didn't realize they were up 7%. It doesn't matter. And now everyone wants to say the rock thing. But look at so this is what you call weak and trending, right? Like, what have I not done today? Not a single trade in this name. There was one pop to fade here. I didn't get it. If this market comes back to the lows, what do we really think is going to happen here? It's going to probably quadrunk at some point. And I'll be short every single pop. And if it's an inside day and only gives 1% moves, then you short the 1%. And if it flushes, you get the 2%. But if you're in it, then you get a chance to win with it. And if you're not in it, then guess what? You're not going to have any chance. So there is Netflix is another thing we haven't really talked too much about or gone over. It is making a push back toward that high. This is my 15-minute. I'll go back to the 3 so you can see a little bit better. Still doesn't quite get into I wanted short above 29 into 30, and all of a sudden it just only fails at 28. So I have the level wrong here, because the short has obviously been at 28 into 29. Like, the wrong dollar range is what I'm looking at, but I don't want to step into it now. I'll just stick to my price. It's 10.45, the last time I want to rush in anything. I'm shorting Google off 105. That makes sense. If we get 280, that's fine for me. I'll short Intel. I just don't want to just jump into Netflix because it happens to kind of look good. That's not the time of day to put B setups on. But it is the time of day to go to Sharif. Oh, crap. Earnings, that's what it is.
Yeah, Janet Yellen making comments as well, stating that she's not seeking to decouple the U.S. economy from China. The U.S. will make clear that the consequences of any violations of sanctions on Russia by the Chinese companies would be severe. So a number of statements made by Janet Yellen now, the U.S. Treasury Secretary. So that's always possibly market moving. Keep an eye out for that. Let's go to the earnings right here. Not much on board today, just P&G tomorrow and Schlumberger in the morning. PPG after the bell, guys. Really lightweight menu for this evening and tomorrow.
It is lightweight.
What?
However,
is that real?
No,
yeah, those are the big caps. Big caps. Got it. Yep. Okay. Well,
there could be a problem looming at Procter & Gamble.
What's that?
Look, I like the stock. I got no issues with it. And as a matter of fact,
I'm in that stock.
I'm in it too, and I'm thinking about, do I want to do something before? I'll think about it during lunchtime.
What? It's at 52-week highs almost.
I know, but look at that top, and it's just kind of rejecting the top right now. Like you break 150, that's like you're talking about 3-4% down into 145.
I thought you meant more like a corporate problem.
Oh no! I don't think there's a problem with the company.
Okay.
That probably came out wrong. The chart wasn't up when I was saying that, so it probably came out wrong. But you're rejecting the high, wick top, consolidation, you break down 150. There's just a lot of room to the downside. It's had a pretty good run in it recently, and this is a stock. Look, if it gets back beneath the 50, I start dollar cost averaging the thing anyways, but yeah, going into recession, that kind of a thing, there could be some troubles here for Procter. There's nothing else worth looking at that, that's why Sharif. It's not every stock that we put on that board. That's not the idea. The idea is to only put the ones that we deem are significant, or move the markets or tradable. right? So obviously Procter is going to be a name that is a good bellwether for the market. I just reloaded in Alphabet here, so get some bids out. I actually missed the bid on Alphabet down at that 104.40, so I think I want to try to take 50s if I'm able to get it again. So I'm just canceling that and then putting that order here. Just adjusting. I want some VWAP. Give me a break. Let's just go there. See what, every now and then, like you put an order at like 70, and then it's like it bounces off a level, so cancel order and then bid 72, and then you get the fill. If you're a day trader, I'm not sure why that. I do know exactly why that's the case, algos, but like it's weird. Like it'll bounce off an obvious level, and then people pull those orders so they don't get the fill. Once it comes down, just punch out when it gets back to that same price. So shorting the pops on Google is working. We're going to continue to go to the well till it stops. About 15 minutes ago, or just less than that, I'm going to go right back on the offer. NVIDIA might not give us that opportunity. And when I say might, I should probably just start saying will. Had the top on NVIDIA. I still thought it was strong enough that it would hold 78. It did not. Now it's continuing to flush to the downside. That's going to suck. Because sometimes you get that top. It's like hold on to a piece for the dream, I suppose, would have been the way to go. But NVIDIA now continuing to flush to the downside. LVS is still holding up. I like this one. I'll probably be in it all day long. I have not gotten a chance to reload. I thought we'd see VWAP. It's not even sniffing it at this point. So if we get back down into like low 62s, I'll look for a reload there. Otherwise, I'm just thinking it'll get to 65, slowly grinding higher the way the airlines did yesterday. So there's nothing to do except hold on, hope we can catch a dip buy. If we don't, then I think we have another couple of dollars of upside. But this one never really set up the lower high. It was impossible to get this. I wanted 61s, maybe 61 quarters. It said 61.60. I wasn't willing to pay up for it at that time of day.
All right, good job so far today. I feel like with the trading and with some of the names, I want to thank everybody in the chat. I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls again for another nice day as we get ready to throw it to the midday show with Sharif and Max. That should be really exciting there. We just got out another piece of Apple. I'm trying to hold for the short here. I really think that we can hold out until we top out on the high of the day. So I'm going to hold the short. We are looking to reload Microsoft. We just got another piece out. Our best out on Microsoft was that 95 that I told you we were sitting at right there for 70 cents. Hopefully it can come back in. We're 50 cents of the money now, and hopefully a little bit more there as Microsoft 287.50 is really what we're looking for right there. But we just took another out, another out, another out. So hopefully that can work out for us. Just before we leave you, Meta, Pins, Amazon names, Bed Bath & Beyond still down that 30%. Really? I don't know. Pins showed up on one of those scanners from Trade Ideas. I don't know if is it at resistance? It's showing. Let me just show you. There's Bed Bath & Beyond right now, not doing a heck of a lot, but still 100 million shares. Pins is New York, right? Yes, it is. So let's just find out. I mean, I have scanners up, which gives you back to support and resistance. So I don't really see it. Sometimes the scanners are good. Sometimes they don't. When it's not moving, it's probably just saying it's back down here near 28. Yeah. So anyways, I don't know why I said Pinterest, but it did show up there. So we'll look at that. A name that you're still in, I was going to say Coinbase, Google at that 105 level, I think can be looked at as well. Let me just check on AMD. I know AMD fell back in there. Did it stop at 90 or what? What's up with that? Yes. Ooh, back to 91 and change now. As the market gets aggressive, okay, now it didn't really fall back into 90, but look at that 50 period. You know, there's reasons why we put these lines up here. I hope some of you have added some 50 period. I always hear Max and Sharif talking about it, but right there, fell right back into it, and look at it, just respect it, man. This is a 1 minute chart, 50 period SMA, for those of you interested in what exactly that line is. But I disrespected it because I didn't take the trade. But there it is, man. Nice move upside right now on AMD. Looking for that top. You know, I don't want to stand in front of AMD. When it's up, and it's up. So what's up to Cardi B? But I just want to stay away from that name right now. You know, unless it breaks the high, then maybe we just go long on AMD right now. It's well above. There's the 50 period on the 3 minute. There it is on the 1 minute. So if you're going to go long, I think you can wait at least till 90.50 to get out. But again, share size appropriately. We are waiting for one more trade on Microsoft there, up at 287.50. So that's the next short that I have on board right now. But hey, lots of trades today. Uber was really the only name that we messed up there because we got out. Take a 5 cent. I can't believe it's talking about messing up. Take a 5 cent hit on that, and then Meta we actually wind up down on as well because we were short early. I just should have been short late on that one. Let's just wait. Google at 105 is interesting to me, but I know you have that already.
Yeah, I just got another reload. Got to VWAP. This time it's another higher low. You know, I got away from going long on the dips, right? Like, that's actually just as valid. You can trade these both ways, but I'm talking to myself here thinking that this has actually just been a better long off those dips where we started out. It's worked to the short side. If we clear out the high, got to get out. Netflix is also making a power move into the upside. I just want to, before we get out of here, I know Sharif is going to be on the midday show, and he'll be back. We'll be back in the afternoon at 2 o'clock, but if you don't hit the like and subscribe for the show or for us, Sharif's done a fantastic job filling in for Brennan. Those are pretty big shoes to fill in, especially in the morning when you have so much going on. So I want to give a special shout out to him for doing that, and I hope you guys all do too. Sometimes it's not always easy to get across how difficult that can be doing that job, and it is relatively new for him, filling in completely for him. So I want to shout him out there. And I don't have his key. Oh man, I'll hit this. I don't have Sharif.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
You know, the good thing about that thread is it's really a pretty empty thread, but
It's
I do like
entirely empty.
I do like the promo there. We just got
Look up empty thread in the dictionary. That's
we just got yeah, he's not gonna, he might Dunkin' Donuts on you, but he's not dunking the ball. 328 right now. I'm gonna try to give this a little bit of love back down to 328. We did take Netflix right now on that. Of course, we have nothing but love for Fahad. That's just a hilarious promo. That's my favorite promo out of all of them. So that's you know, plus it got the long hair. You know, we did all that work there, and I want to thank everybody that donated to that charity.
Yes, that was awesome.
that we had, and a shout out to Fahad for organizing that and really rallying the troops, for all of you guys, the troops there to donate. I want to thank everybody for that,
that was great.
as well. That was a great idea. I'm glad we were able to do that, give back to the community there. So thanks to Fahad for organizing that.
Ooh, Lakers. I saw that crypto gangster.
I saw Dylan Brooks there yesterday throwing mad shade
That guy
at
talks,
LeBron.
He's a good trash talker, man. Let's be real.
Called him an old man, but he is old. I don't think he's doing anything wrong there, but you know, you got to get aggressive in the playoffs. So shout out to DB Mississauga zone, I think. Is he Mississauga?
Yeah, you got to be.
I think he's.
Yeah.
He is, right? Yeah, Mississauga. So shout out to Dylan Brooks there.
Not all Canadians
Have you
are
seen
like
his
polite
chain?
and
His
everything.
chain is hilarious. I
You
really
can
like.
Canadians can talk trash too. See?
It looks like Netflix is pulling back a little bit here. We're long at 50. We're going to try to give this a little bit of room, but it is pulling back here. 327.50. We'll give this one $1 Netflix.
Yeah, I absolutely love to see like that trash talk. Jamal Murray also last night, he dropped 40
did he? Oh, I
for
missed
Denver.
that.
I love to see Denver does not get enough. They don't get enough press. They don't get enough credit. They just go out there, play a team game, win. They're not a super team. It's not as if, you know, that's one of those, oh, let's just get together and have like 3 superstars on the same team. None of that nonsense with them. They just do the business. Tesla, I don't know what to tell you guys. I actually thought, I haven't made a single trade in Tesla, you guys can obviously tell that. I don't know what's going on, man. It's not nearly as violent or opportunistic as I would have anticipated. I still think you can have a bit of a move. There was the initial long, and then there was a short off 170. And if you didn't trade those, congrats to the guys behind that did. There's nothing else. I think we'll move in the afternoon. I'm just not here to tell you that it's a guarantee. I'm not sure why it's going sideways here. It makes sense that 170 would reject, but not much else is making sense there. I'm in Alphabet again, so with 5 minutes to go, shorted it. I'll get into VWAP. We'll get out into VWAP if we can, just to check back. NVIDIA is still finding weakness. Now it's finding weakness at VWAP. And oh, yeah, there's one thing that we forgot about.
Uh-oh.
Remember Coinbase?
No.
It's not only did it go right back up to the lower high and reject, it's just been putting in lower highs the whole way. It's like pop to the high, lower high. Like
almost got to 66.
Every single wick. Like yesterday, it was like just fine aggressive shorts, but it never really got to 66. It was giving you the prices over 65 into the half, into 66 yesterday. That's why I'm not in it. That's why neither one of us is in this, because it didn't quite get to the entry points, which was waiting for it to get to the 65.5 and then start shorting it. Yeah. So not quite. Close, but no cigar. But it is, if you can't tell on Coinbase, I'm going to dwell on this for a quick second. But there's a reason why every single day I come in thinking, where is the price I want to short coin if it pops? Because what happens? Every time, man, no pop there, but it's short anyways. Pop, short, pop, short, pop, short. It's there for you. All you have to do is wait for the level that matters, and then you just profit by shorting Coinbase. At some point, it's going to stop working, but you know, by that point, who cares, because you've made money on it every single time for like 2 or 3 weeks in a row, or whatever it works out to. I got 2 positions, not back to where we started because Rivian was the first one to the short side, so Google and LVS. Hopefully I'm in LVS all day.
The market is breaking right now. We averaged into Netflix and then we're able to get something out for flat up there as our average price is 04. We actually got a 10 fill there. But we took a 75 fill at the bottom of that move. So that's why we have a better average price. Remember we told you we're going to give it to 327.50. So if that fills out, we're going to get hit on it, of course. But there it is. Nice little move back up to the upside. I was waiting for 43s. Oh my God, it went to 38s or whatever just filled there. Oh, that sucks. Let's put another offer just in case that does bump up one more time. People asking for my target on Netflix, just higher. I don't, honestly, like based on where the moves were yesterday, it was just so aggressive to the downside. You're now starting to take out some of these highs. That right there is 31s. I mean, 30s would be great. I'm just trying to play the momentum. I don't know if it's going to come in. I'm 50 cents away from getting stopped out, and we just missed our fill for a 50-cent winner. So, you know, I don't expect this to get going. I do. Yeah, there it goes. Now it's going to the other side here. So that sucks, man. We almost got our fill. We were 3 cents away from getting that up there. And sometimes we miss them, right? Look, I was at 43, went to 38 and filled somebody. So as Netflix is only a couple ticks down and we're out, we're just trying the long. And obviously, it was strong today. There it is. We're going to get out of this very, very soon, it looks like, right now, if it does break. But you know what just happened, too? So that's my target there. It'll be a hit. That sucks, obviously. But look what just happened for Microsoft. This sucks, too, because we're waiting at 50. It filled 48s, and then it went straight to the downside, giving us another winner. We just got 80s there on Microsoft. So needless to say, this trade is a pretty decent one, as now the market's trying to come back up. Maybe we do get a Netflix bid. Maybe I'll just put it there. I mean, if we spike back up into the 30s, I want to literally take out 15, 20% if we get that, because right now we're going 1-to-1 on 50 cents. But the spready right now, like 20 cents, even more than that when it opens up. So I would just say be very, very careful. Expect slippage off that 327.50 area. Here it comes right now. We're not going to get it, man. Now, see, 20 cents spread. So just watch out when you're punching out of this Netflix trade.
Yeah, I want to reiterate something here for a quick second, because I know the market's down 0.4%. I refreshed Google here, and I'm getting some out in front of VWAP. Let's get away from this for a quick second. We have 1 minute to go. I just want to pull up the NASDAQ, because on a 60-minute chart, this is what it looks like. We essentially, flushed overnight, Tesla, all that good stuff to the downside. But you saw like Lamb up 7%. You saw TSM strong, and all you have is green candles on the 60-minute. So it's really, when I pop the 15-minute up and you see this consolidation, yes, there's been selling here, but it hasn't broken. It hasn't broken down. Like, you're actually holding higher low support. And that's why you're seeing some opportunities for some longs on some strong stocks out there. Yeah, I'm going to rinse and repeat on the shorts that work, kind of like this, but you have to acknowledge the strength and look for some opportunities into the long side. It does make some sense to do that. Tesla's been a bit of a nothing burger. There's nothing you can do about that except not necessarily trade it. So I'm only in 2 names right now. I want to short Intel on some pops. If Google holds above 105, it probably turns into a long. Will I take Tesla 166.50 short? That seems like a pretty random price. You're talking a breakdown? No, I don't think I would. I don't want to take a breakdown trade at this time of day. If it breaks down and starts holding beneath, I can either be shorting it off VWAP or work into a short during lunchtime. But taking an actual break of a level at this time of day is not my cup of tea. It's just not a trade. It's not a trade that ever really works out for me. I find if you do that, you end up getting a better price like 15 minutes later. So I'm not going to be doing that. But 11 o'clock, it is time for us to get to the midday. Thank you, guys. It's been a fun one. We're back at 2. The market is trying to trend to the upside, so do be careful with your shorts. Let's go to the midday, boys. It is Mad Max and the Professor.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to Midday Show. That is Max. I'm Sharif. And the Midday Show is sponsored by Momentic, makers of Momo Pro stock scanners. So head over to momentic.com and sign up and try it out now. All users get a 7-day free trial following registration. Momo Pro includes features including real-time high-low scan, Momo Squeeze, Gap Scan, Momo Trend, streaming news, and much more. Let me know if you need anything. Go over to momoscanner.com, guys. Max.
What's going on?
Take any trades today, or?
No, I haven't. I haven't taken any trades today at all at the desk.
Layout's still messed up there. That's too.
Nah. How you been over there?
You know, good and then bad and then worse, but that's all right. You know, we can always turn it around. Tesla, the name of the day. I barely had any trades on this for whatever reason. Never saw anything on it. You know, I like the idea of a short at 170, but it didn't get there. So, I mean, this was pretty sweet right there. Tried it pre-market on the 165 break, which did go, but not enough for, you know, a Tesla break. So got out of that. Tried a little scalp here. That did not work. And now we're kind of breaking these levels, but I think, I don't know. I think until we break that 165 decidedly, Tesla's probably still a buy today.
Decidedly.
Yeah.
I like it.
We tried some trades on TSM. So pretty sweet trade off the open on TSM.
All right.
Ended up giving it all back by, you know, trying to make more because I didn't have enough size on the first trade. But, yeah, where are we? Where are we, TSM? It's strange that it gives it all back. Where is VWAP on TSM? Like 90-50 area? So does this crazy move off the open, comes back in, gives up VWAP, and now we're going all the way back down to pre-market levels. So TSM off that 89 level could be a nice dip buy. We shall see. We'll see what the tape looks like around there. But, yeah, great earnings for TSM. I saw they have like 40% net profit margins or something.
They have the good margins.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
Number
crazy.
one contract chip manufacturer in the world. Everybody uses them. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people use them.
They are the chip name to beat for sure. But
yeah,
other chip names going kind of crazy. AMD, I imagine sympathy off of this earnings went nuts. I didn't have a trade on AMD, but yeah, AMD like does the whole move again. Right back into that 88.50, which I believe was levels from yesterday. 89 was the level yesterday, so it comes all the way back down to yesterday's levels, does the whole move back up again. So AMD super strong, takes out that 90.50 from yesterday and then goes to 91.50. Interesting to see if it can hold this 90.50 again for the afternoon to make the next move up. Not sure on AMD.
All right.
It could be the dip trade.
Small cap season is upon us. And Luis Barbado having some good comments on that and cyclicality of that. If you missed that, go back and watch that in the morning show. Luis always coming back and dropping some hot knowledge. All right, so speaking of small cap crappers, ADTX, oh baby. Here we go. We're going to start knocking on the door or two again because we're curling back up and we're testing above 180s. Last time around, we huadunked off that 190 break. Couldn't even make it up to 195, but you got to assume the two test is in order. This one is up over 100 points on the day, having done about 12 million shares of volume. The last 5 minutes alone, it's pumped out about 1.5 million. Yes, it is a dollar stock, obviously, and we have to take that into context. But let's look at the daily on this one to see if we can glean any important levels. Shout out to the Trade Ideas team here. We're going to go ahead and we're going to duplicate into the free floating window, Max, because I like to articulate what I'm doing every time around for whatever reason. 15-minute chart, nothing to be gleaned off there. Let's go flip to the daily because it's been a while since this one started getting going here. Yeah, and it has been quite some time. We got to go all the way back and look at all that volume. Well, you guys can't see it because of the chart. There you go. Let me show you that. Why isn't it showing the volume? Yeah, okay, well, whatever. There's a lot of volume around here, and we're not even near the levels where we encountered resistance last. Essentially, 440 is a level I'd see here, around 4 to 440. And that was way back away. So it's back in October. Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, we got that $2 level to work with, and then we're looking at, you know, a bit of a dead zone between 2 and 4. So what's the play off this? Hard to tell. I'm not punching in at these levels, I'll tell you that. So it's been respecting the 50 period on the 1 minute chart, I would say the most when it makes the more aggressive downturn. Now, it didn't quite make it down to the 50 period on that last downturn, but like look at this double bottom here that formed. So those were all off the 50 period. So I like my chances taking a dip off the 50 period. If that means missing some momentum to the high side as a result, so be it. I'm just not punching in at these levels. You know, I would have obviously gotten in earlier had I been watching this, but such is not the case. That half dollar, that 150, and that 50 period are really close to each other. We're talking about 153 for the 50 period here on my 1 minute chart. So that could be like a nice little buy zone. You also have this former resistance area here in a period of consolidation around that 1.5. You eventually break through it. So yeah, I like my 1.5. I like the 155 to 1.5 area, that general area. Whoa, whoa, whoa! There's all this commotion. Ooh, it looks like it's an old friend and guest of the shows. So we'll let them do their thing. But yeah, guys, ADTX. I'm looking at this one. Someone was saying here, NVIDIA. What's NVIDIA up to? Whoa, talk about Hwadunk Central. Well, the whole market's Hwadunking, quite frankly. Haven't even gotten to that yet. NVIDIA down, not even down into the right, Max. Come to my chart, guys. Down we go on NVIDIA. Whoa, baby. We just broke 276 like nobody's business, and now we're heading right back down in 271. That's a flat bottom break if I've ever seen one through 277.25. Wow. You get the retracement, and then you get the retest, and then you get the break. Ooh, wow, man. You're getting some nice shorts here on this 13150 rejection on the NQ and 4160, you know, say ish, 4160-ish area on the ES Max.
Yes, I'm looking at this LVS. Breaks the 63 level.
Flip, yeah, there you go.
Breaks the 63 level here, goes up to 63.50. We're kind of like into air on the daily chart on LVS. Really strong earnings, strong breakout, been strong today, kind of ignoring the market consolidating and moving down. So if we get a bounce here on ES, which it looks like we are getting at the moment, and NQ holding 13.1 on NQ, I think LVS is a good name to run. Las Vegas Sands reporting excellent earnings today. Maybe get these tests of like 64 area. We'll see what happens in the afternoon. But yeah, I took one in front of the blue there, one at this double bottom, hold of 63, and now we're moving back to the high side on LVS. So in the money here, looking for this high of day test, 63.50 break, and then potentially 64. Very, very strong today on LVS. And nice little bounce here on the 15-minute on ES. So bounces off of these prior highs here, this consolidation area, and now moving back up. So yeah, potential for a decent trade here on Las Vegas Sands. There's another small cap of the day, Sharif.
Which one?
AUGX. This one, I believe, just did the most volume on the day for small caps.
Sorry for the noise, guys. We took care of it. Sorry. James, yeah, James saying I like the noise. Yeah, we, you know, sometimes it's hard to tell what comes through and what doesn't, so we took care of it, guys. And that should be better. Can't hear the midday, guys. All right, sorry, Ak. We took care of that. No worries. Max, which small cap crapper are you talking about? AUGX.
AUGX.
Oh, baby. I talked about this one earlier.
Yeah, this one was looking was looking ultra strong in pre-market, was holding this level, this 330, 325 kind of level, and then just every time it wicked down in this area, would wick straight back up into the 40s. So I was thinking this might just squeeze right before the open into those highs and then into $4 kind of area. But no, nothing on this. I did pay for shorts, but I didn't really see the short. I guess this breakdown would have been fine, but this wick was real.
Why is your VWAP all of a sudden just stop? Okay, so
this is not
you
VWAP.
might be in a really good setup here, and you might be onto something, and I want to explore this a bit further. AUGX. Let me just look at it
VWAP is
here.
like 310 on this
Okay,
one.
so this is very interesting here, dude. Because let me just talk about this for a second, because I have a theory about these ones.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Hold on. So this, see, initially, all right. So remember what I was telling you about? There was a period in December and January where you could essentially just short the highs. You'd wait for the break below VWAP, a period of consolidation, then you could take the next break down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is exactly what you fear. This is the kind of chart you fear when you're trying to take that kind of play. And it's because you have exactly what you're looking for, which is that breakdown, that big quadruped below VWAP, and then the period of consolidation. But you don't get that next leg down. But I've seen these ones. This is when usually the market's quite strong still and not ready to give up on these, on the longs, on the small cap crappers. And that's when you end up retracing the VWAP and you have a little bit of a dance with VWAP through the entire day rather than breaking out decidedly upward or downward, you know, and just making that decision. It ends up, you know, just doing a little bit of a consolidation dance with VWAP. And so let's see if this is what this one ends up doing. But, you know, if I was taking that play and I took the breakdown below VWAP and then a Huadunk, I would be either out of the money or just break even at the moment. You haven't had anything materialize. So that's interesting here that it's kind of has like that kind of pattern. So I'm going to be watching this one.
Yeah, typically you would expect that 3 break to continue. So I was actually looking at this and I missed the 3 break, tried to chase it a little bit and end up just getting stopped out there, you know, below 310, but goes a little bit and then doesn't continue. Usually you see these like quadruped, as you say, and then consolidate and then it breaks and then that's where it goes and like moves up and does all the crazy stuff up here, but never gets there, breaks down that 310 once again, and now we're down. But I mean, there's not a lot of room or there's not a lot of numbers on this chart. On the daily, oh, it's not gonna load? There we go, it loads. All right, over $4 on this name, I saw basically nothing. Come on, load.
No, you can't.
I don't think it's gonna load for me, but there's basically like 650 and then nothing else on AUGX. So I figured if we get that 4 break during market hours, maybe off the open, this thing goes crazy and halts up. But yeah, nothing too nuts on it yet. We shall see if it. I mean, this looks like it's dead at this point. Like.
No, I mean,
trying to go back up and then dying.
Yeah, it's definitely not dead, man. I like, especially if it hangs out near VWAP. I mean, if it doesn't really break down, it always has that opportunity to bounce and make newer highs.
I mean, yeah, don't count this one out above like 250 even.
I agree. Yeah,
even like
definitely.
220 or something like that. But no trade for me yet on that one. If we get back above 3, it could be interesting. I mean, 3 has like proven to be the key level today. On this right here and this 330 kind of area, which has decided to hold in the pre-market to the upside and now during market hours to the downside. So maybe that 330 is like the trigger for the crazy move up. That one will be on watch. And while we were talking about that, this LVS position starting to look pretty good. Takes out the 330, going for new highs. Haven't taken anything out. I want to see 63.50 before I start taking anything out on this one. But yeah, possibly a good trade in the works on this LVS. Keeping an eye on that one. What else we have going on? Tesla gave up 166, but still not really going anywhere. NASDAQ. Come on. All right, gives up that 166, but it doesn't go anywhere. It just goes to 165.5. So I don't know. I think until we get to like, until we give up 165 on Tesla, I think it's a buy. Maybe we get a double bottom in here and then the move back to VWAP, which VWAP on Tesla is right around 167. So $2 move potentially if it holds 165. I don't know. I haven't had a great read on Tesla today. I figured that we might get down into like the 160 area for the bounce play, but yeah, like I mean, I didn't like the bounce at 165 given we already broke it pre-market, but what a trade off that. Right up to 169.50 in only, 15 minutes.
This is what it's been looking like, Max, lately on the daily here on the futures. Look at the ES. Can you say range?
Yeah, we definitely like the range that we're in on futures.
Yeah, this is when a lot of like momentum traders really get cut up during this range trade garbage like that we're in. And this is kind of like, I feel like where we're in at the moment. We have these secular names that may be running, on independent headlines, but as a market, wow, we are range bound. Okay, so this is going back to March 30th. right? 41.25 for the most part. You want to say if you want to include the wicks, it's 4,100, but the closes have been near to 41.25. That's the low. And then to the high side, 41.75. Yup. That's March 30th. It's April 20th, bro. Okay.
Yeah, we're coming up on like a month of chop in the same range on the market.
Super chop, 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 chop. Now look, I mean, you can make the case we're accumulating at these areas for an eventual break, and especially on the ES, you haven't broken January and February highs yet. You have on the NQ, you haven't on the ES, but you could say we're making an accumulation to break up, or you could say this is a resistance area that we're going to encounter again, just like we did end of Jan, early Feb. So yeah, I mean, the point of this rant is to say, well, your trading can't be the same as it was here when we were driving upward from that early March to end of March move. It can't be, because we're not trading the same way.
Yeah, it's all about, being patient for your levels, managing your expectations. Very, very difficult for someone like me to trade in a market like this. I always want to see like breakouts. I want to see craziness. I want to see new levels. And be able, during the whole move up, you were always able to find a dip on a large cap off the open at a key level.
Right.
Then it just shoots back up.
Right up.
You're like $1 in the money right away.
Immediately.
Laughing. Now you got to finesse everything. You're like sitting there 20 cents in the money.
Absolutely.
Which way is this
It's
going to
tough.
go?
Yeah.
But,
and there are certain traders that, because they make a certain amount, right? They're able to not trade these periods. They will literally sit on their hands, observe, and not take trades, or if they take trades, they're
or take different
small.
trades.
Yeah.
Take them in a different way. You're not expecting to make a ton of money. You're trying to just keep the account alive, keep the skills alive for the times that are
you got to
better.
stay sharp for sure. Yeah, no question about it.
But like
I
earnings
go
season
at the big
is,
desk. I come here. I can't even punch in that position, bro.
Yeah, you got to
So
keep
talk
those
about-
fingers working out.
Well, it's different. Like
you work out the big muscles all the time. You got to work the fingers out.
I know, bro.
Keep
I called them the old man fingers.
The old man fingers.
Can't
Keep the old
punch
man
quickly
fingers
in
sharp.
time, man. These small caps are too quick for me now. Can't handle the speed. All right, shout out to everybody in the chat. I mean, sold at the top. How do you spell Huadunk? That is kind of one of those things where you may find out, you may not find out. It just really depends on how things unfold. Coin to 60. No, I haven't looked at coin today. Where's coin at right now? Coin at 62.54. Coin is down and to the right. Max, you want to have a look at coin? Interested in coin? Down 3%?
Coin down 3%. I haven't actually had a look at Bitcoin today, so let me look here on my phone real quick.
No, I can
see what Bitcoin is up to. I imagine down based on this coin
BTC?
move.
Yeah, it's down. It is at... Where's
Bitcoin
my BTC?
chilling at 28.6. Hey, wow, what happened to Bitcoin? All right.
Yeah,
so
broke
Bitcoin
down
way
below
down,
29.
coin way down. Call it a pullback on Bitcoin maybe, get back above that 29. Things are looking good potentially, but Coin's starting to come into my level actually. My level on coin is 60, my other level is 70. So yeah, the swing levels on coin, just get long 60, sell 70. Don't worry about where it goes after that. Potentially coming in today, who knows? But look at this. Almost every day it seems, anytime that we pull up coin, it makes this crazy move up off the open, and then you just short whenever you see selling come in and hold it all day. And now it's like, that would be, what, $3 in the money right now? Yeah, not a huge move on coin actually today. I mean, usually it's doing like these crazy $5 plus moves, so maybe some juice left in this name. What's the ATR on our boy coin? Yeah, ATR $5 on coin, so really, what was the close today? 64.40. So you can probably expect $60 today if coin's going to continue to be weak. But I'm not going to touch it until it comes to 60. If it comes down to 60 and there's some huge bid or something like that I can see, or if it holds it like really cleanly, then coin could definitely be an interesting play for the afternoon. Try to run it back up to the 63 area, but nothing yet.
Okay.
Gotta be patient with your levels.
All right, guys.
BuzzFeed. Did you see BuzzFeed?
No, it's back.
There's some kind of, I think there's news on it. They halted.
BZFD, right? BZFD.
Book about BuzzFeed or something?
Down 12.5%. Yeah.
I think they released an update.
Okay, well, let's talk about SATX. Come to my chart, because we're flying up here on SATX. And I'm talking about like a 20 penny move on a $1 stock in a matter of 3 minutes. Look at that top break at 1 1/4. We pop up all the way to 144 there. You know, we're up 63%. Here we go. It's been stair-stepping up, to say the least, the last little bit. Good periods of retracement. You had a more indecisive period here of upward consolidation. If I could make that observation, an upward consolidation, a tighter upward channel, I would say. That's probably a better descriptor. But yeah, looking to knock on the door of 150. Let's look at the daily chart on SATX, because it's going to make a difference here. All right. See what the daily looks on this bad boy. All right, so we have not been at these levels since essentially 144 high. We haven't been here since early Feb. Late Feb. We got up to about 172, 159. We had multiple days at high 140. Low 140s, high 130s. So $2 definitely the level here. You have that day, like I said, back on the 22nd. You have 172. So look for the $0.75 and then the $2 level to be areas of resistance. But the dip trades have been great off the 20 period, EMA on the 1 minute. But you could really have gotten in. I don't know. I don't like getting it off these levels. I'm looking for dip trades, maybe off 1 1/4. Right? If it comes back and holds 1 1/4. You may find support around there. That's how I'd play this, but won't be punching in at these positions. I'd rather get into a tech name. I'm seeing that the NASDAQ looks relatively stronger than the ES. I wonder if that bodes well for some of these big cap names on some of these pullbacks. So I've dabbled a little bit in a meta long, Max. I'm getting my beak wet here. I got my beak wet at 90. Looks like we're back in the 70s.
Yeah, Tesla's coming into this 165. There's huge size on the bid here, 165 on Tesla. Still not SSR yet. SSR comes in right around 163. So I'm going to take this breakdown of Tesla at 165 if it can take this bid out. About 5,000 lots were on the bid. Some of it just got taken. But getting a little bounce right now. We will see if that bounce is sustained, if it goes right back down.
CSP.
I'm expecting a bit of a flush on Tesla, possibly down into 164 right away. And then, who knows what's below. Expecting that 163, 162.50 kind of SSR level to be very much in play today for Tesla. Didn't think we'd necessarily get down here so fast, but here comes the break on Tesla. 1,000 lots left, still reserving down there.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Drowning.
So Tesla flushing off of this. I am now short 99s. That was a money fill on that one. And instantly out of the money here, but 165.20 area would be the stop on this. And we're looking for low of pre-market and then lower. So Tesla getting crushed here. Tries really hard to catch a bid and get back into the 170s. The market has said, no, we do not like your earnings. You are going down. So yeah, Tesla looking weak. I'm really liking the idea of this short as it stays below 165 still. Key level there, 165. That's where we held off the open. So anybody who's long today is probably sweating right now on our boy Tesla. And there we go back into the 10. So maybe failing this break. Let's see if we can, if it'll hold on the bid. Not holding, still kind of going down. Needs to break 75s for me to be comfortable in this trade. Ready to punch out at any moment here on Tesla. But yeah, looking good now that we have sold back through 165. Got to just take out some of this size and get smoked back down. Let's go, Tesla. Come on.
CNSP making a big boy move to the top side, really breaking through that $3 level quite decidedly. But we broke it out We've broken through it several times this morning, all of which have been retraced to the downside. So do we hold above here? We're going to find out real soon as we probably come back down into the tens and teens to test those levels. But 3, if you're looking maybe for a dip here on 3. In fact, let's just put our money where our mouth is. Let's go ahead here and sit with some shares. We're going to sit at 303. So we'll sit there. I'm also long a couple of other positions here. SATX, I'm looking to get filled on this dip for the hold of the 20 period and then to move back up through 150. That's the move here on SATX. MetaTrade, though, MetaTrade is going against me. This is a quarter position. My out obviously is a newer low. If that one doesn't get going, then we're out. That will be a loser. But yeah, my out for Meta will be the newer low, the break of that trough. Otherwise, I'm looking for continuation and looking to add above that 215.40-ish, maybe for a curl back up. We'll see what the futures bring, but you know, trying not to take any momentum style trades, trying to take level-based trades, but you know, easier said than done.
Yeah, this Tesla's still hanging out in like a 40 penny range here, 30 penny range. Above and below 165, deciding what's going to happen with this level, it seems. I am not expecting this to hold. Based on what has happened already today, that we went up, we tested all these areas, got a bunch of people long probably, and now we stop everyone out below 166. Now we stop truly everybody out below 165, and then 164, last line in the sand before we're looking at that SSR 162.50 level. So yeah, my stop is in on Tesla. Not trying to get totally smoked on this short here. We're not going to get stubborn at all. And there we are getting out, sadly, on that Tesla trade. So holding 165 for now. Tesla, we shall see. I mean, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that this didn't just rip right down into 164. So bidders still there on Tesla for now. Maybe it is Kathy Woods loading up the boat.
Flying, bro.
And I was also stopped out of that LVS position. Goes down to find the stops below 63, stops me out, and then right back up. So we'll see if we can reclaim this 50 period. But yeah, not being nice to me on LVS today, nor Tesla, which is now just going straight down. Never mind. Tesla going back up. So maybe Tesla bounces here. Maybe that 165 really is as strong as it looked off the open here on Tesla. And this is low of day for the move back up towards that VWAP area of 167. No trades for me until I don't even know. I think that's probably it for me on Tesla. There's really nothing. I was thinking 170, 160, and we're just kind of in this tight range of 5 points today. Haven't made any outsized moves since the open. Obviously, quite outsized move since last night. Yesterday's close being 180. So I guess just doesn't want to go down any further, despite that gross margin getting cut almost in half.
And we're super low on the VIX. Have you noticed? We're like, in terms of volatility, we're getting super low. We're really at, I want to say, year lows, max. I mean, I don't see anything here from last May. This is the VIX up here. I can't show it because it's the platform I can't use, but we can't look at that.
Yeah.
We are so the whole.
So you'd be expecting a bit of a
rebound soon.
A rebound in VIX, which means
Usually,
the market should dump. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, whatever the volatility has to. Whatever volatility we can get as intraday traders, we need volatility.
Exactly. And I mean, what we've been seeing is that the market just holds lows and then bounces back up. So we've seen basically no volatility in terms of like actual open to close prices. We we open at one price, we close at the same price despite potentially.
Can I tell you, like I always have the day prior's closing price for either my equities or my futures. I always have a horizontal line on the chart, and almost never do I open up the next day and then there's a dotted line that shows me yesterday's close and they're on the same line.
Yeah.
That never happens, and it's been happening more lately, and that's because we're ending up right where we started. All right, Meta curling back up, looking to test 215. I'm going to let that one work. back, break even on that one. SATX, I got that big boy dip fill on the 132, the touch of 20 on the one. Continued, but having resistance at 140. I've got a profit taker sitting at 144. I'm looking for my ultimate out to be a decided break through the $0.25. I want a close above the this peak over here, which is essentially the $0.25. So that's my look on SATX. But boy, oh boy, I'm also looking for a CNSP hold of 3. It retraced a bit. It got close to my dip. Maybe I'm getting too greedy by wanting it at 303 and not taking that, whatever, what was that, 307, 308 dip. Maybe I regret it. Maybe I don't. Looking to defend 3. The idea is that that was a very clear area of resistance. Got taken on 2 previous occasions, rejected. Do we hold it this 3rd time? Maybe we do. So that's my move on that. But haven't been filled on that one yet. CNSP, no fill, letting that run. Ugh. SATX, go up, bro. Let's go. Meta, making a move through to 215. That one looking a little bit better than CNSP. Sorry, not CNSP. SATX. Looking for that 215.50 break on Meta.
Yeah, I was just looking at the CNSP as you were talking about it, and saw some stuff that I liked on the tape, so I took a starter position here at 314. Gonna add potentially back over 315, and then look for that move back up. This one was a runner from a couple days ago. Wrong chart. Here's the day chart. Come on. Yeah, this one ran to like 475 a couple days ago, so like what I'm seeing out of this one. Daily breakout strategy, I guess you could call it, holding that key level at $3, and now we're making the move back up towards high of day. What was this breakout level here? That was 315, so 315 holding now. This one is SSR as well, so harder for the shorts to push it down. So yeah, potentially liking this one. This is leading the market in volume for small caps today. So 50 million shares already. And, you know, the move hasn't been all that big yet. So I'm going to add right there to CNSP on the way up. And we'll see if we can get that high of day break at 335.
Punk, you got the fill, dude. It dipped into 5. I didn't. I was sitting at 3s. It dipped into the 5s, and I missed it. That's a 20-penny move, but it's having issues at the moment, but looks real good. CNSP really getting going here in the exact same way that SATX is not. Here we go. Coming down into that $0.25. I said that would be my out. So if we quadrunk below the $0.25, this is the area of support I'm looking to hold out. And if that doesn't hold, well, then it's kaput on this trade. Let's see here, at an inflection point, and that's it for me. I'm out. We get through a couple penny slippage. Let's go to the meta trade. Meta looking better. We broke through 15, but not by much. Got up to, I think, 13s or 12s. And now we're having another resistance issue, obviously, at 15. That's kind of been the case. Sucks that I didn't get the continuation on SATX, but maybe I should have been looking for the dip trade to begin with. Yeah, if I had been getting in here. Well, maybe I'll get back in then. Great move up, though, Max, on CNSP. Nice move to the high side. Look for that 50 break, I guess.
Yep, let's see if we can get that 350 break. Looking for the move to $4. A little bit of like a 5-minute breakout here over that 322. So yeah, CNSP looking good. I just added shares by accident at 320 there, so just got out of those ones. And going to look for this 325 break into 335, into 350. CNSP looking kind of strong, holds the teal here on the way to a move back up towards those $4.85 highs from the other days. Interestingly, this one was at $6.50 pre-market the other day. So potential to move on CNSP for sure. And they're buying up this dip a little bit here.
Did you call it a canoe?
Canoe?
Yeah. You say Hodunk?
No.
What'd you say? Potential what?
potential to move, I think.
To move, oh. I'm like, canoe?
Canoe?
What is
I
this
don't
canoe
know.
he speaks of? Go on, sorry.
But yeah, this is what I like to see. You know, it dips down into 310. Instantly, we're back up to 316. So buyers present on this name,
Not bad.
sellers not having an easy time pushing it down. Over that 322, we got 325, and then high of day. Not looking to take anything out on CNSP until we truly break out. Maybe potential for a dip trade, but I don't think it's dipping, honestly. This is looking pretty good for a move through the highs. So here we go, volume starting to pick up a little bit, but nothing compared to the 50 million that we've seen today. So see if we can get a volume spike like this into the next move higher on CNSP. Tesla went down and tested that 164 low again, and then right back up into 165. So definitely.
No. All right,
Wow,
Max.
clean double bottom. What is that?
I got a gift yesterday.
Got a gift.
Yeah, I was at the big desk, and then Brenkels brought over a box, and he's like, this is addressed to you. And I'm like, what? So then I opened it up, and then I'm like, what is this yellow thing? And then I remembered that I dressed up as Big Bird, Luca, and I, and Renata Haddad sent me this mug. I think it's like for tea. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like a tea mug, bro. And it's got like a nice little spoon. Shout out Renata.
That's
There we go.
That
That's
is
a better
something.
shot of it. Yeah. I may put my my salt or my sugar. I don't really have a lot of sugar. Maybe I can put some sweetener in there.
Yeah.
I have to buy it. It is a sugar thing, right? Oh, it has a handle. Yeah, it does have a handle. That's the thing. So, Renata, shout out to you. Thank you very much. You're awesome. We have the best fans, man. We have the best viewers, not gonna lie. Yeah, she is in the chat. I saw her earlier. Shout out Renata, thank you very much for that. It's a mug, yeah, well, it's got a handle, no question. I know, I'm just thinking of how I can use it, right? Shout out, thank you very much, Renata. Shout out to you. And I hope your day is going well. Are you trading Neo? All right, so let's see what's going on here. Are we doing well on this meta trade? Okay, well, right back up above 215 again. Maybe we get continuity. I'm waiting at, just right in front of the $0.25. 215, I want to say 22s, 23, something like that for my first fill. The break, or sorry, not the break even, the yesterday's close on meta is that 215.71. The high a day today, 216.33. So we got some moves. I mean, we got some room to move to the upside. So I'm not completely dissuaded, but this trade is the trade that is not going to work out for me anymore. And that's the last time I will trade SATX, as this one is trading to the downside. It is not going to the upside, and that's my second bamboozlement on that one, and that will be the final bamboozlement. As I will not trade that one again. Let's get some continuity on meta and make up for the bamboozlement we just had to suffer at the hands of SATX. Let's go meta.
Yeah, I just got out of that CNSP as it made a new low there. Thought we were really going to go, so wasn't willing to hold it any further if it was going to dip more. Not trying to hold it through a 3 break because we know how fast these can move down. So yeah, if we hold here and get back above 315 again, potential to get back in. But for now, out of CNSP, LVS bamboozled me, got me out down here, and then that's the low. Gets right back above 63, holds, and now we're going for high of day again. So potential for a 63.50 break on LVS as the market is kind of catching a bit of a bounce off of that 41.50. Again, I can't believe we are still talking about the same prices on ES every single day. When do we ever see this consolidate in this range?
I was giving you my story about my lines, my horizontal lines.
I can't
That almost never happened.
I come on here and talk about 41.50 every single day.
Yeah, and I hear Arun talking, regurgitating. It's not his fault. It's the same levels because, well, they're right there. You know what I mean? And we're within them. We just showed you. Guys, here we go. We're knocking on the door, the quarter level on Meta. I'm sitting at 22s. We're a little bit illiquid though here. The spread opening up. We're decidedly past it. Finally, I get the fill. We're having trouble moving up. I mean, we are moving up, but it's not really with any vigor or any real commitment. So you got to wonder really, how much we want to overstay our welcome here. So we'll take some more out as we move to the high side. But looks like we're also in CNSP now. So let's go ahead and have a look at that. That just broke 3. Does it hold? Did you get into CNSP? What's your situation there?
I got out of CNSP.
You got out, okay.
I'm looking at Amazon now, which consolidated.
Hold on, I want to talk about my CNSP position.
All right.
Yeah, so I just got it in here at 3. The whole point was to find an area of support and get, a dip trade off it. The issue is we've had our issues with 3 here. We break it initially at around 950. We huadunk, we hold the 50. We break it again at around 1025 or so. We huadunk, and we really make a newer low breaking through VWAP. And here we are again at an inflection point, dipping off the 50 and the whole dollar level. Do we have some support here? So I'm in at 03s. We're at 03s. Okay, now we're at 04, so I'm in the money a penny. It's nothing to celebrate, but obviously you're looking for a hold and then a move above the quarter dollar. Now, where's my out? The out will be the break of the $0.75 here. So if we break 25 cents, that's it. That's how much I can give it. That's where the area on the chart as well indicates I should give it. We do clearly have an area of support around that 280, 275 level. So that's the move. On that one, holds up, it doesn't. Will be too bad for me. Looking for this trade on Meta. This is moving to the high side here on Meta. Finally, something good to celebrate as we get continuity. Finally, where are we long Meta, man? We're long 90s, so we're 40 pennies in the money. Nothing really to celebrate about though, Max. I mean, better than nothing, right? Take our blessings as we can get them. And we're moving through the 30s, so that's good. And what's up with CNSP? Still hanging out at that $3 level, hoping this one can hold.
Rudy says, what's with the paper hands, me getting out of this one?
Disregard the mean tweets, even though they're not tweets, but like.
I took this on a Momo kind of idea, bouncing off this
Meta's pumping,
3 level. So I'm not going to hold it far against me when I'm doing like a Momo, this has to continue right away kind of strategy. If I bought a dip, I wouldn't be out. But yeah, different strategies, different trades. I'm looking at Apple right now
for different folks.
For this 167.40 level. If we pull up the 30-minute, hopefully this shows. Where is 167.40? Huh. Anyway, 167. Oh, it was this candle. 167.40 was the high of this candle, I think. Then it broke yesterday and held 167.40 cleanly. So I'm interested to see what Apple does around this 167.40 area. Potential to get long if it takes it out and holds it. Possibly a decent short, though, given that this is now a double top on the day. Going to have this on watch. I think I'd like to take it long if we break and then pull back and see something on the bid for Apple. Amazon also taking out VWAP areas at that 104.30, so kind of missed the trade on Amazon there. Consolidates below 104. Wow, these charts are gross today. Consolidates below 104, then breaks out, doesn't look back. Now we're in the 30s, looking for 40s. Size on the offer here at 35, 750 lots approximately. See if we can crack that, get up into 104.50 area. Maybe a hold of 105 is the trade on Amazon today. 105 key level yesterday. Couldn't really hold today. Holds on the offer today. Maybe we hold on the bid today, this afternoon, and then make that move into that 106, 107 kind of zone that I was looking for yesterday. Your CNSP is starting to go.
Yeah, so I got that 03 dip. I got a fill out there at 15s, Max. So I had a resting order because the old man hands can't handle the speed, bro. So I got to have that resting order to back me up. We got the fill. I got a couple of more resting orders hanging out, one at the 20s and then one so whimsically placed at 27. but that is all contingent upon that $3 level holding. My out though, same thing, nothing changes. If Huadunk's below that $3/4 dollar, we're going on that one. But it is a CNC print factory over here, Max, on Meta. As we move to the high side, we'll take some out there a little bit, but I'm looking to get some at the $0.50. We're gonna spin the moolah on this one to the high side. I got some resting orders on Meta as well here. It through the $0.50 and then beyond the $0.50 here, just below 60s. Spread wide though, 5 pennies. We get the fill. We drop the cash on this one. Here comes the $0.50 on Meta. We're moving to the high side. I got some at 59s there. Don't forget, 216.33s, that's HOD. But we could go green if we break above that $0.75 dollar. That's going green on the day, so that's yesterday's close. 215.71 and then 216.33. That is HOD. Back to CNSP. Oh my goodness. Like I'm sitting there at 20s, it goes to 19s, and then it retraces. Here comes the test again on CNSP. We go to 19s, 1 penny spread. I still haven't gotten the fill. Let's go, bro. Like I hate that when I'm a penny off, but I'm like too stubborn to actually get the L. Let me get a baby out here. We get a little bit of a red print there, but I'm waiting for that actual 20 print to fill. That's where the bigger one is, and are we gonna see it? It's hanging in and around there, knocking on the door. Open up, man. There's some size I see on the book here at 20, holding us back a little bit. I'm seeing 19 on the ask, but and we Huadunk right back down. We'll have to wait for another buyer or something to step up there. Having resistance issues at that 20 level, so we'll have to wait and see if we get the fill. But yeah, that one continues to trend higher, but still very dangerous. Back to Meta, still knocking on the door. The $0.50, haven't gotten that print yet. We'll leave that one to do its thing.
Sharif, there's an IPO today, UCAR, U-Power Limited. Believe it says it's 7 million shares. So let's have a look at this one.
Right?
It has halted several times today.
Oh, baby.
Can only stay open for a few seconds at a time here. So UCAR opens at $8.10. Low of day is $8, and just halting up. Halts down once. Is that a halt down? Maybe. Hard to tell based on this chart. But yeah, halts up at 25.63. Looking to open down at 23.30 there. But this one's nuts. Only done 238K of volume, and still deciding. Can't trade for more than 30 seconds at a time, it seems.
Dang it.
Maybe if this one decides to trade for a couple minutes, we could structure something on that. But UCAR, the nuts IPO today, not the best environment to IPO in, I would say. But got to do what you got to do.
Like you just heard. Remember? You heard Morgan Stanley. Was it Morgan Stanley? Who was it? It was Goldman Sachs. Oh, yeah, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, those two banks, they were very much relying upon the deal-making part of the business with IPOs. That completely dried up last year, as we know, and they took a hit big time on their balance sheets. The other banks were able to make it up using interest income, the ones that have actually a consumer business.
Yeah.
Right? They were able to pass that on to the consumer and make moolah off there. The other ones that don't have so much of a consumer business weren't, and their stocks have paid for it. So that's the look there. Where are we at here with our Meta trade? We're still hanging out below the $0.50. Looks like the $0.50 is acting as a resistance area for now. Going to continue to hold this, not going to take anything out. We're along 90s. The other trade here, CNSP, holding above 3. I like the look, but I'd like my fills now, if better rather than later. So at the 20 level, if you're listening, algos, I'd like that fill, and then the other level is the 27. So give me those, and I'll be a happy camper. But this one up 75 points on the day. Renewed buying in the teens here. You can kind of see the bid stepping up and some good size showing up on the book here. There we go, stepping up through 15s. Again, I like when orange comes in on my tape, because then I know it's over the ask, and that means buyers are dominating, especially when you're long. I don't like seeing when I'm short, obviously, goes with the thing. But yeah. So that's where we're at. Where's Meta? Yeah, Meta's still there. Same thing. Nothing in the update. 2 positions, they're both the same.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on yet. Kind of waiting for everything to make a decision. That LVS made another top. It didn't actually break 63.50. I was watching. There's still size on 63.50, but wick there in the dark pool and back down to $63. So LVS deciding on this range for now. 62.90, bit of a level on the daily, and then above that, I saw, what did I see on the daily? 64.30, 65.20. So some room to go still on LVS if this holds up and holds this range today. Potential for a move higher. For now, we are coming back down, even though the market is going up. So maybe that's a good dip buy for me on LVS. Back into the 80s somewhere. Where is VWAP? Hopefully they fix this VWAP soon because I'm dying here without it.
Yeah, I know.
VWAP, according to Trade Ideas, 62.50. So yeah, maybe that's a decent dip into VWAP. Maybe into these 60s. We'll see what happens on the tape. Once again, holding $63 though. So maybe I just have to pay up here again. I'm not not willing to do that. Don't see the risk reward being that great there. But everything else kind of starting to go. Amazon needs to take out that 104.35 that we were talking about. And Apple
Google
now holding
that
167.40 area. We'll see if we get above these 50s, and then maybe we can get long Apple on a dip, while Tesla going for low of day. So Tesla bouncing one more time off that 164.10. I think if we give up 164, there's not a whole lot left on Tesla. Potentially, that's the next trade that I want to take, that Tesla 164 breakdown for that 162 area.
Yeah, that is super weak.
If we're going to give this area up.
9%, Max?
Yeah.
9%?
I mean, if they're going to cut their margins in half in an environment where nobody wants to see you cutting margins, it's going to go down. So Tesla.
But he's squeezing everybody else out. I don't know.
I don't know.
He's a damn genius, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a finance major. I don't get the kind of stuff that these analysts get. But I don't know. He seems to tactically outmaneuver everybody most of the time, right? I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. Danielle Shea didn't like it. I talked to her about that yesterday. She wasn't pumped about the margins being squeezed, especially with the amount of money they're spending.
Yeah.
Like they want to open a new factory in Monterey.
And all these like recalls and stuff that they do.
Those aren't cheap either. Okay.
Those aren't cheap, and if you're selling more cars for less profit, those become a greater part of your profit margin.
All right, got to get this CNSP here. Come to my screen. It huadoomed right down into my buy area, but it still held 3. And most notably, it holds the 50 period. But for how long? That was a scary move down because I felt like we were accumulating to break through the higher side. So now we're at an inflection point. Are we going to get bought back up? Looks like we're moving into the high single digits here. 8 and 9s I'm starting to see up on the tape. Do we retrace and get bought back up? Is that just a momentary retracement off the 50 and off the 3? Looks like I'm seeing 10s now. So a momentary reprieve back to Meta. That's the other trade. We're still knocking on the door of the $0.50 level, but that's an obvious area of resistance. I'm sitting at just below 60s for that fill, so we'll have to wait for that to materialize if it does. Not much else in my world, man, except to tell you that Apple is at high a day and almost about to go green. Green means it's got to cross that 167.64. It's the exact opposite story for our friend Stressla. It's at low of days. You just heard Max talk about that. 164.12. That's low of day. So mixed on some of these big capper names here, though. And yeah, these small cappers. Oh wow, CNSP got bought right back up off that 3 level. So that's quite bullish. If you're a small cap trader, small cap crapper, that's what you want to see. You want to see those dips get bought back up, sucked back up, right up to, and then break through resistance levels. I'm looking at the $0.25.
Yeah, that $3 looking like the level for now.
I don't mind Baba. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
KL, sorry. I don't mean to not look at Baba. I'll have a look at Baba once Max is done.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on this Tesla break. I did get long Apple on that dip there because it held the 40 again. So looking for Apple to go back into yesterday's levels, see if we can get, 168 is kind of the level on Apple. Been super strong recently, higher lows on the daily chart on Apple. Looking good on that one. We'll take another dip on it before I bail on that. But Tesla, coming into this 164, I will be taking the breakdown of 164, looking for 162. I think Tesla's going SSR today, Sharif.
Jeez, man, yeah, we're close.
So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. Buyers for now, but lower highs on the 1 minute kind of chart here, and looking pretty weak at that 164 level for Tesla. One more shoot up potentially, and then slam back down. We shall see.
Look at, this is a really interesting comment here by Steven. Increasingly unsure about this market, thinking I should take the day's gain and walk away. I don't know, I gotta echo that sentiment, to be honest with you. If you're up and you're printing, like, and it's a good day, I mean, I don't know. I just feel we showed you what the daily looked like on the ES. It's absolutely range bound. We're 50 points. We're range bound within 50 points. So that doesn't mean we can't print here on our friend Meta, right? And we're absolutely printing on a Meta. We get that 59 break there, so we're gonna have to drop the cash for that. That's a good trade. Ends up being a continuation. We take the 90 break. We're almost $1. Well, no, we're not $1. We're 60 pennies in the money. That's an overstatement. Letting this one run. Let's see if we can get back to yesterday's close. We said that level was at 71s. It still is. Nothing's changed. 215 to 71s. Expect some resistance around there. Obviously, you have the whole dollar level. You got 16s, and then you got the high of day, 1633. So you got a whole bunch of resistance levels all accumulating at one area. We usually call that a resistance zone, a resistance area. So we shall see what materializes around there. The other trade, though, that is continuing to be like in the limbo, seesawing between positive and negative. Now we're 1 penny out of the money on CNSP. We got the dip trade at 03s, but we've been continually testing that $3 level as an area of support. And I think it might get broken this time around, Max, because we are seeing a lot of selling. Here comes that $3 level, and here it is. Do we Huadunk here? Usually it's going to be either really aggressive and get bought back up, or we'll stair step down. But let's see what, here we go. We break down. So now we're technically below 3. I'm seeing 99s come in on my ask. That's a 4 penny loss. I'm just going to get out. I mean, it's a 4 penny loss. It doesn't really make much of the difference in that trade, because here we go. It's going to Huadunk, it looks like. Does it? It's broken the 50. It's broken the whole dollar. And it, obviously renewed buying, but for how long? We shall see. Meta as well, retracing quite aggressively. Look at that. I didn't even get the full fill on that 59 top. And it rejected bad off that $0.50 now, dipping 20
yeah,
pennies.
Tesla
and
just
Tesla
broke the low
Huadunk as well. Go for it. And
yeah,
Baba
breaking that
Huadunking
low.
as well.
So Tesla remains weak. You would think that anybody who's long is getting stopped out now on Tesla. A little reserve there on 80s, but not expecting that to hold. So Tesla, yeah, dying through that 164. Low of day has been given up pretty decisively now. So I am looking for 162 on this Tesla short. We shall see if that comes through today. Market kind of starting to look weak based on Tesla looking weak. So potentially have to get out of this Apple long if Tesla is going to drag the market down like this. But yeah, I will be stopping out above 164.20s, I believe. And yeah, we'll see where it goes on our man Tesla. I did get one more dip on Apple, but really not liking the look of that in this market. Well, if it gives up that 50 period around 167.15, I'll be out of Apple. Here goes Tesla, new low of day once again, taking out 70s now. Just smash those bids, get us down into the low 163s so that I can take some profit. Let's see where this one goes. Tesla, the short is in, and selling starting to really pour in for this Tesla. Not liking those margins on our previous friend Tesla. sadly had to take the wind out of the sails on the market, Tesla. I was looking forward to these earnings, and sadly they had to miss. But there's the buying. May not be able to push it. I mean, what was the low there? It was 163.80s. So holding those 80s, pushing right back down into the 60s. Tesla looking ultra weak. Break through those 50s. There's some size on the offer. 50s getting taken now, so selling really starting to pour into Tesla. Size on the bid, expecting this to get taken right now. Here it comes through 50.
Wow.
Well, holding 50s for now. I'm not taking any profit until at least low 163s on Tesla. Yeah, a little reserve on 163.50, but selling still kind of pouring in on Tesla. Looking for it to give up this area into the 40s, and then, you know, the follow through on this short will be confirmed. Still a little contentious right now. There we go. There we go. Way more selling. Buyers have given up on the old Tesla. The long ain't in today. Let's see if this can get through that 163 price. Still not taking any profit on Tesla right now.
You go long on an SSR?
The last time Tesla went SSR, it went another $3 before the long happened. But I like
So you wait for confirmation.
I like the structure. Yeah, you wait for confirmation. Maybe at 160 you could go long. That was my initial idea. That's what I think could still happen today. 160.
We're going to go
key
SSR.
level. I mean,
Assume.
at this point you have to assume that we're going SSR. So yeah, I'm just going to be sitting here watching this. Little spike up, nothing to write home about. Looking for Tesla to break 163 and quadrunk back down into the 160s. So, yes, as I wait for Tesla, I got to manage this Apple position too.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and take that over. I'm keeping my eye on Meta. Looks like it made a bit of a bottom, getting bought back up now as it dipped through the $0.25. My eye on that one. Seeing if it's going to hold. The other one I'm keeping my eye on is CNSP. It's continuing to hold 3, so I get shaken out, but you know I got shaken out for like 5 pennies, so I can get back in because right back at that level. But why I don't want to get back in is we're seeing consecutively lower highs here, and I know that is a compression pattern because we are seeing higher lows as well. But, you know, yeah, usually it resolves in the direction of the trend. Obviously, up 71%. The trend in this case is up. I don't know. I just don't trust this one. I think that, you know, the better trade would be something like a dip trade, maybe off 2 3/4, I think, at this point. I might miss out on it, and that's a complete possibility. But it's not showing me what I want. I don't like the fact that we're continually seeing lower highs. But I shall continue to watch that. It's on my side chart, so my eye is on it. Back to Meta. Meta still hanging out the $0.25. You don't like to see that kind of topping tail candle. Look at that. I didn't even get the fill. There was so much illiquidity. Guys, I didn't even actually have that much shares to fill around this area, and I still didn't
There
get
we
the
go
fill.
on Tesla.
What? Nice. There you go.
Through the lows again. Tesla getting absolutely slammed. Expecting 163 to break here. 162.50 is the SSR level. I think it's 53.
Oh, baby.
So yeah, Tesla getting clapped. This one is
Getting
done.
clapped.
Done.
Yeah, it's no good. It's bringing down my Meta, man. I mean, like, what does Meta do to Tesla? Like, why do I have to lose money for this?
There we go. Quadrunk through 163. So
I got to get out of this Meta,
I'm out of Apple, but haven't taken anything on Tesla yet. Expecting 162.50, no problem. The options dump is upon us, I would say, on this Tesla. Anybody who thought this was the bottom is wrong.
Tesla is going back to 100. I'm picking up 1,000 shares at that level. It's going to happen. Let's go.
100? You're picking up 1,000 shares at 100? All right.
I'll take out whatever loans I need to take out, baby. I'll pull out the credit cards. No, I'm kidding. We're just joking out here, guys. We're joking.
The Tony special? Pull out your credit card?
Yeah, that guy. I can't believe he did that. That's interesting. Shout out to Tony. Missed that guy. I haven't seen him in a minute. But, yeah, Meta holding 215 for now. Right? We were almost out of the money there as it came back into our level. We're still not out of the woods, though, guys, because we really moved down quite aggressively on the futures as a result of that Tesla flat bottom break there.
Great trade, Max. Where'd you get short? You got short one. You got one.
Yeah, I took the 164 breakdown.
That's a beauty, baby. That's a beauty.
For the short. Yeah, getting a little bit of pop here, but we've seen this a bunch of times, so not nervous at all. I want to see, honestly, 162.50. Maybe I should start taking some profit here. We will see if we can get back down below. Well, I'll take some profit at 90s.
Bring that profit bell, baby.
Just
we need a profit
20%
bell animation too.
A profit bell?
Mm-hmm. Animation.
yeah, for sure. Some kind of profit, some kind of maybe like a harvesting profit button, something like that. You know, like a farmer just going to the field to pick his potatoes out of the ground, something like that.
Profit bell animation. Bring the profit bell. Bahad has a list, guys. We have a list. We have a lot of ideas. That goes without saying.
Yeah, looks like I might have stopped out the low there on Apple.
No, because when you ring the profit bell, take profit. What do you got there? No. That's a light count. A profit bell, baby. Hit it. Man, dude, can I tell you, this would play in my condo over, this animation would play over in my condo over and over and over, and I hadn't heard it so long, so when I heard it, it was absolutely nostalgic for me. But this is still my favorite, though, the spend the money. I would harass Sean in the chat. I'm like, spend the money, man. Spend the money. All right, man, I'm spending the money. All right, Max, where are we at here? Back above 215 for Stressla. And now below $3, Max, for CNSP. So I'm happy I got it this one.
Yeah, you got to manage risk. You can't hold those things forever.
No, it didn't end up materializing. Yeah. And that's why I got out at 3. But here's the thing. I like this one at 2.25. I like it even better at 2.25, between 2.25 and 280 because of VWAP right at 280. You have this consolidation area, the top of this range at that 280, 275 level. And you have VWAP there too, so you could have an area where it bounces here. This is where the dip trade, could set up. I mean, initially that's what I did. I got a dip trade off $3 support. We made some money on it, and then it came back down. We took a little bit of a loss there, right? On that last little piece, 5 pennies. But look, we got like 16. We got 13 pennies on this pop over here, albeit not. So I'll keep my eye out at that 280. I like 280 as a dip. In fact, let's go ahead and put some shares on now, and we're going to go long at 81s. So I'll wait for the upper end of that range. If it holds, great. If not, I got to give it to about 60s, and then we shall see what happens. Meta still doing that little dance with 215. The futures kind of slowed down in their descent. I'm looking at the NQ more than I am on the ES for this because my meta I feel is more connected to the NQ. Looks like we're bouncing off that 13,112 on the NQ, made a higher low on my 5-minute chart, which is good. That's what I want to see. And then that 13,150, that's been the level today on the NQ. That's very clear on my 5-minute chart. So if we can break that 13,150 decidedly, and maybe test that 13,165. That's high a day, but that's off lesser volume earlier in the morning. We should be cooking for some of these longs. And here comes Meta again, back up into the 40s. Not taking any profits. Going to wait for the $0.50 break before I touch this one. But we do get that bounce off 50. Now, if we see a newer high above that 50, that's going to be good because then we can really get moving for that 216 test. Right? Again, 215.71, that's yesterday's close. You got the tick 216 whole dollar level, and then you have the high of day this morning, the wick 216.33.
Yeah, just I'm hanging out, watching this Tesla. Kind of dip buyers are coming in, but it's not really going anywhere. So expecting them to eventually get stopped out here, and then we make the next leg down. Haven't taken any profit yet. Looking for at least $1.50 on a breakdown like this. On a name like this, we know how far Tesla can move. If you're going to take the risk of a breakdown on a Tesla, you got to make sure the reward is great enough. That LVS came into the 60s, and I missed my dip trade on it. Was too busy with the Tesla, but yeah, it comes down in here right to this 68 or 66, whatever high, and right back up above $63. So LVS looking to make its move back up, while Tesla, the dip is still being bought. I am not buying it though. Waiting for these dip buyers to get stopped out below probably 163.20 would be the spot where they would get stopped out, maybe 163, and then we make the next move down. Here comes the selling, tried to spike it up, can't even get to the teal, and then we sell back down. Sell back down into the low 163s. So yeah, Tesla looking weak still as the market buys up the dip. So market gets a little smoked by Tesla going down, and then everything else buys back up, and Tesla keeps going down. So yeah.
That's another animation we need. We need like you by like a big teal wall touching the teal. just
holding it.
Yeah.
Holding the teal.
No, we need a teal animation because like it's like developed this mythical kind of, I don't know, Fahad-esque godliness of indicators. Like, I'm kidding, of course, when I say that, right? We joke, Fahad, like, always, like, we call him God mode. Well, at least I do. Because he's funny. He always like, yo, bro, I don't lose. I made, like, $20 million. And, yeah. Yo, where is he? He's right there? Yeah, he's right there. He's busy talking to Fahad. All right, guys. We're having some trouble again at the $0.50 here on Meta, to be expected. We had trouble last time around. We wicked above the $0.50, but then we immediately quadunked. So this is the second time around. We're testing the $0.50 area. We're looking for continuation. I'm taking some outs here. This is my original entry, right in and around here, and then it's been scalp, 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 partial fill, scalp, 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 waiting for that real decided breakout to take real shareage out of the position, still holding the majority of it, looking for that continuation, keeping an eye on some of these small cappers as well. I've got one eye on big cappers and the other eye on small cappers. CNSP coming back down closer to my dip trade at 82s. It's now at 89s. I don't know how much I like this anymore. No, I'm going to go for it because I do like the level. VWAP is a level. That area of previous resistance, the higher end of that range is a level. I'm going to go with this trade. You know, I hope it holds out, but clearly, you know, my initial dip trade on it held up for a little bit, and then we ended up losing a little bit on it. But, yeah, those are the trades. I think they're both sound and in the money on one and not in the other. Still negative on the day, though. Got to be honest about that. That slapping we took on SATX, 0 for 2 on that one. That's caused us to go red, so trying to make up for it with this Meta long. Here we go, knocking on the $0.50 again. I just saw 50s come in on my tape. But we're rejecting off it as we have been for much of this morning. So Meta about to go green. It's 0.1 to the downside now, guys. Green comes vis-a-vis a 71 break max.
Yeah, buyers coming in here around 163 on Tesla, so maybe not done yet. I don't know. I'm feeling a lot less comfortable now that it held 163 for the second time, but we'll see. Stop is in. Profit target still in. Thinking we can get 160, but I mean, look at this hold of 163 right here. Breaks it, wicks it, and then comes back into here. You figure that everybody would get stopped out and smoked on this move down. Apparently, the buy is still in. Kathy still on the name, so yeah, we'll have to get that low of day break on Tesla pretty soon, or else I may have to stop out of this short.
Pump it.
LVS hanging out around 163. Sharif still pumping it on Meta.
Yes, baby, we're moving.
Yeah, market holding up despite this down move on Tesla. Maybe no belief in the sell. I don't know. I'm wavering, Sharif. I'm wavering on this short position.
About,
I don't know what's going on here. Maybe I should just take this out where we are, but. Can't change the trade. Can't change the trade.
Max, this is an absolute print factory here on Meta, baby. We're busting through the 60s. We're just about to get into the 70s. So we're not 80 pennies in the money on this one. Here we go. I almost saw 70s. I saw 69s on my tape. 69 is a good number. It's good. But we'd like to see higher, much higher. I'm talking about 216s. We were close. We got right to, yes, we're quadunking right off yesterday's close. We get up to the 70s. Yesterday's close is 71 or 72. And lo and behold, we sell off. Let's see if we can get bought back up, though. Are buyers going to overwhelm sellers at these levels? It's been up and to the right. It's been a symphony of higher highs and higher lows. The futures are cooperating. They have much the same pattern of higher lows, not much in the way of higher highs, to be honest. But we'll see if we hold here. We're in this position. We get a little bit of a bigger out through that $0.50 max, but right back into that $0.50 we go. It's been a hard row hoe.
Yeah, and right back into 163 for Tesla. Apple holding up, so I got stopped out at the lows on Apple, sadly. Yeah, got a little bamboozled there. Should have given it to this 166.90. Should have added on 167, but buying at 167.47 was a little aggressive. Buying the highs today. Got kind of smoked on that yesterday when I went long Apple. So mental note, don't buy high on Apple, buy high on other things. And there's Tesla holding 163 again.
Buy on other things.
Yeah, you know, I can buy high on like a Tesla for a move higher, but apparently Apple, you need to get a better price. Apple, the most competitive name in the market, probably.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
So not too familiar with the Apple trading, and Tesla just catching a bid again. I'm still not going to take any profit unless this breaks down to like the 162.50, 162 area, but holding very strongly for now. Not a ton of size on the book, just a lot of market orders that pop off as soon as we get down there. But potentially going to break there. I don't know, holds it again. I don't know what to do with this Tesla position. Huge reserve on 163 there. Still not going to take it out, but yeah, potentially not right on Tesla if we can't break right now. What else going on, Sharif?
You want to know what's going on, Max?
I don't know.
We're printing on Meta. That's what's going on.
You're always printing on Meta. You say our friend Meta. I think it's just your friend Meta.
It's our friend Meta. We're a team here, bruh. We're the midday
Meta,
team,
it's I don't know, man. You have like an uncle or something who's a Meta trader. That's,
whoa!
Size.
You
like,
trying
I don't
to
know,
apply
man.
something
You just
here?
print on Meta
This
every
guy-
day.
This
like,
guy's
wow,
trying to
what's going
apply
on over here?
insider
I don't know.
information.
I don't know.
Careful, man. There may be like OSC algos listening to the stream.
No.
We're kidding, of course, guys. No,
I mean, I wouldn't be saying that if you did.
I know, right? No. I mean, no, I don't. I don't have anyone that works at Meta. I don't know nobody. Yeah. We're right back into that high of day again, rejecting again off that 71, 70-ish level, 215, 70-ish level on Meta. But we're hanging out in the 60s, so we're not giving up. And the futures are not pointing the other way either. They're still, hanging out here near the 13,150. We are on the NQ and nearer the 4160 on the ES. But yeah, stair stepping up. Oh, geez. CNSP Max, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, I had the right idea. Look where the dip trade is. Go to my screen. Go to my screen.
I have VWAP right there. I don't know if real VWAP is there, but
go to my screen. There we go. Look at this. So the idea was to get the dip trade there and for the bounce back up. And you're going to miss it by a couple of pennies. And you know why? Because I'm cheap, right? I'm trying to get the best price possible rather than getting the fill. And my cheapness ends up, ruining the trade for me here, it looks like, right? So I could have got something in the 86s. I would have got the fill. And then that's a nice, 15 or 86s? That's like a 25 penny move, man. On a $3 stock, that's gold. So frustrating there. Tried to get the best possible price, and as a result, missed out on the trade, but the idea was sound.
Tesla holding again. This is nuts. This 163 level is strong, strong, strong. So lots of reserves down here once you get into the O's on 163. If you're trying to catch a dip on Tesla, maybe that's the spot to do it. I don't know. I am short, so not going to be covering yet. But every time it gets down here, it just buys straight back up, and then there's a bid on 98. So Tesla, crazy, crazy reserve. Kathy buying 168 maybe, or 162. Oh, there it goes. And wow.
Dang.
Wow, okay.
Dang. There she goes again, 163 south like nobody's business.
Yeah.
Let's go 150 by the end of next week.
And look at that look at that buy right away. It is crazy how many buyers are happening on this Tesla name right now. Like buys right back up to 163. You got to wonder what's going to happen here if there's going to be resistance selling there given all the buying that was there before. But yeah, Tesla refusing to make new lows, refusing to get all the way to that SSR level. I believe, what was the close? 180.59.
Can't wait to see the Tesla bears all over cable network television, like pounding the desk.
162.53 by my calculations, the SSR level, but it will not get there. And now we're right back above 163.
You think it's being buoyed above? There's an algo holding it?
That's kind of potentially looking like low of day on Tesla. I'm going to have to set a stop here. I don't know. Too much buying. Too much buying. I thought Tesla would just be going straight down.
What random level do you see there? Is there a level at 163 that is
that
important?
163 just held like crazy strong, and then
because of the 10%, you're thinking. That's what it is.
Well, the 163 broke, then holds like 10 times here on the 1 minute. There's crazy reserves on it. I was watching the whole time.
Right.
We get this breakdown, and it only goes, what is that, 35 cents, and then gets right back above. So I don't know. I think if it breaks this 60 level, I'd have to be out, still holding the short, still looking for 162.50 and below. I want to see what happens after it gets below the SSR level. If you start seeing size on the bid and it starts still going down after it being SSR, that's how you know you're in the money short. But yeah, chilling for now. That was a big buy, though. A little bit of a volume spike, but yeah, short still solid. Just gotta hold it, really. Where's my mug at? Gotta hold that trade.
Where's my mug at? I had to think about that one. NVIDIA also not being spared today either, guys. Let's have a look at that one. Woo. Oh, what did I just do there? All right, come on, old man fingers. You can do this. There we go. All right, NVIDIA down and to the right. Goodness gracious, have a look at this stock. Down only 1.64%, but it looks a lot worse. Maybe the 5-minute does this move down. Yeah, there we go. That's a 280, 40-cent top right there. Now we are down at 274, so that's $6 right there from the morning, and we haven't even finished lunch yet. So this one was been a big hwadunk. It was a great rejection off that 276.50 level. You held up there, you get in short, and then you were rewarded with like another almost $2 move to the downside. So low of day on this one is 274.50, high of day 280.30, and yesterday's close 279.32. So we are far away from that. VWAP on my chart is around 277.50. So NVIDIA is super weak. Kind of, I would say, kind of in the same ballpark. I was going to say the same ballpark as Tesla, but that's obviously not accurate. This one's only down 1.5%. Tesla down almost now 10%. We're knocking on the door there, 9.75, eh?
Yeah, I think we're getting dip buyers in front of that SSR level probably.
You're going to get that money.
So potential for a squeeze to stop everybody out before we get the dip buy, but we'll see. Stop is in. Honestly, I figured if I was holding Tesla for, how long is this? 25 minutes, that I would be like $5 in the money by now. This is kind of nuts that we're just hanging out $1 in the money on this level. $1 in the money on a Tesla trade is nada. That's like
exactly.
Maybe 2 risk, maybe 2 times risk. But yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. Amazon's still kind of flirting with that 104.40 level that it's been consolidating under all day. The dip buy here off of this, wow, this chart sucks. Dip buy off that 104 level that it was consolidating at before. So buyers in here, comes back into the level, buyers are still there. So Amazon, great dip buy off 104. A lot of the tech names, when Tesla was breaking down, gave you those dip buys if you were looking at them instead of looking at the big boy Tesla, which is now doing nothing, and everything else has recovered back into the levels that they were at previously. So good dip buy opportunity on large caps. Missed my places.
Let me get to this because we have Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester making comments right now. So that is always possibly market moving. Some statements she's made so far. She expects inflation to ease to 3.75 by this year. She says the job market is strong, expects unemployment rates to rise to 4.5 to 4 3/4. She also says how financial conditions evolve could influence the future rate hikes in her view. She stresses the banking sectors. She mentioned that the stresses in the banking sectors have eased, but the Fed will continue to act if needed. She also said the extent of the future Fed rate rises depends on how the economy performs, so data dependent. We've been hearing that for a while. She welcomes progress in balancing demand and supply in the economy. Okay, so nothing too crazy. She also said inflation was still high. U.S. Central Bank has more work to do. Expect the Fed will need to hike policy rates to over 5% and hold there for a while. Fed is much closer to the end of the rate hike journey than they are at the beginning. Okay, that kind of bit of an obvious statement. Okay, so Fed talk always important. Yeah, you would hope. You would hope, right? Yeah. You hope we're near the end there. But yeah, you have to have one ear with the Fed when they're speaking and one ear with the market because you guys know you'll see the immediate reaction in the futures. Microsoft pumping to the high side, Apple pumping to the high side, Google, Amazon, they're all curling up. The NQ curling up back to 13,150, and now we're above 4160 here on the ES. Meta back at those key levels as well. I'm sitting at the $0.75 for that Philmax, but some hot lines coming in there from Loretta Mester.
Hot lines indeed. Yeah, so everything pumping up, including my Tesla short, but barely gets anywhere. So that could be some profit taking, and now we get right back down into 163. Yeah, I thought I'd be at like $160 right now, taking profit, laughing, but we'll see. A dollar in the money is always nice. WLGS Wang & Lee Group just opened for IPO. Opening price looks like it was $5.80, halted down at $4.80. So we'll see where this WLGS goes. Another IPO, so IPO day, I guess. Sharif, what's happening with UCAR? Is that halted up now?
I don't see that on my scanner, bro.
It's only done 650K of volume, so maybe that's it.
Oh, well, no, it still should be up on mine. What is it up on the day?
Yeah, this one halted.
Is this IPO?
It's flat on the day? No, yeah, it's an IPO.
That's why. IBKR and all their infinite wisdom doesn't show it up. Let's see if it shows up on Trade Ideas. I hope it does. Yes, it does. IBKR, do better, bro. Do better. That's weak. Why is it not showing up on the IBKR?
Well, you can't expect everybody to be as good as Trade Ideas.
Shout out Max, you promotional genius, you.
I was on Trade Ideas well before I came to this floor.
Oh, no, way
and
before.
I didn't renew it for about a week. And I was like, this is crazy. I can't work like this.
This is crazy. I can't work like this. That's so funny. Yeah, I feel so disorganized and blind.
Yeah.
Like, where am I going?
I can't do it.
I hear you on that.
That's how I look up every stock. I'm like, you just tell me a ticker, then I need to know float, all this stuff.
Everything
short
you know
float.
immediately.
The name of the company. You got to know the name when you're trading it, right?
Dude, days high on Microsoft, days high on Google, closing in. We're like 10 pennies off days high on Apple. And even, we're not at days highs on Amazon. That's not fair, but we're back to break even. And we are curling definitely on both these futures and on the NQ and the futures. So Obi is going to be on in a minute, so I'm going to have to wind down and shut down, guys. But it's been real. I will see you guys on the closing show. And Frank Averna will not be on today. We will have Frank on next week. Brenda will have that. So stay tuned on. We're going to have Randy on. We're going to be talking some EVs, baby. Him and I were talking at the big desk today. We were talking about some of the cars that I've been seeing there, and I've been getting Randy's seal of approval, right?
Oh, yeah?
Because around here, that means a lot. So we'll be talking some cars there, guys. It's been real, Max. I will see you tomorrow. I'll be on full tomorrow because Brendo, sorry, we'll be back. I was eating. Brendo will be back tomorrow, so I will be on for the full amount tomorrow, guys. See you at the close.
What's everybody in the chat trading right now? I got this Tesla thing on. I just have to look away from it. So somebody distract me, please, so that I don't have to look anymore as it goes up towards my stop. Apple going up to 167.50. So Apple at high of day again. Whiffed on that one. AMD. Everybody talking AMD? Amazon, yeah, Amazon looking great for the break above VWAP if that's what you're looking for. Hopefully, INTC. I never trade INTC, too slow for me, but INTC can provide some serious moves if you need them. Hold chat long Tesla. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're long at the bottom, that 163 reserve is nuts. So that could shoot it right back up into 165. I'm not holding my breath for where Tesla could go today. This is not looking super awesome for me yet, but waiting for the real trade to come in. Yeah, lots of people Tesla long at 163. I don't hate that. AMD, let's take a look at AMD. I haven't looked at it for a minute here. AMD going for high of day, so nice little dip into 90. Look at this beautiful VWAP indicator here. A straight line up, a straight line sideways. I don't think that's how that works, but clearly lining up with this bottom here. So maybe we got some new indicator on here instead of VWAP. Yeah, nice bounce off 90.20. That's the dip on the initial move up. Then we get back right up into those highs. So AMD looking to take out 91.50. We were talking yesterday about how AMD could be at 92 within no time, and almost there now. So yeah, AMD looking strong today. Congrats if you're long this one. Nice dips off 90.80 too. Where's VWAP on AMD? If I can pull that up for myself. Ooh, Tesla kind of ripping up here. So congrats to the longs on Tesla. AMD VWAP is like 90.65. So won't even touch VWAP and then spikes back up. Everything going to the high side. It looks like I'm going to get stopped at a Tesla here. Sadly, if we look at the tape there, Tesla's not loaded? That's strange. All right. Bid on 163.60 there on Tesla that you can see just gets taken. We bounce off the 50 period here, so we'll see if there's a continuation on this move down. But Tesla moving up, possibly back into 164, 165. Who knows where this could go? Market taking out the highs. Maybe I should have just taken profit down there instead of being stubborn, but that ain't the trade, and I'm here to trade the trade. Look at this buying coming in on Tesla. Wow, how could I, yeah, just not right on anything today here, but that's all right, that's all right. Yeah, see if Tesla can hold this 50 and get moving back up. Sadly, my short probably not going to work out on this Tesla trade. What else do we got? Apple taking out the highs, so Apple probably kind of pulling us on this Tesla trade. And where is it? Oh, AUGX is starting to go. So this AUGX gets back above the 310 level, starting to curl up, move back up towards that 330 that we were talking about before. AUGX might have been a good buy here around this $3 when it broke here. I don't know how I can get long this name, but I feel like, I mean, this one can go. If you have a look at the daily chart on AUGX, it can absolutely fly if it gets through $4. So maybe I just wait, take the $4 break if we get there, nothing else, since that's the level that I like. Wish I held on to that Apple long, but is what it is. Yes, I know I was $1 in the money, but I was looking for 5, so is what it is there. You got to trade the trade. I figured everybody would be stopped out below 164. That is what it is. What else we got going on? BVY puts, yeah, I bet. Tesla. NVIDIA. What's going on with NVIDIA today? I haven't had a look at it yet. I was just looking at XOXL and TSM, which I was long, so I didn't really have a look at the chips independently other than the TSM. But yeah, NVIDIA makes a little low here at that 275 level, which was a level not too long ago. Holds it brilliantly, and then, yeah, we're pumping back up. So 277 potential quite easily on NVIDIA, given the market move that we're having right now. And, I mean, 280 highs. Wow, what a short off of 280 there on NVIDIA. That was money. This is a 1 minute chart. It goes up above probably for like 20 seconds, breaks right back down, never sees 280 again. That is a money trade on NVIDIA. But if you're long the bottom around 275, good trade there on NVIDIA. I mean, long anything right now is good. I am only short. Looking to stop out potentially of this Tesla unless we can get back below that 45 low that it just put in. Speaking of TSM. Oh, no, TSM is on NY. All right, TSM, so comes back down. This is not real VWAP. The VWAP is actually somewhere around $90.20, but comes right back to these pre-market levels. This is the level that I was talking about earlier. I miss it, sadly, and bounces right back up into 89.90. That would be a 90-cent winner. That would be something to cheer about. And Tesla now pushing those lows again. So let's see, well, not lows, but lows of this little move up. So if we take out those 40s, potential for continuation back down through 163.20 and then 163 even again. This is why I stay stubborn with these trades. I believe that there is room to go. Yeah, see where this one goes. This could get bought right back up. I am, not going to stay too biased on this Tesla trade, knowing where it can go. I think 19s would be a breakdown, and then back through 163 should be a breakdown on Tesla. What else are people looking at? Yes, inverse max. Do the inverse max today. Not off the open, but as soon as I got on here, do inverse max if you'd like. Although, good luck holding Tesla $1.50 against you if you're taking 164 back to the upside against me. But everything else, yeah, inverse me today. Hopefully, yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that tomorrow. Amazon just bounced off that 104.40 level, so coming back down into 104, potential for a dip by there. On Amazon, yeah, like this.
Missing good trades on Amazon today, man.
You missed trades on Amazon?
Trades
Obi,
on
what's
Amazon.
going on with you, man?
Yeah, I don't know. It was a little bit of lack of sleep today as well. I was up a little late, doing some stats on some earnings things. But yeah, no, that 105, man. That 105 came into play again today. We saw how good it was yesterday.
I figured today,
here you go again today, and then I stayed away from it. Like, I'll pull up my chart here. Like, I stayed off of it on the run out the open, and I was like, maybe I could get something off of 105. And again, like, I'm trying to work on like getting on the right side of the V, and selling when the selling comes in on the right side, or like buying when the buying comes in on the right side. So I did catch a small piece. But then I started to long. I started to long the 104s, right? Because I'm like, maybe we're going to do a bit of a range. And then, nope, I did not have any good management on that position. I was like, okay, let's kind of see if we can work out of it. Started to like chop in here. And I got lucky. I gave it back to kind of, I made a little bit of profits, but like pretty much it was a pretty crappy trade. I should have stopped out like below this consolidation range, and I kind of just a little bit deer in headlight syndrome, So I kind of gave it back on the retrace. I was like, yeah, no, I was definitely wrong on this trade, and I'm lucky to have it back to break even. So I'm just going to give it there, and that's kind of where we topped out that time. But yeah, no, Amazon definitely missed out on a great opportunity. One very similar from yesterday. Those 105 sellers kind of came back in, and my brain was nowhere to be found. So there's that.
I kind of struggled in the same spot as you, probably timing-wise and market-wise on this TSM long. Right where you started buying Amazon around that 104 it was, I guess. That's kind of where I was buying the dip on TSM, looking for like the next move up, and then got a little stubborn with it and gave way too much back trying to make this next move up on TSM. But the market felt like, you know, it was ready to go.
Yeah, like what?
And then
Like
everything just falls off.
This was around 1054. Like, what was the NQ doing around 1054? Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Like this, that's like 954 on here, right? The times are kind of, yeah. I mean, yeah, it looked like it was kind of holding. There was some wick bottoms. What's 1054 look on this name here? Yeah, no, we were kind of we were holding on the ES, and the NQ was kind of not looking the same, I guess. But yeah, a little bit of confuzzling in that area for sure. Now, I also took a piece off of AXP this morning because they had earnings, and I've been trying to focus a little bit more on earnings names, as like I haven't necessarily traded like large cap earnings like this before. So I like the 159, and then I think I also like the 155. We kind of wick bottomed off that 155, and I saw that we were holding 156, and the pressure was very different from the selling out the open, and that's kind of what I was looking for. I was looking for this to kind of catch a bid off the one off like the 155 or something, and what happened? Got something?
There was just some crazy buying. Tesla was in the O's, 163.05, and then it just bought right back up to like 50. So I don't know if there's news on Tesla potentially, but really starting to run now. I think I have to cut this short if there is some kind of news. I don't know. I'll look into this. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if there's news coming in, you definitely have to kind of watch out for that.
No, I don't see anything on Tesla right now. So maybe just a little volume spike. We'll see if it sells right back off. But yeah, my stop is in, so I should be safe. But yeah, that was kind of crazy off that 163. I thought we were breaking down there and then just buy straight back up.
The downtrend's pretty solid, or it was. It's starting to kind of flatten up.
Yeah, starting to potentially reverse the move here on Tesla. But I will continue to trade the trade, looking for the 162s on that. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. But yeah, back to the AXP trade. But yeah, I caught a piece of this, a couple dollars off this 156. I had planned on taking at least a retest of like the 160, but like as soon as it kind of slowed down, I kind of like got scared out of the position. When it did start to kind of slow down, I just posted an order underneath the 159 and got out with that. It was an okay trade, not exactly as planned, but since when is anything in this market, right? You gotta definitely finesse it a little bit when things aren't really going as planned. But as you can see, the move was pretty strong off that bottom. The 156 bid took it all the way to 162, and I guess I caught it half of that move, which is pretty decent. Some of the other names I kind of missed out on as well.
You know, your value in your time sitting in that position, the move that you got that in 3 minutes versus
like 9 minutes. I got it roughly 9 minutes.
It takes 20 minutes to get the same amount.
Exactly, to the other side.
To continue, and there's lots of risk just being in the market in general. So I think it's totally cool to cut that trade, get a huge win out of that, you know, by a percentage perspective, right?
Right.
$2 on a $150 name.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Pretty good right there. I can't even get $2 on Tesla right now. But
you got to take it out the open.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
right
did
now
you
things
see the
are
open?
seeming like it's I didn't see the open on Tesla.
Look at the open here on Tesla. Holds 165 by to the penny there. That's I thought I had 164 something, but shoots right up to like 170 in about 15 minutes. Pretty solid trade there if you were long bias out the open on Tesla.
That's pretty solid. What do you think about like playing that first 15-minute candle on an earnings play? Do you think like a lot of opportunity just lies within the first 15, or?
Yeah,
a name
I think,
like Tesla or something large like that.
Yeah, you get like a lot of like crazy momentum on the first 15 minutes. What's going to happen on the day isn't necessarily structured off that candle though. So like if you're short biased on a name and it just shoots up on the first 15 and then kind of consolidates, then by like 9:45, 10 o'clock, you can start building a position to the other side with a very defined out.
Right.
So yeah, like the opening drive on the earnings don't tell the whole story, but you can make a lot of money there. Even if you are short biased and it's just screaming to the upside, you can make money to the upside and then take your real trade back down if that's your setup on that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That initial reaction is something you can definitely structure risk around, and proof in the pudding. A lot of these earning names off of their initial moves can give great opportunity. Let's see. I think someone was asking me, am I in any positions? I don't think. No, I'm not in any positions right now. I guess let's see if this 105 kind of comes back. We're holding the 104, which is interesting, right? As the ES and NQ kind of like still trickle up, kind of like start bidding up. Amazon is still consolidating in its range, but I know Apple is making highs. I know Microsoft is also pushing towards its highs. Let me pull that up here. Yeah, Microsoft is about to make new highs as well. Google is almost there as well. Google off the 105. It's kind of back in this area here. Let me pull up the chart here. Pretty strong trend on Google, pretty strong trend on a lot of these names.
And once we decidedly break there off that 105, comes back and gives you the trade right off it again.
Yeah. What's the other one I'm looking for? We looked at Microsoft, Apple, Google, NVIDIA, and of course Amazon. But Amazon we've already looked at. Yeah, looks like some of these tech names these chip names are kind of down. What's Intel doing? Let's see. Intel's doing its own thing. But yeah, no, NVIDIA has been great as well. Kind of a range, no? But yeah, what have you guys been trading? Throw it up in the chat. We can talk about some of these charts while we wait for some of our levels to potentially come in. And let's see if Amazon has kind of defined this range twice. And we know that ranges have been, you guys know what ranges have been doing as of recent. Let's see if we can catch a piece off this range if it does come in, right? I don't want to diddle in the middle over here, but if we can get to some of the extremes, I might take a piece, and we'll see where that goes.
I like that. People talking about the position board. Yeah, we had to restart it because Obi came on, so until I take a fill, my position will not show up, but I am short Tesla 163.91. You have 0 positions on.
I have 0 positions.
So just to update you, once I take profit once on this, then the position board will update. So just waiting on that or a new position. And it looks like I could be taking profit soon as Tesla once again rejects those highs and screams back down to 163. We will see if it breaks decidedly this time.
Dude, look at that candle. I like that candle.
This?
Yeah.
I feel like that must be like some kind of block order or dark pool or something.
Oh yeah? Did you see him go in?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't expect a crazy volume spike on this little tiny candle right here, but maybe, I don't know, anything's possible. Maybe some size popped up on the offer and got taken or something like that.
Yeah, and then we could potentially see a decisive move come in after that candle.
Yeah, after a candle like that. Yeah. But I mean, it's just the same as kind of these guys, all these guys over
it's
here.
Nothing, it's nothing like outlier. I mean, it's nothing like the opening
nothing
candle.
like that opening, 1 minute candle right there. That is nuts. But I mean, trend obviously down here on Tesla. They tried to buy it back up on the dip, couldn't even get to 170, and now we are just going down. Hopefully I can hold this all day into the close and
these guys are saying
get below 160.
You guys are saying let's look at UCAR. Have you seen UCAR? What is this?
UCAR, the IPO?
Oh, it's an IPO.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no way.
Look at this. All right, so going for that $30. UCAR, $30 high exactly. Still hasn't even done 1 million shares of volume. IPOs, interesting, very, very interesting to take a breakout on an IPO because these levels are brand new. So not necessarily any sellers or any bag holders above any levels that you're taking breakouts on. But yeah, not enough volume for me to do a breakout on this one. If you're going to trade an IPO, you would rather it be more of a household name that there's natural buying coming into. UCAR being U-Power Limited, Chinese company. We can pull down this thing here. Engages in the provision of vehicle sourcing, brokers sales of vehicles between wholesalers and buyers. So I don't think there's a tremendous amount of natural buying coming into this name, probably just speculation. Or maybe it's a household name in China, I don't know. Not something for me to trade, but very interesting nonetheless. It's halted probably, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times, going for the 12th halt. So yeah, UCAR, who knows? Who knows on this one?
Lucky number 13.
Also, FRC was running today. I just heard Brad yell about FRC in the back. So
been watching that name as well.
FRC, interesting today, running again. Yesterday, is this the 30? Yes. So yesterday gets that 14, kind of rejects it. We were talking about this one on the show. If it can get back above 14, it might go. It does just that, but then fades off 14.50. Now a little bit of an inside day for this one, but catching a bid off that 13.5. Looking to maybe take out 14 once again. FRC on the move. Volume a little bit lighter today, though, 12 million, but that's still enough to take a trade on a name like this.
It's doing a clear range. Just looking at the chart, like you have those highs. I don't know where those highs are, closer to like 14, starting to step down, and those lows at like 13, 17.
Yeah, we're definitely in a channel here. You could definitely draw this, but yeah, we break out that 1385. Who knows where we go?
Yeah, exactly. Like as long as it works, right? We were talking a little bit about the broken slot machine, right? Like if you find a broken slot machine, then definitely it's definitely something to exploit for sure. And like I feel like range trading is kind of that similar concept, using that same mentality of that broken slot machine-ish.
Someone's saying check out Netflix.
Netflix.
Look at this.
Sure.
So
look at Netflix.
Look at this nice VWAP here. Thank you. We need to get these charts fixed, but yeah, Netflix. So yesterday, that consolidation range, if I can bring it up here, doesn't really show all that well on the 15-minute chart, but or on the 30-minute chart, but the consolidation range was this 325. 70, but more like 325.50 kind of area. It breaks out there today out that 325.50. That was when I was long looking for this move up. It breaks out of there, 325.50, never really looks back, comes back in, tests it, and then moves back up. So looking for 330, I guess, on Netflix today, recovering a little bit, or quite a bit actually, off of that negative earnings report. Everything started to pump up a little bit here. Tesla moving towards that 164. So buyers definitely coming into this name. I am.
Yeah. That dip in. Look at that dip into 325.50.
325.50. Sorry.
325.50 versus yesterday's highs.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. That 325.50.
Yeah.
That's that level, for whatever reason, is the level on Netflix the past couple days. 325.50
earnings,
and
like those are earning highs. Like you wicked a bunch of times off of them. Like initially over here, and then you have these like solid tops. Yeah, definitely something to watch out for. But like I guess the trade is gone. We're like $4 too late on this one.
Yeah, there's nothing really that you can. Sharif walking over to tell me to look at his MetaTrade. Look at this guy. Just goes straight up.
Is he sitting long?
Just goes. If Sharif goes long meta, like I should just be punching in with him. This guy is the meta whisperer. Up. What's your position, Sharif? I think he's in here in like 1480, so he's $1 in the money, just chilling on meta, looking for that 216 break. What was the level on meta that I like? Is 218, I believe.
Yeah, 218 was the level that I like on meta.
Yeah.
And I was also looking at that 215 today.
Yeah, 215. Right? I mean, breaks below, but like holds it here, holds it again, and then, you know, gives you that chance to get in before it moves back up. Good look on Meta there. I'm going back to this Tesla again. Like, this is crazy how long I've been in this trade. This is an hour now almost that I've been.
Yeah, it's taking
Yeah,
the
this
time
is
to
an
come
hour
down.
that I've been short Tesla, like between 50 cents and $1 in the money, and nothing's happening. It keeps coming up to these levels, scaring me, and then just smashing right back down into 163. I'm waiting for 162s to take profit. I think 162 will break, and I can get filled in the 80s on 161, but we shall see. I think a lot of people are trying to buy the dip on Tesla, and I don't know. I feel that they might get burned.
Like, you can see that the markets are like raging towards the highs, and Tesla's kind of just like sideways. So like,
Yeah.
if and when that the market kind of starts to give us some relief, you might see that downturn on Tesla follow through, right? Because it's not really bidding up while the market's bidding up. So I think we can look for that relative weakness to kind of really come in when the market starts pushing lower as well, right?
Exactly.
Definitely something we could be watching for.
And market coming into like key resistance levels right now is 4165. 3200 would be more like where we would find resistance, or 13200, sorry, is where we would find resistance on ET or on NASDAQ. But I mean, if we look at the chart from yesterday, this is kind of where it consolidated at the end of the day. Yeah, this is the end of the day right here. So coming in back into these levels where we dumped into, ES kind of same looking thing right here, coming into these after or these evening levels on ES. This is where we closed yesterday on ES, and now, you know, we're not even at those levels yet. So ES looking relatively weak, pulling everything down a little bit, coming into this big block of resistance here. Potential for the turnaround here for the afternoon, and usually we're sitting on the show and the markets are at lows. We're talking about now's the time that it's going to turn around. We're getting long things for the turnaround. I'm usually getting long an AMD or an Amazon or an Apple, looking for the turnaround back to VWAP. Now, market's sitting at highs, and I'm thinking now is the time potentially for the turnaround back down into the VWAP kind of levels for the market. So potential to look for something that's close to highs to short, but I'm already short Tesla, so maybe I'll just chill in this one.
Yeah, I think you're
find
sitting
something
set
else
for
to
that
trade.
situation. You're set for that situation.
Yeah, definitely set up for the move back down if that were to come in. And Tesla sitting at the low of its range right now. Oops, despite the market being at highs and in fact making new highs. So I think I feel like the sell is in on Tesla, just waiting for the final dip buyers to get kind of stopped out of this one. And for us to go back down into those 160, 159 kind of levels that I do believe we can get to. What else are people doing? Baba will hold 91.
They're talking about Google. We can take a look at Google.
Sure.
We kind of talked about it as well earlier. So let's take a look at Google. What do you guys? New highs on Google, kind of breaking that some weekly levels, right? Take a look at the weekly over here, and actually no, not really breaking any weekly levels. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong chart. But breaking below some of the previous days levels, right? This 106 area, but like there's not really much follow through here. Let me try to bring in some of the extended hours. There we go. That's what I was trying to look at. So like look at these tops here at 109, right? This is I think this was some significance on Google, where like you kind of push up into the 109, and then you have a hard selling, kind of a double top type of action over here at the same place where we met resistance before in February, right? In the same place we kind of fell off of this shelf over here last year, August, right? August, September, you kind of support turn to resistance is what it's looking like on the larger time frame. But like some of these bottoms may be just the right amount of to kind of push this out of this resistance area from before. But yeah, no, that's the take on Google. We know that 105 has been a key area. 104, 105 has been a key area where it keeps on getting bid up from. So yeah, kind of in between these two areas, we've had price rejection from this pretty strong price rejection off the 109s in the past couple of weeks. So let's see where it can go. Like, we have some defined levels that can potentially give us some direction if it starts building into or off of these levels. So that's kind of my take on Google.
Yeah, Renata asked about BABA. Does it hold 91 or break? Triple bottom right now on 91, so you can definitely structure a good risk to reward situation here, just buying it here, giving it like 10 cents or giving it less than 10 cents, looking at the tape maybe, looking for a real seller to make you get out. But low of day is 91. No, it's not 91. What is it? 90.95 here. So take out that, then it's probably going down. Market kind of making a move back to the downside finally. So yeah, there is BABA making new lows. Unless we get rebid right now, I would say not holding. But yeah, big move down for BABA. Did they have news today?
I'm not sure.
Let me take a look here.
Check. Yeah, you got your trade ideas up there as well, right?
I don't see anything specific, but yeah, BABA getting smoked. Still kind of in those levels that we like post earnings. Where's the daily chart? Oh no, we liked the 97 post earnings. Yeah, BABA just kind of gave it up, sadly. This was a great run up for a few days. Everybody was loving trading BABA to the long side, and just gives it up. Chinese headwinds, never to be messed with, I guess. And oh, here we go. UCAR broke that 30 level and is halted up at 31.50. Congrats to the longs on UCAR. IPO of the day, halted up at 31.50. Nice reserve there on 30, so that gives you a trade to structure if you want to take a 30 breakout. I could see the case for this one, but halted up 31.49. Tap is $33, so 10% move potentially on that breakout. Pretty good there. Tesla doing a little liquidity grab here into those 163.20s and then going right back up. So we're still in range here on Tesla, waiting for the breakdown. Still buyers ahead of 163. What happens when they get stopped out? I can only guess. It would be bad, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see on Tesla. And somebody said Ponzi Fonzie asking for a short on Apple here.
Yeah.
I
maybe
don't hate the case for that. Does a little lower high here, reversal candle, breaks down that 167.60 area that it was consolidating at. So yeah, Apple, it takes down this low. Maybe you structure it off 167.50. That might be a better way to do that because that's a round level, and then you have this consolidation here right there. You could punch 167.49, take it back down to VWAP, which is somewhere around 167 even. Let me try to load this one up on trade ideas. Yeah, 167.05 VWAP on Apple according to trade ideas. So that would be a decent little potential short there if you're looking for something for a market turnaround at this 1 o'clock time. I mean, the thing is, like, the market decides if it's going to do continuation or if it's going to turn around. I expect we're probably going to chop around for the next little while and then make our decision on the afternoon show with Neil and Sean. Not going to make its decision with us, but you know, hopefully it does. We can get some.
Yeah, the Power Hour has been bringing in some decent-sized moves.
Yeah, for sure. And now the market trying to make new highs once again.
This short might have been a little premature. We missed the 104 bid up on Amazon here, but we kind of are revisiting that top of the range, 104.40s, maybe 104.45s, 50s ish. So yeah, let's see if this range kind of respects. I might be a little too early for this move, but again, let's see what it does.
Is open. It opens at 33, going 36
going crazy
now. 36.10 or 36.20 is the high now. Now we're trading at 34. So good luck on this one, structuring risk. But yeah, making new highs once again. More new highs there. 36.20. Can it push through those highs into another halt. We shall see. IPO season, maybe? Probably not.
That would be fun.
Probably not, but yeah, maybe once Powell turns the taps back on. Oh, there we go, $38. Wow, this is nuts. This is nuts. 30 break gives you $8. Hopefully somebody took that based on my call, but here we are going back down, halting down 31.40. So yeah, time to get out, I would say, if you're long this one, halting down. I mean, it's halted down before, I don't know. No advice on this name. You're basically gambling, to be honest. I mean, you can structure risk in a certain way if you'd like to, give it risk reward. So maybe you're pseudo gambling on this, but definitely no levels other than the IPO price and I guess this 30 price and high of day to really play off of. It does hold 15 or 16 right here pretty nicely. So 15 level, 28 level, 30 level, and your $8 that you opened at. The only levels on this name, 38, currently the high. Break of that, who knows? But you power limited, not selling off as most IPOs do. So maybe a good Chinese vehicle delivery, what was it? Vehicle broker after all.
Yeah. I mean, it is wild. I don't know what the float on that thing is, but
the float
definitely
says it is 7 million shares.
7 million shares, okay. And it's done about 1 million so far. So it hasn't gone through the whole thing, but it is an IPO. And like you said, like IPOs, new levels. So new levels, psychological levels, a lot of reading the tape. You know, IPOs are a little bit of a different trade. But
yeah,
definitely
you want them to be
opportunity
doing like
there.
crazy amounts of volume.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, all right, I'm
Market's
stopped out of Tesla,
rocketing.
sadly. Let's see, if this goes right back below 164, I might just get back in and structure the risk on the high there of 164.30s. But yeah, Tesla coming out for me. Sadly, it decided to break the consolidation the other way. We'll see if this is bamboozlement and then just a move straight back down. But yeah, I thought I was going to be good on that Tesla trade. Market telling me, no, sir. Just take the profit when it's there for you, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
will see on
especially
Tesla.
we've been talking about this a lot in this market. Where like when you have it, you should probably just take it when things are really choppy because market is rarely forgiving, and if kind of like what happened here, where like I wasn't managing my position really well, and market, or I guess the price action was forgiving. I got a little lucky on an unplanned type of trade, so I just gave it. You know, gotta stay on your feet as much as possible. Now I am shorting kind of like this this break, but I don't know if it'll be a convincing break or we kind of like trend and kind of break back into the 105. So we shall see how this goes. I do have a defined risk on this. So let's see if it can kind of have some relief and continue this kind of churn to the upside on Amazon, while the market is rocketing to the upside.
All right, I just got short Tesla again, 164.25, going to give it to 50s. If it breaks that, we're done with it. Saw some selling come in, but now they buy it right back up. So maybe that was a little bit quick to get back into Tesla. Stopped out again there. So yeah, done with Tesla for today. Congrats to the longs on that one. If you were long at that 163, yeah, I did identify that level, but just kind of ignoring it there, thinking that we were going to get that continuation back down. But NASDAQ and ES saying, no, not today. We are going to the highs. But yeah, funny, LVS is not continuing through like I thought it would on this market move up. So coming back down into these levels, so LVS potential short back through that like 66 area. I'm not going to take that one because I'm not convinced of that. I figured we were going up today on LVS. But yeah, you would think with the ES making this move back through 4170 that LVS would be making moves through highs, but it's kind of rolling over here, it seems like. So maybe a short back down to that VWAP area of 6250 on LVS. Not for me, though. That's the risk reward just ain't there. Tesla still consolidating there. Kind of wicks that 164.50 area, so maybe.
Yeah, a bit of some strength pushing on ES over here. I don't know if something's coming in, but that was a pretty hard pull up. Maybe, I mean, it could whenever things like pull up really hard or push down really hard, like flush, I get a little skeptical of the sustainability of such a move, especially when there isn't really a catalyst. So yeah, let's see where this really takes us. Where ES is kind of touching the tops of these after hours price action, and I think NQ is kind of doing the same, right? Pushing back towards yesterday's highs. This 13.2 was kind of key yesterday as well, and we are pulling up into the range to test that area. And then I think 41 was it 42? No. 41 was the key area on ES, but that's to the downside. So NQ definitely coming into an area of interest. ES, yeah, that as well. Let's I'm closely watching this position here, my Amazon position, to see if we do kind of respect the trend or we are just going to rock it without any relief. I have no idea. I'm just trying to manage some risk. This candle is kind of messing me up here, so I'm trying to get it out, but it hasn't printed on the editor yet. So I guess I have to kind of wait to see. But yeah, no, I got eyes on the tape, watching it like a hawk. Got the level 1s and the level 2s closely being watched right now on Amazon. But yeah, you see how that kind of the ES candle kind of wicks down off of that. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like a lack of follow through of like that unnatural push up to see if there is any follow through. And I don't know, when will this market get any sort of relief? Who knows? Who really knows? But that's what we're looking for. And if it's not there, it's not there, right? We just on to the next trade if that's the case.
Fair enough. I did just get short Tesla one more time. I feel like there's sellers up here, and we're getting right into this level right here, 164.70. So looking to stop out 164.75 on this final attempt at a short here. I think given that we've given up the 165, I don't know. I don't think we get back above there, but yeah, buying coming in a little stronger than this. Maybe I'm revenge trading this Tesla a little bit too much, thinking that it has to go down and that I must be right. But we'll see. It seems like it's wicking off the highs here, and there's sellers that are coming in. Feel like people are just stopping out, and then we get the next move down. But yeah, see what happens on Tesla. This is not my day today, Obi. Not my day.
Definitely a tough day, man. And again, like I don't know how your routine and schedule has been, but I find myself whenever like I'm a little tired and I'm kind of lacking on sleep, it can definitely show in the performance. And I think today is definitely kind of one of those days where I am kind of holding back and being a little reserved because I'm a little tired, a little lack of sleep, less than usual last night. But yeah, kind of keeping that in mind, being aware of that, and not trying to hold some of these positions for too long against me, you know. Trying to stay disciplined as much as possible without tilt, without emotion. But it is kind of difficult to kind of maintain that when you are working on fumes, I guess. But yeah, let's see where this goes.
Yep. Yeah, we're still consolidating here on Tesla. I feel like we take down 164 one last time, then that will be the end of this little rally. We gotta, look how long we spent down here. You're gonna get a decent little relief rally, but still not over 165. So it kind of feels like almost the same thing that I was experiencing in here, where you think you're gonna be like blasting off on these levels and it just doesn't do anything. Feels like sellers stepping in around these levels here, so potential for a move back down. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not loving this trade yet. Apple trying to make new highs as well. That's going against me, but oh yeah, what happened with Netflix at that 330 level? Did it break it? So it cracks 330, gets to 330.60, and then turns around back to the teal, and then continues to trend up. So Netflix ultra strong. Tesla now finally breaks that bid at 164.38, but instantly bid back up once again. Tesla looking strong, looking like it's going to stop me out. TSM also going for the highs.
Yeah,
again.
I know some of the guys on the floor had some great trades off TSM earnings today. Did you happen to take TSM as well in the morning? I think you did, no?
I had a good trade off the open, but yeah, I got a little.
You got every price there.
I got a little messed up trying to take it for the next move up into like the 92, 93 area, and gave most of that back today. But yeah, TSM was really, really good off the open. It didn't give you enough opportunity to get these prices, and then like you're paying up into like the 89s versus getting like the 88.50s, which was the area that I liked. So I wasn't able to get the size that I wanted for this crazy rally on TSM. But yeah, great run there. Gives it all back, and now making the move back up towards that 90.50 consolidation area, and then 91. Potential for this one to just consolidate, or not consolidate, but cruise up all afternoon. TSM, I have seen it do that before on earnings. That was what I was kind of trying to build for off the open here, or off the, at that 10 a.m. kind of area, but decides to just give the move back. Market doing a little pullback now on a fresh 15-minute candle, but not a tremendous amount. We go straight to that 13,200, which we've been messing with for how long now, and then turn around. This is just recycling of levels. We come on and talk about the same levels every day. So getting into these areas and then right back down potentially. We'll see where we go with this. Lots of names at kind of key prices. Apple getting towards that 168.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll see if they can turn around from there.
Apple over here.
Yeah. What else? What else we got going on here? TSM like really starting to make a move now. So
yeah, this bidding is like very, very aggressive, I guess. No relief. Absolutely no relief in this market. Crazy, just like relentless, just bidding, and then not even a single red 15-minute candle the past, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and almost 6, almost the past hour and a half. We've just been straight bidding up on the ES, right? So I guess we really like. I think a couple of days ago we were talking about how the market was kind of moving sideways, right? Kind of in anticipation for that, like the earnings season. Now we've had Netflix, we've had some Tesla. We have some other names coming up in the coming weeks, so the market's starting to make some moves here. Definitely starting to show us that volatility that we were kind of lacking in the previous weeks. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, finally getting some volume into the market. We got Tesla doing 150, AT&T doing 80 million shares. Like, some bigger names doing some bigger amounts of volume. Amazon's up to 30 mil. That's a little bit high for Amazon. So yeah, finally getting the volume back in, finally getting the big moves back in. Got to be ready to go for these earnings names and earnings season for the big moves. The double top there on Apple at 167.87. And what else? You're short Amazon on the way up there to that 104.70 kind of area?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting areas for sure on a lot of these names.
Like I said, I might have started a little prematurely, and I just missed the fill as well up in the 60. All right, well, it is what it is. That's fine. I just wanted to, I wanted to have a little bit of a better average into that. But again, we could still very well be wrong on this trade here, because Amazon is relatively weak to the rest of the market. You can see that the markets have kind of pushed past their highs, and Amazon hasn't really done that, and the market's starting to pull back here. So that relative weakness is really showing up on Amazon here, which I think, what was it, a couple of days ago, it was relatively strong, which it almost, which I guess as of recent, it hasn't necessarily been, and then it's kind of back to being that relative weakness, back to its old self here. But yeah, no, was it yesterday or the day before, relatively strong action on Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon seems like it just wants to go to its own levels, you know, not regardless of the market, but if the market's strong, and Amazon wants to be at a level that's higher, it'll just be relatively strong, you know? Like it'll go to those key levels.
It'll do its own thing.
Do its own thing, exactly. But then, you know, it'll just hang out there. Like it doesn't want to take out that 105 level. It doesn't want to, you know, it doesn't want to take that 101 to the downside despite everything being weaker on a day. So yeah, Amazon definitely marches to the beat of its own drum a little bit recently. Hopefully we see that crazy move into, you know, 112 before earnings. That would be
when is Amazon's earnings? It's coming up. I know it's definitely coming up.
It's the 28th, I believe. We looked it up yesterday. It was the 28th.
Yeah.
I can. Sharif showed me it's on Trade Ideas. April 27th. So next Thursday.
All right.
Yeah.
Damn, I missed that fill. My average would have been kind of where I wanted it to be, near that, like above 50s, I guess. But that kind of brings us kind of back to break even here on this hold. But yeah, I don't know. I might be asking for too much if I'm looking for a re-break of this 104.40. But let's see if it comes in. Let's see if it's there. But other than that, this is breaking out of that price, and yeah, markets are pulling back. Let's see how far Amazon pulls back alongside with it, right? But yeah, miss a couple entries. That's fine. We will reassess if it kind of gets back there. Otherwise, this is what the trade is for now.
Yeah, pulling back as well is Tesla. So maybe we have the trade finally on Tesla back down. If we break through that one, like we broke very decisively through 164 there. If we break back through it, back to the downside, back through this 50 period, could be seeing the lows now. Maybe this little exhaustion move on that little maybe short squeeze, I guess you could call it. Squeeze me out, but we're back in here for the potential for that break back downside. Still holding up though in this range, so not sure on our boy Tesla, which hasn't been our boy recently. Loved it on the move up. Haven't liked it since so much. Tesla is much more fun when you're long than when you're short. I can tell you that for sure. But yeah, going for that 164 again. A little bit of size there. Potential for a bid back up here.
Ben Milburn kind of giving us a heads up that like the NQ kind of wicked off of the 13.2. And that might be why we're seeing some of that pullback on some of these names, like Apple's pulling back, Microsoft not so much, Amazon, yeah, a little bit. But let's you know what? Let me check out what Google is doing. Google is still Google doesn't care about your feelings or what the market does. Google just is doing its own thing, and I think again, like there's definitely a bit of that AI sentiment and that shift of how technology is starting to move, giving a bit of pressure to Google float. But yeah, no, that pullback off of the 13.2, that's kind of what we were looking for. I said that push up into the level was pretty hard and fast, so I find that a little bit suspicious, but I could be very wrong, right? But we do start seeing a bit of a pullback off of that, a wick on the 15. The 15 hasn't finished printing yet, but it will in about 5 minutes. So let's see how we finish off this candle and see where the markets go off of that. Good luck, Ben.
Yeah. Yep. What's happening with our IPO of the day here? UCAR just consolidating above that 30. Never saves the ones that I wanted to save. That 33. So consolidating, it was about to halt down at 30.41, I think it was, and now back up into the 33s. So UCAR maybe looking to make a run over 35 here into that 40. This thing is nuts. Spread currently 50 cents. I doubt that you would actually get filled on that. So almost $1 spread on UCAR. Crazy trade. Got to give this one at least $1 risk, probably $2 risk. but maybe looking for like a $10 move if you're long UCAR. What else? Amazon's just screaming up right now, eh?
Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a quick dip and rip off of that action, which is kind of suspicious. Like I don't necessarily like that, but it's kind of back at the price where I wanted to. I don't like how quickly it revisited it. That's what's keeping me off of the ad here. But we could potentially have a trade on our hands if it kind of starts to push back off of this, right? And that's what I'm kind of looking for. That the candles on ES and NQ are starting to doji. This is why I don't like the white charts. You can barely see the candle when it is dojiing. It's like it's not there. Kind of disappears. Goes a little incognito there. But yeah, no. Let's see if we can kind of work out of this trade over here on Amazon, with the markets doing a little bit of pushing around.
Yeah, what else we got going on today? Not a whole lot. A lot of names pushing levels, but I mean, we've been at them already today. That TSM just consolidating in a tight range. My Tesla consolidating in a pretty tight range. Looking for that 164 breakdown for the second time. Why did I short Tesla? I mean, terrible earnings. Comes into this level right here, 164.75, and stops. And yeah, so we get back in. I got stopped out of this original short. Get back in when you see something that you like, give it the risk that it deserves, and then potentially get the move that you see back down to those low 162s and potentially 160 today. A lot of buying off of the ahead of the SSR level, interestingly enough, on Tesla. People not wanting it to get down to minus 10% for whatever reason. That's where I would want to see the dip buy at like 160, 161. But yeah, wasn't expecting 163 to hold like this on Tesla. Not a super clean level there. There was a 163.50 bottom a while ago, but yeah, not really a level that you would expect to hold necessarily, especially after this whole like 165 breakdown. So yeah, 165 kind of that key level off of the open. We finally give that up for real and haven't seen it since. So let's see on Tesla if we get stopped out or not.
Yeah, there's a bit of strength that came in on Amazon, and then that 104.60 starts to reserve. There was like a wave of like above the ask or like a bunch of buyers coming in, but that 104.60 held pretty well. So I kind of starting to like what I'm seeing here. Any sort of signs that can kind of show me that the price is struggling to kind of move forward along with the market, I like to see while I'm in the short. So yeah, a bit of a pullback off of that 60 as well, kind of confirming that it didn't really want to get above that for now. But yeah, we'll see. Well, let's stay on our feet here. We know that the market is kind of near its highs, so anything can happen. But yeah, I like the way that Amazon is starting to move now here.
People saying Netflix skyrocket. Look at this volume spike here just 3 minutes ago on Netflix through that 330.50 price, gets up to 331.50. So Netflix still making moves up, not stopping, comes back in, touches the teal line twice, and then skyrockets back up. So basically a break and hold of 330 here. You know, you got to give Netflix a decent amount of risk, at least 50 cents. So if you're taking the 330 break, you're giving it 29.50 probably. And yeah, it just shoots up. So yeah, Netflix very strong today, despite the not favorable earnings yesterday. What were the levels previously on Netflix? Let me just double check my Netflix levels. Yeah, like that 330, 332.50, and then I don't know, 335 and 340 basically on Netflix. So screaming towards those levels right now, potential to take those out today. When Netflix trends, and today they are buying it up.
What's the ATR on Netflix? What does it give you on a day-to-day basis? You can check out our trusty
$10 ATR on Netflix.
Yeah.
So yesterday's close 323. Today we don't get down there. So yeah, potential to get to like 333 today on Netflix based on just straight up ATR moves. I don't see a problem with 333 as a target.
Yeah, we're like low day, high day. Is there about a $10 difference there right now? Or between the close from before as well, right?
Yeah, the close is 323, so
okay,
333 potential for today. We shall see on the
see
old
if it gives you that $10. So that ATR is like the average high-low close of a stock the past 14 periods.
Yeah.
So I think that's a decent measure of range on a name. But Amazon kind of coming in, and I like what I'm seeing. Now, the next step I want to see here is to see if this 40 breaks, right? We were talking about the 40 was bid back up. See if the 40 breaks back to the downside. We know there was a couple of tops there, but we did fail this kind of breakout. We could very well be potentially still in this range. A lot of different possibilities, probabilities being thrown around on this chart here, but overall, lower high. So let's see what's happening. I am keeping in consideration that these candles are kind of stepping up as well with the market, but the market is starting to pull back. That's what I like to see. And with that pullback, let's see if this 40 breaks. There's nobody really in the way of the 40. So unless and until they show up, let's take a look at if this 40 breaks. That's what I'll be watching for on Amazon.
Yeah, market definitely turning around. Consolidated for 30 minutes here, or however long, off of 15 minutes off that 13.2. Turns right around. So probably, or we'll see what levels we can come back into, but potential to come back down to like this 13,165 kind of level. Little topping action on the ES as well. It tries to take out the high there, 41.70, only goes $1.50, and then back to the downside. So market's kind of turning around. You can see Apple pulling back off that 167.87 double top. Lots of sevens there, hard to say. That Apple level, pull it up. See, we get this double top, very clean on Apple. Take out 167.50. Now you're looking for VWAP somewhere around 167.10. So yeah, Apple pulling back, everything pulling back. Tesla still holding 164. Needed to give that up for my short to look any kind of good at all. Yeah, Netflix, the one that just keeps taking out the tops though. And AT&T, I traded AT&T today a couple times.
Oh, they had
no
earnings
success.
today, right?
Yeah, AT&T was
How was that?
a tough one today because I didn't see the earnings as being all that bad. So I tried it in the pre-market. Let's ignore those terrible trades, but just basically fades all day. You could have just shorted AT&T off the open off this 1750 or 1850 breakdown and basically been in the money for the entire day. Gets all the way down to 1760 here, potentially catching a little bottom. It basically holds the 50-period moving average all day. So ultra weak on AT&T. I didn't see the earnings being all that bad on this one. But apparently people not liking that revenue drop and selling the name off today. No bid on AT&T.
Yeah, it's always up in the air where you can have earnings. I think we talked about this a little yesterday, where like good or bad, like that doesn't always necessarily mean like up or down with respect to that. But I think a valid thing to do is just like define some levels and see what we can do off of that and use that good or bad earnings as confluence, right?
Yeah.
To your trading.
Yeah, somebody
always
asking me
staying
ATR on
unbiased.
Coinbase. Coinbase ATR, according to Trade Ideas, is $4.86. Coinbase, yeah, making a bit of a move today, but nothing, not that big. So let's see, Coinbase. It only got down to like 62.50 today. So Coinbase not really doing an ATR move today. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries, you're good. Yeah, Ponzi Fonzie is saying guidance is key. 100%, man. Guidance is 100% key. I was talking to this about with a couple of my friends, because like as you guys know, before coming on the floor, I was trading at home for a few years, right? Without much direction. So it's kind of like you can start like waving your arms and hands, flailing them around, and putting in like a lot of work, and you get really tired, but you're not really putting in the right kind of work. You're not really putting in. Right, you're not really going to get anywhere. So not only do you have to work hard, you also have to work smart at the same time. And having the right direction to put that work in is definitely a big factor when it comes to trading. Like trading on your own at home, it can be pretty daunting, and without much guidance, like you can feel pretty lost, right? Yeah, you have books, you have people you find online and stuff like that, but like. Nothing like an actual trading floor where you have seasoned traders that have been in the game for many, many years and know the ropes, where you can literally walk up to them and ask them questions and learn from them. That's a huge edge. That's a big experience that not everyone has available to them, and definitely a blessing in disguise.
Volume coming into Tesla to the downside now finally breaks that 164. So the short finally looking kind of good here off of this exhaustion move. Still not loving it until we can crack 163. We saw the reserves down there. We saw the crazy dip buying down there at 163. So target's going to be there first, and then we'll see if we can crack that to the downside. But looks like that Tesla buy move was overrated. Can't even get to 165. So we'll see if this is the next leg down for Tesla. I like what I'm seeing on the tape now. No buying back up above 164. And yeah, it's given up all the moving averages now. So next stop low of day for Tesla, and then 160 potential. Hopefully holding this trade all afternoon.
You're still sitting in that short.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I thought you stopped out for a second. Nice.
I stopped out, I got back
Market
in, I stopped out again, and then I got back in. So have a better price than I had before on Tesla. Took a couple small L's trying to get into this one. Well, it took one small L trying to get back into this one, but yeah, Tesla looking decent for that move back down towards low of day.
Yeah.
Dip buy not in yet. I think this has to get SSR before the buy is in.
Where's that SSR point?
Where SSR is 162.53 based on my calculations.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will see here. Trying to give up these 70s, get into the 60s, get through this 163.15, and then there is nada below. Tesla starting to tank. Finally
Beautiful.
In the money on this short. Got to be patient, got to trust your bias, and finally getting a winner on Tesla. Tape is just flying to the downside now. Bids getting smashed. Let's see if we can get through this small bid on 50s and then back down to 163. Maybe we see another reserve there and I'm just like, screw it, I'm going long at 163 finally. But right now,
yeah,
waiting for that level to come in
stay on
for
your
the
feet.
short.
Market's really coming in. Microsoft's starting to pull back. That green candle that we saw on NQ has now finished, and we started making another. Sorry, the red candle off the 13.2. Now we're making that second red candle off the 13.2 kind of continuation. So we are getting a little bit of relief towards the downside after like some strong bidding up all day. It is getting closer to market close. It's about it's almost 2 o'clock. It's 1:40. And things could catch a bit of a relief going into the close. I guess that's what I'll be looking for, and also staying on my feet because I could be wrong, right? If the market kind of just like dips a little bit, has a little bit of relief, and kind of continues in the uptrend that it is in right now, we could definitely just see a melt up into the close. And today is Thursday, so maybe not a. Maybe a setup for a free fall Friday is what I'm trying to say. Kind of push up today, and we have some room that we gave ourselves to the downside for. Right?
Do we have any? What is that?
I have no idea. Up in
Up
smoke.
in smoke.
Yeah.
Up in smoke.
It is
Tesla's
420.
earnings. Up in smoke.
All right.
And now we are cruising down. Got to take out this local low here at 163.50 and then smash
animations?
down.
New animations that we're testing out here?
I guess, yeah, we're getting some new animations finally, guys. Throw in some excitement. It is 4:20, and somebody rolled Tesla's earnings up and smoked them. Now the longs are getting smoked. So much
Did
smoke.
we had that the smoking animation, right? I don't know where that is. But yeah, no, I don't think it's over here.
Yeah, that's one of Sean's old, I don't know if he still has that smoke it animation, but
yeah, those are definitely
what else we
a good
got
one.
going on here? Market's still pulling back, but not very strongly.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just,
come on, Amazon, what are you doing? That 104.40, you really want to hold that up? I don't know, man. I'm just looking for anything that can give me some direction on this trade. But yeah, as of right now, it's kind of being held up. We do have kind of building into the 104.40s. So let's see. It was tops from before. I would like to see this get taken out, but if it doesn't, then it doesn't. Then I will be wrong. The market is coming down, so I'm looking for that selling pressure to kind of reflect on Amazon here, because like look at Microsoft. Microsoft has pulled down almost 50 cents ish. Off of that, I'm watching Apple at the same time. Apple has kind of pulled off as well over the past 15 minutes to half an hour, off the 167.8. But no, nothing really on Amazon. I guess it has kind of pulled back about 20 cents ish on Amazon. I think the ATR on Amazon is about almost 3. I think some people in the chat were asking what's ATR. ATR is the average true range. So there's different ways you can use it. You can get creative with it, but basically what it's telling you is the average high-low close difference of a stock from the past 14 periods of trading, right? So it can give you an idea of the movement of how much range you might be able to expect from one close to the next day's high or low, or even the range of the next day's high or low, right? So it can give you a little bit of direction to the range on that. And if you guys want to know more about ATR, there's definitely there's an equation that ATR is calculated by. So if you want to look into that, then that could definitely improve your understanding of what ATR is and how it's measured.
Yeah, ATR an interesting way to judge the moves that a stock puts in and potential to set profit targets on that one. Obviously, just blindly setting a profit target based on ATR is not the way to go. But yeah, you can. It's just another tool to help you
build confluence.
Build confluence, and to help you hold your positions, right? So open on Tesla, for example, 166.16. Puts in a move to 169. ATR on Tesla, we'll see what it is right now. I think it went down a little bit based on the stock price going down. So ATR is 772. So we're basically right there at 163. Yeah, 162.75 is basically exactly one ATR from the high today on Tesla. So if you're just building a strategy based on that, you'd be buying in the 80s, 162.80s for that exactly one ATR move. Bad earnings on a Tesla, highly optioned name, highly traded name. You'd expect probably more than an ATR move.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's put in more than an ATR from the close, so that's to be expected. But intraday, you might expect more than an ATR move on a Tesla, given the catalyst today. Just dropping the Momo hats here.
Momo
but
caps
we're
are
not
on the
dropping
move.
the Momo in the market. Things are just getting heated up on earnings season.
Yeah, definitely.
Lots of names to trade today. Speaking of which, TSM just grinding up.
Oh, it's getting back towards its highs. Wow, look, what is that? What's that red line? It's respected that pretty well, and it's.
The red line would be the 50 period on the 5-minute. So that would be the 50 times 5, the 250 period moving average. I don't know if anybody uses that one. But yeah.
It's respecting the higher frame moving averages, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of making higher lows, and pushing back up. I wish I had a dip buy set up for that 89 level. That was a brilliant hold there, and we are now $1.50 off that. So it's basically giving you the same move that it gave you off the open. Yeah, that's a great dip buy there. And I did say it on the show, so hopefully somebody has that one based on my my call out there on that 89 level. Tesla still struggling, staying under 164 though, so looking very strong on my trade there, 164 being a key level intraday today on Tesla. Now that we're holding below that, just need this 163.50 to give up for that next move down. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of levels on Tesla to the downside after we give up these lows. If we go to the day chart, which is probably going to be pretty messed up on this name. Yeah, it's a little messed up, but you have that like 163.50, 75 kind of area, and then below that, I mean, this gap is all the way down to 145, 150. I guess this low here, 155, you could look at on Tesla, but if we get continuation today in the afternoon, and then again tomorrow, we could be seeing 155, 150, 145 before long. I mean, we know the kinds of moves that Tesla can put in all the way down from, that's not split adjusted, but all the way down from that 330 post split down to $100. Never got the full 100 on Tesla. Not expecting to necessarily ever get that. I don't think, I think there's definitely value in this company. I don't think, I'm not the Tesla ultimate bear that believes this is going to zero. I think Tesla, very good company, just maybe not focused on what the market wants them to be focused on at the moment, and investors seeming to sell today. Yeah. Maybe just shorts piling in for the next squeeze back up, but we shall see.
Yeah, Tesla's definitely a very interesting one when it comes to like a squeeze. I mean, it's not really doing that as much anymore now, but I remember a couple of years ago, it was just like, if you look at the chart, I like to call it like a stair-step squeeze, where it'll form like a consolidation, get a lot of interest, a lot of volume, and then it just like, you can see the short interest kind of building, and then it'll rip, and then turn at a higher level, kind of like washing out the whole float essentially with the type of volume that it churns, and it's just buyers there's fresh buyers at a newer level, and just higher and higher and higher, in a perpetual stair-step squeeze, where it's just like larger players can potentially just be holding for a down move because they don't like Tesla or whatever it is. I remember, who was it? I think Bill Gates said he was short Tesla multiple times on the way up. So I'm like, you know, there may be some fuel behind that stair-step squeeze. You definitely want to be wary when you're following others' calls. Kind of like, I think Kathy Woods is a great example of that, right? Someone famous, someone who kind of is in the business world, and then all of a sudden they know everything and anything there is to know about stocks. I don't think that's how it works, but definitely have to watch out for that one.
Yeah, and like Tesla has a 3% short float, which is huge for a company this big.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, not huge.
It was in the thousands before.
But
with pre-splits, right?
Yeah, dollar
or
dollar-wise, yeah. But Tesla's a large market cap company that has 3% short flow, which means of its $500 billion market cap, that would be $150 million shorted. I want to say, maybe I'm wrong on that one. Yeah, like a lot of money is short Tesla at the moment. So when Tesla does finally start to go back up, then that adds so much fuel to those up moves, and that's why those breakouts work on a name like Tesla, because it's so nuts. There's so many options being played. There's so many traders on both sides of the name that it just provides those explosive moves for you. And here it is going down below that 163.50. See if it can hold below there for the next move down. But bidders so far not believing in them yet. But yeah, maybe that's the little liquidity grab there for the move up on Tesla. We'll see. We've seen the both side bamboozlement today, so not going to overreact to a 20-cent move. But yeah, potential for Tesla to continue to the long side based on that little liquidity grab there. We shall see. We've seen these levels before, though, so not easy to call a bottom based on that. Still waiting for 163 area and lower to start to take profit on this trade.
Yeah, I like that this Amazon kind of broke. So we had a little bit of size.
Sorry, 15 billion would be.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Would be the short interest.
Okay. 15 billion
not 100,
shares.
No, dollars.
Okay.
Dollars.
Okay. I was like, since when is the float? You know.
Yeah. Which is
yeah.
like 150 million shares, something like that.
True. But yeah, there was some bidders on 104.40 on Amazon, but relatively size, not really. And we did kind of dip below it. Now I did try to cover some into that dip. Didn't really get it, not really the full position, but I really like that dip. But I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get that back again. That might have been my chance to kind of cover, because we are recovering pretty quickly off of that dip. But we shall see. That 40 break was pretty decent. There was size there sitting for a while. You can see that it picked up off of this. And then we finally broke through that size, pushed through it, dipped down another like 10 cents below the 40, and now we kind of ripped back up as some ES and NQ are kind of like starting to catch a bid a little bit. But we'll see. I think I might have missed that cover on the trade. But if it kind of pushes back up into the middle of this range, then yeah, I don't know. This trade is probably off. But that dip was a nice place to cover part of the position, and I guess I'm looking for like a further breakdown of the trend if there is a follow through, but that might be asking for too much, you know. So let's see what happens. Something's definitely coming in. Like what's going on here? That's kind of unnatural buying that's kind of coming in. And I don't know if I feel comfortable with that right now, but we'll see. We are making lower highs relative to some of these longer candles here.
Yeah, I don't know what's coming in. I don't see any specific news, but there could be someone talking, something like that coming in right now. Hard to say, but yeah, market definitely screaming towards the highs now. ES specifically looking for that 41.72 level. So yeah, lots of buying coming in. Maybe I can check.
Gaze is strong, for real.
Yeah, like you can't overreact to these little moves when something potentially is coming in. I don't think that there is news coming in. Just checking right now. See, like Tesla just does this whole move up and then right back down into levels that we were at before. So
is it a bit of exhaustion? Like what's going on there? I have no idea.
Yeah, no news based on according to Financial Juice. I'm not seeing anything on any other indicators. So just like a little splash of buying coming in on the market here to the highs. Yeah, who knows? Facebook laying off 4,000 employees. Is that new news? They're laying off again?
Is that the news? Okay.
That's this morning. So it's not right now.
Yeah, no. We're wondering if.
I'll take a look.
I think it should be the other way around, where we should react first and ask questions later.
Meta plans to cut 10% of workforce. That was 10 minutes ago, though.
Okay.
So not coming in right this second on Meta. Interesting. Sharif probably printing on that Meta long through the highs there on Meta. So yeah. Nice move for Sharif on his Meta trade. I believe he's long 214.80s, and we get all the way up to 216.80s. So $2 in the money on that one. Sharif, the Meta Whisperer.
Yeah, I don't really like that rebid. That was pretty like I said, hard and fast. But not in the direction that I like it for now. But that kind of dip and capitulation type of move, and then a rip back up. I guess the market is kind of fueling that, and the market hasn't really done a crazy move itself. But we are seeing some of the larger caps reflect that bid back up of some of these candles here.
Yeah, ES kind of rejecting the high again though, so. A little bit of a turnaround there. Where did my chart go? A little bit of a, breaks it by whatever that is, like nothing, 50 cents, whatever you call those increments, ticks, 2 ticks, and then right back down into the 70s. So yeah, still resistance at 13.2, still resistance on the ES, waiting for a break above these levels before we could say, you know, like 75 maybe is where you would say that, you know, we're really breaking out. For right now, just pushing back to the downside on the market after testing those levels once again. ES still about 15 handles off of those 13.2 highs. So everything's starting to kind of curl around. TSM curling off this 91 price. I wouldn't count this name out though. TSM looking really strong, just trusting the teal all day and now coming into it again. So potential dip buys on 90.80. Not a tremendous amount of volume done for the move that this one's put in, but 14 million shares is enough to trade with. And yeah, TSM potentially trying to be that like afternoon runner. I've seen this one do this before, so might.
Some hard selling coming in on Microsoft over here. Yeah, a lot of below the bids, and like that rip up was one thing, but like now this selling off, like that's some selling right there on Microsoft. Like all of this happened just now, and the tape was here. You can't really see the tape over here, but like look, I'll pull this up here. This tape was like dark red, which means like people are pounding this thing below the bid.
Yeah, really everything really down, coming in right now.
Yeah, look at that candle, bro. Yeah, that candle did a little bit of shake and bake to the upside, to the downside. Okay, the boys in the back catching some shorts.
Brad is short the market right now, guys. Brad's short cues. He is loving life right now. Yeah, short off that 13.2. The market couldn't be easier to short right now. 13.2 highs, 41.75 highs, and yeah, just coming straight back down. So market not saying it wants to break out today. Weak earnings on everything. Why would we break out? Who knows? I don't try to pretend to know what's going to happen in the markets, but yeah. So here we go on that Tesla. 49 bid here, kind of reserving a little bit. Back to the same levels again, just messing around, trying to stop everybody out before it finally does make its move, whichever way that's going to be. What is that animation?
The dead cat bounce.
Dead cat bounce, yeah, dead cat bounce on some of these names and then headed straight back to the downside.
Yeah, let's see some follow through here on Amazon. Like that's market selling was pretty crazy, but like Amazon still wants to chill around this 104.40. So maybe a level, man. But I'll give it some time. Amazon takes a little bit of it takes longer to react than some of the other names sometimes, not always, right? But yeah, let's see if there's any follow through on that crazy move that we just had, the little shake and bake where we were like, oh, rip up, rip down. Was it capitulation? Was it exhaustion? Who knows? But what I know for sure is there's a lot of fugays to go around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And if we have a look over here. UCAR, guys, takes out the high, halted up 43.88. Looks like it's going to open down a little bit. But, yeah, what a trade for those who got long this name. Imagine you're getting long into this first halt at $8, and now we're at 43. So next Chinese halting IPO mover. The last one of note that I can remember, what was it called?
HKD?
The crazy one. HKD.
HKD, of course.
HKD is the last crazy Chinese halting IPO that I can remember. So next HKD, maybe. Is this going to $2,500? I highly doubt it, but I would love to see it just for my own entertainment. Not that I could get involved based on a risk management perspective. And everything coming in, Tesla is starting to come back down into the levels that we want to see. Need to break this little wick low here. And I mean, really break 163 is what I want to see on Tesla. That's where the dip buyers were at. If they don't show up again, that means we got lots of room potentially to the downside on this Tesla. Feeling good, almost $1 in the money. Lots of selling on the tape on Tesla.
Solid short.
Looking for this to make that next leg down into 160 and potential for the all-day hold on this one into the close. And we're past 2 o'clock already, Obi.
Wow. I mean, market's going crazy.
Market is going nuts. Setting you guys up for the afternoon show. Lots of stuff going on. Tesla, Amazon, UCAR.
This is what we said. We were like, market's gonna set up for the closing show.
Market will
for
set up for the closing show.
Yes, sir.
gives the fun times to Neil and Sean. Well, good luck to everybody heading into the close, and send it off to Sharif now.
Have a good one
for the closing show.
Take care, guys.
Well done, boys. Guys, let's see how markets are doing. S&P was trying to go green there. It's still down 0.33%. The NASDAQ was green, now back red. That's why you heard Prad yelling in the background, now down 0.11%. The TSX also flat. Brazil up 0.5 percentage point. Crude down again, 2 points on the day. Likewise with Bitcoin and Ethereum both down below 2%. Sector watch. Let's have a look at what's moving today. So we see some strength, some weakness, obviously, in automobiles being brought down by Tesla. That's down 9.33%. You're gonna hear Neil talk about that in a sec. Consumer discretionary being buoyed by Las Vegas Sands. You saw them report earlier today. That was a big winner, reporting about the strength in Singapore and Macau. That's up decidedly on the day. And then you have Snap-on bringing up industrials. That's another earnings winner, up 10%, 9.53 there on the day. Lam Research bringing up information technology, up 8.75%. It's been a big day. It's been a big day for the tech names. We're going to talk about that in a sec. But yeah, what a market bounce it was today. Sean's going to talk about that Tesla trade coming up. We've seen Tesla near day lows. Max was talking about that. Him and I were talking about whether this one would end up SSR. We'll talk more about that when we get back from the trade of the day.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Today's trade of the day, pretty simple one. It's going to be Tesla. Why not? They had earnings. You got to watch plays when they're in play. And I think that's one very, very important thing that we try to do here on the show is trade the right names on the right days. And today's trade of the day brought to you by Day Trade the World. Make sure you hit that QR code below to start your journey with Day Trade the World today. Look, so first of all, the NASDAQ today about flat. We had a beautiful bottom in the NASDAQ that was made early. It seems to be happening every single day where we bottom out around 10:30, 11 o'clock, then start to go right back up to the upside. Right now, you're seeing the NASDAQ fail after, I think, just turning green in and around there, but now you're down just a little bit. And look at Tesla here today, down to 163 and change, with the high of the day being 180, but that was made in the pre-market. Let's just have a quick look at the trade of the day and what we're talking about here. I said this for a very long time. I've changed sort of the way I trade, and don't get super excited early, but wait for opportunities once levels give themselves, show their face to us, and we can finally get in there and start to trade. So what we do here is, this is Tesla. Here's the open. It was actually a huge move off the open to the upside. I was actually biased to short, and that's another thing about trading, is you got to figure out which way you want to go first, find the sentiment, and then trade after that. Early, I had a short. I thought Tesla was going to break through this 164 bottom, which was right there. So we didn't actually, put it down on a sticky note, we didn't want to do anything until that was violated. And that's it right here at 164. So look at all of this noise up here. This is why it's very hard to trade, because if you're not long off the open, then you're just fried. You're getting crushed all the way back up. And then all of a sudden, pretty choppy until it finds its direction. Now, you could have probably, well, not probably, you could have shorted this 166.50, which is the bottom of the open, but I was just really super patient, man. And when it came back in, look what level we bounced off, 164.50. That's where we put that line. Bounce off there, right back up to the 50 period. Then when we took it again, that's where I went short the first time, 164.50. Then all of a sudden, I put a bid in there. So this is a double trade. So I put a bid just in case we bounce off 164 again. Let's just take 50 cents. So we take 50 cents the first time, but then as it comes in, we get our out, then we get short. And look what happens when the floodgates open up here on Tesla. I would have loved to have been short up here, but that's okay. We waited for the ultimate break of that day's low at 164. As soon as that broke, we get our first out is 163.50. We're taking 50 cents. Why? Because my out is back up here. Then it goes right down. Look at this wick. That's the low of the day. 162.50. It's like 162.60, something like that. We get that fill. Then it dances around. It comes back in. We take another 162.70. That's another